of 2025 have already vanished. 75% of your year is gone. And those lofty goals you set in January, well, they're just that. All they are goals, and they're nowhere near becoming a reality. Now, I want to say, is that 100% your fault? No. Listen, I get it. Life gets in the way sometimes. Your priorities change. These things happen. Listen, whatever the case was, let's just face the reality. You are 8 months into another year where you promised yourself things would be different. But you know what? This time is different. You see, for the first time in human history, there is a force reshaping everything as we speak.
Rise of generative AI
is rapidly reshaping AI.
I'm talking about artificial intelligence. A Goldman Sachs research recently predicted that AI can disrupt over 300 million jobs, and McKinsey says that 70% of all work activities could be automated. Entire careers that took decades to build, worthless. Degrees that cost hundreds of thousands, obsolete. That safe job that you're counting on, disappearing. But while some are about to lose everything, others are building generational wealth at previously impossible speeds. Shopify took 6 years to hit $100 million in revenue. OpenAI did it in 2 years. And now we have specialized AI companies doing it in 8 months. The same 8 months that just slipped through your fingers. Is this the 2025 you wanted? Look, right now, as you're watching this, something unprecedented is happening in this economy. We are witnessing the biggest disruption to how money is made since the internet was invented. And for the first time in decades, the advantage is shifting away from the wealthy, the connected, and the experts, and towards regular, everyday people. There are still 4 months to go in 2025, and the good news is you don't need to create the next billion-dollar unicorn in 8 months to achieve true freedom. All you need to do is position yourself in the right place to surf this massive wave that is about to hit the market. And that is why we created the Make Money Online Challenge 2.0, to show you how you can leverage AI to position yourself at the right place and the right time while still in 2025. Let me tell you something incredible. The last time I hosted this challenge earlier this year, in the first 90 days, the people who took action generated over 8.9 million in tracked earnings. From making their first sale all the way up to buying a McLaren, these are regular everyday people, no special skills. They just position themselves at the right place at the right time. And most importantly, took the decision to make this year the turning point of their lives. So yeah, it's true, 8 months of the year have already gone by, but the next 4, those are yet to claim. The last 4 months of 2025 start now, and I want to challenge you to create a $373 a day online business with me, 100% live, over the course of 3 days. So are you gonna keep letting the last 4 months of 2025 slip away, or are you gonna join me for this challenge? The decision is yours. All right. We are live. Drop a 0.44 in the chat if you can hear me, if you can see me. 0.44. Love it. We are live. There we go. Amazing. Well, first of all, shout out to all of you guys for joining for this impromptu final bonus live session. We saved the best until last. We were chatting with the team over the weekend, and we're like, listen, I know that a lot of people want to make money in this industry, but for a lot of people, they don't want to create digital products. So for those that don't even want to create a digital product, but think that, or know that they want to profit and succeed in this industry, there's actually a strategy where if you just get one yes, that could be enough to basically fund and fuel your entire year. And that is exactly what we're going to be talking about in today's session. So as I said, for me personally, this is actually my favorite session. I think this is probably the most impactful session, just my unbiased opinion. But regardless, we're in for a fun ride and appreciate you guys joining in. So with that being said, I will pull up my presentation and let's get into it. This is our season finale of the Make Money Online Challenge. I don't know if you guys remember when we started this journey, we promised you 3 days of training. Then on day 3, you guys were so engaged, so committed that we just surprised you with 2 more days. And on Friday, we did it again and announced another bonus episode. The last episode, the final episode, the grand finale. You have earned this finale day through your dedication. And today's episode might be the most important one yet. Over the past 5 sessions, you've learned a bunch of remarkable things and lots of proof that this system not only works, but is the best one for any beginner to start making money online. On day 1, you learn about the AI revolution in digital products, how complete beginners are using AI to create and sell non-expert digital products without showing their face or having to create a personal brand. On day 2, I showed you exactly how to find profitable product ideas using synthesized AI to create entire digital products with artificial intelligence, even if you have zero expertise in the topic. Day 3, you discovered our monetization process to convert strangers into paying customers and how to put this entire machine together with Ghostwriter OS. Day 4, Jason dove deep into digital product strategies that separate winners from everyone else. Day 5, we worked on the mindset shifts necessary to actually execute. You have seen regular everyday people making real money with the system, people who started exactly where you are right now. Now today, my objective is to show you a completely different way to apply the strategies that you've learned over the last 5 days, a way where you don't even have to create your own digital product if you don't want to, where instead you become what I call a shadow operator. So let me ask you this. If I can show you a way that a few of our monetized users are exploiting this exact strategy to make 90 days worth of income from a single yes with zero pressure of having your name or face attached to a product, would that be something that would interest you guys in learning? Would not having to commit to developing your own product make it more comfortable for you to actually get started in this game? Well, that is exactly what we're going to do. Okay, so let me show you how I discovered this. After last Make Money Online challenge back in May, when we looked at the Monetize Mania leaderboard, our competition where users were competing for $250K in prizes at that time, we noticed something very interesting. A few people at the top of the revenue rankings were doing something completely different from everyone else. When I asked them what their product was about, a few of them actually said, well, I actually don't even have a product myself. And I instantly thought, okay, well, how's that possible? We have a track that they earn money, some of them a lot of money, yet they say that they don't have a product. And when I looked into it deeper, I realized what they were doing was so counterintuitive, yet so simple that my team and I just agreed that we had to teach this strategy to our users. They took everything that they learned and applied it in a way that generated 90 days of income from one sale. Yes, just one, okay? And when we dug deeper into the strategy, we discovered that they had become what we now call a shadow operator. And it turns out that this is actually the exact same strategy Jason uses to make his money from his digital products. He is a shadow operator. Now, before I reveal exactly how this shadow operator method works and how you can apply it starting today, I need you to understand this one concept I'm about to share, which is what creates this entire opportunity for people like you to come in and make money without actually having to create your own product. So let's dive into phase 1, the creator paradox. And to begin with this, I want to ask you something. What is the one thing that can set your business apart from all of the others and almost guarantee your success? Let me guess your answer. Okay, you're going to say the product, right? That is always the first answer. And it makes sense. After all, without a product, there is no business. But that is not the actual answer here. You see, this is actually quite counterintuitive. Of course, you need a good product. But have you ever stopped to consider the fact that maybe, just maybe, there's one thing that could be even more important than the product, which, if you have, makes success 10 times more achievable. You see, as a co-owner of WAP, I see all of the internal data on millions of digital product transactions a month. In August alone, we processed over 140 million in digital product sales. But here's the part that no one sees. Just like there are tens of thousands of people making sales every month, every single day, I also see some excellent products that never sell on the platform. Incredible content, high quality, high level quality, everything picture perfect. Sales, zero. Do you know the pattern that I notice? The people who make the most money have one thing that sets them apart from everyone else, and it's not the quality of their products. I mean, think about it. Why does McDonald's sell more than gourmet restaurants down the street? Is the burger better? No, of course not. Why does Coca-Cola dominate the market? Is it the best soda? Questionable. Why do some lawyers charge $10,000 an hour while others struggle to charge $500? Is their knowledge really 20x better? Rarely. The answer to all of these questions is the same, and this is the same principle that applies across all industries, including digital products. You know what's the one thing that sets yourself apart in any business and pretty much guarantees success? Having a competitive advantage. Now, if I gave you the power to choose any competitive advantage for your business, which one would you pick? I mean, think about it for a second. Imagine you own a restaurant on a busy street packed with other restaurants, all fighting for the same customers, all battling for the same attention. What competitive advantage would you choose over all others? others. The best food on the street, maybe the fastest service, or maybe the lowest prices. That sounds like a pretty good competitive advantage, no? Well, I personally wouldn't choose any of these. Do you know what I would choose? A hungry crowd. 1,000 people who hadn't eaten in 3 days standing right outside my restaurant. Why? Because with a hungry crowd, nothing else matters. I mean, think about it. The food doesn't need to be the best on the block. When you are starving, any sandwich feels like the greatest feast of your life, and the price can be higher than all of the competitors. A desperate, starving person will pay whatever it takes. There is no bargaining when your stomach is eating itself from the inside. You just want to get rid of that hunger. It is the ultimate competitive advantage that you can have. The same thing happens in the online world of digital products. In this case, your hungry crowd is your audience, not just any audience, an engaged, trusting, and most importantly, hungry audience for the solution you provide. When someone in your audience has a deep pain, a burning desire, desperation for change, they don't compare 10 options. They go for the solution from someone they already trust, okay? Having an audience to sell your digital product to is literally like playing the game with cheat codes turned on. And this isn't just theory, by the way. You can see it through my own example. Why do you think I make so much money? Because I have the same competitive advantage, an audience that knows, likes, and trusts me. And when you take this shadow operator approach I'm showing you here today, you get to have the exact same competitive advantage that I have. And here's the key part of this strategy. Building an audience from scratch takes years, and I mean years of grinding with almost no return. These creators post 5 to 7 stories a day, YouTube videos every week, writing scripts for hours, getting back to hundreds of comments, all of this for 2 to 3 years straight while working a full-time job on top of it. It is like having 2 full-time jobs, but the second one barely pays you anything. They've invested all these years and still get little to no financial compensation for it. And this is what I call the creator paradox. Okay, they just don't realize that they are sitting on a gold mine. They have a hungry crowd, but no restaurant. They have the they have the desert, but no water to sell. Okay, but you do. You know the system. You have the tools. And right now, there are tens of thousands of creators who have already put in 2 to 3 years of consistent hard work on your behalf. So why not just skip all those years of daily effort and go straight to monetizing the audiences that are already out there? Why build from zero when you can partner with someone who's already done it? They are literally sitting on top of a gold mine with zero clue on how to extract the gold. It is like having a vault full of money and not knowing the code. Frustrating for them, an insane amount of opportunity for you, because this is where you step in. You have what they don't, knowledge to create products. They have what you don't, the hungry audience. It is the perfect match. Right now, there are more people with a hungry audience than ever before, but also more people with an audience struggling financially than ever, more frustration with monetization than ever, more desperation for solutions than ever before. It is a perfect storm of opportunity, and this is exactly what those smart monetized students I mentioned earlier figured out. They saw this massive gap in the market, thousands of creators sitting on gold mines with no clue how to extract the gold, and they positioned themselves as the solution. They became what we now call shadow operators, okay? So if I show you exactly what being a shadow operator entails and how you can get started with it, even with no experience, to make $5,000, $10,000, even $20,000 per partnership without ever having to put your face out there, would you commit to me to give this a try? Perfect. So first, let me explain what these people did as shadow operators. It is very simple. They take people with a small to medium-sized audience and they simply create digital products for them to sell to their followers who are already desperate to buy something, okay? The expert's face is on the product, the expert's name is on the product, while you stay completely in the shadows without having any pressure on your shoulders of having your name and reputation attached to the product being sold. But all of this strategy only works because they discovered a specific type of creator, the niche creators, not huge influencers with millions of followers, not insanely successful business owners. No. Okay, that's not who we're targeting. But small creators, fitness coaches, language teachers, business consultants, photographers, gardening specialists, okay? People with knowledge about a very specific topic and with passionate followers who already know, like, and trust them. And the crazy thing here is most of these niche creators already have a line of buyers, but no products to sell them, despite their followings literally begging to buy something from them. This is a rare case of a market with high demand but zero supply. It's like standing next to a crowd of thirsty people full of money in the desert, being the only one with gallons of water and just not knowing that you could actually bottle this water and offer it to them. I mean, think about it. Every other business fights over scraps, too much competition, not enough customers. Here, customers are begging to buy and nobody's selling. Now, let me ask you, what happens when you enter a market like that and simply give people what they desperately want? You make money, okay? Millions of these niche creators exist, and most of them don't even know that they are sitting on a gold mine. So here is what a few of our very smart users who notice this started doing. They simply tell these creators, hey, I see your audience is desperate to learn from you. What about I put a product together for you and create your entire monetization system that will turn your followers into buyers. I do all the work and you keep 50% of the profits. And boom, just like that, with one yes, just one, they walk away with instant access to tens of thousands of engaged buyers. Then they use Synthesize and Ghostwriter to create and launch a digital product for these niche creators, and they split the profits 50-50. With this strategy, it's not uncommon to see people making $10,000, $20,000, even more from a single product with someone else's name on it. The niche creator stays in the spotlight, the student stays in the shadows, and both of them make money. We call this the shadow operator method. And the craziest part is some of these shadow operators are quietly banking more than huge influencers that everyone's watching, okay? And let me be honest with you here. I've been critical of this business model before. I'll be very honest with you, okay? Up until recently, I actually didn't like this business model because launching someone else's product used to require a lot of work, okay? But because we now have access to specialized AI that can literally do 95% of the heavy lifting for you, that completely changes this dynamic. This makes this a rare opportunity for you to join a market with insane demand and little to no supply. So if I were to show you the 4 actionable step strategy to identify, reach out, and launch these small creators, are you willing to put this into practice? First, we have step 1, where I will teach you how to identify high profit potential creators. You'll discover the exact signals that reveal which creators are sitting on gold mines without even knowing it. I will show you my collab email hack that instantly identifies desperate creators with high earning potential, and I will walk you through real examples of creators that could be making upwards of $200,000 from their digital products, but are leaving it all on the table, which is exactly what you can help to fix. Then we will move on to the second step about how to actually structure your partnership for maximum profit. This is where you're going to learn how to position yourself as the solution these niche creators desperately need while keeping zero pressure on your shoulders. After that, we will go to the third step where you will learn how to actually generate 90 days of salary from just one partnership. Next, we will go through the actual math, how a single creator product launch can put tens of thousands of dollars in your pocket, even if 99.5% of their audience simply ignores their digital product. And finally, we will finish with the fourth step, where you're going to master the 1 yes strategy to land your first deal. This is the exact outreach system that turns cold messages into profitable partnerships. By the end of these 4 steps, you will have a complete blueprint. No guesswork, no confusion, just a clear path to make you able to apply the 1 yes strategy and turn yourself into a shadow operator. But wait, did you think that was all? No. Hold on, because I saved the best part for last. At the end of today's episode, I'm going to offer you a gift that over 20,000 people have paid $995 to access, okay? A complete system that transforms everything I'm about to teach you from theory into execution. The same system that helped create thousands of my students close 4, 5, and even 6-figure deals when they had zero experience. This is the difference between knowing what to do and actually getting results from it. But here's the catch. This is only for those who stay until the end and take this specific action I will reveal. Not tomorrow, not next week, but today. So with that being said, if you are serious about executing the 1 yes strategy, stay with me for the entire episode. Now, remember when I said this was a perfect storm of opportunity? Well, let me show you just how massive this opportunity really is. Right now, as we speak, there are literally millions of creators around the world trapped in a bizarre paradox, okay? They wake up every day, create content, and get thousands of likes and go to sleep without making any money. Entire audiences begging to buy something that never gets created. Comments saying, make a course, that get ignored. DMs asking, where can I learn more from you, with no reply. It is the biggest financial waste I've ever seen on the internet. There are tens of thousands, if not hundreds of thousands of creators in every niche imaginable who simply don't know how to monetize their audience and knowledge, which brings us to step 1 of the shadow operator method, how to identify niche creators with massive profit potential. Let me show you some real examples I found in just a few minutes of scrolling through Instagram. As I mentioned, even small size creators can generate a lot of money. Take this example. This guy talks about medicines with natural ingredients. I will keep their handles censored just out of respect for them. He has 20,000 followers talking about wellness through alternative medicine. He has no digital products. If anyone created a digital product for him about how to make in-home natural recipes for healing or whatever he teaches specifically, they would make solid commission checks, okay? Because even though this is a relatively small account in a very specific niche, and for this very reason, whoever follows him feels like they are a part of the tribe. They share the same beliefs, they feel the same pains, and they are way closer to the account owner. And because of that, his audience wouldn't even flinch before spending $67 to $97 to improve their lives with these recipes that they already believe work, okay? Let me show you the numbers. Do you remember the economics of digital products that we covered back in episode 3? How I told you that for every 100 people who visit our product page, 1 to 5 people actually buy our product. So let's do the math here. If you did a pretty average job with him and just got 2 out of every 100 people to buy, that is 400 sales, okay? At $97, that's $38,800. On a 50-50 partnership, you would be making over $19,000. Not a bad start, huh? Check out this other niche creator. She's a young mom of 5 who talks about motherhood. This is one of the most powerful audiences you're going to find because her followers have a common trait with her, a child, okay? And for most moms, their kid is the central part of their life. So seeing a person talk to them from mom to mom creates an insanely strong bond over such an important topic for them. How easy do you think it would be for you to sell a digital product to her audience, showing her way of raising a child, how she educates them, her routine, how she deals with issues, etc.? Let me tell you, it will be really easy. Again, let's say you launch her digital product and you completely mess this up. Out of her 75,000 followers, you get 99.5% of them to ignore her digital product and 0.5% of them to buy at $197. That would be 375 sales of $197, which equals $73,875. Now, let's say you weren't able to negotiate the best deal with her, which, by the way, is totally fine. These things happen, and you only got 30% of the revenue. That's still $22,162. Now, take a look at these examples. They will expose you to how 90% of creators, even big ones, have simply no idea how to monetize their audience, okay, and how much of an opportunity they're missing out on. Take a look at the Spanish chef with over 500,000 Instagram followers. Every week, she posts recipes that make people drool. And when you read the comments, you see everywhere, I need this recipe. Do you have classes? Where can I find your cookbook? And what does she sell? Nothing. She has 0 digital products in a niche where people happily pay hundreds of dollars for a simple recipe. She's easily missing out on $200,000 per year. Let me show you. Let's consider here that only 1 out of 100 people buy a digital product you launch her. So out of 500,000 followers, that would equal 5,000 sales of her digital product. Let's say we price it at $75, which is very cheap for a product that has the face of an expert this big. 5,000 sales at $75, that is $375,000 in revenue over the course of a year. Our users inside Monetize usually negotiate a 50-50 split of the total revenue to launch the digital product for an expert, which means that in this case, you would have gone paid 50% of this $375,000. That is $187,500 for a single digital product that you would have had to launch once, which you will create by basically organizing recipes that she's already shared. So when you see someone like this with 500,000 followers, people literally begging in the comments for an offer that doesn't exist, and you know for a fact that they are leaving $375,000 on the table every year simply because they don't have a digital product, do you then see how massive the opportunity is for someone like you to step in and help them monetize their existing audience simply by organizing content they've already created and packaging it into a digital product format? Do you see how all that is missing is someone with the systems to actually bridge that gap? And this, by the way, is not a one-off example. I have found dozens of them in 5 minutes of research, okay? And I will tell you in a minute exactly what to look out for on their profiles to know if they have high profit potential. Take a look at this dog with 404,000 followers, okay? I don't know if you know this, but the US pet industry will move $157 billion with a B in 2025, okay? $157 billion. That is bigger than the GDP of countries like Morocco or Dominican Republic. And this dog, with hundreds of thousands of followers, of pet-obsessed business owners following, pet owners following, you know how many products he has? 0, okay? Meanwhile, in the same niche, people are selling training guides for $47, brain training for dogs, even a 5-page canine meal plan PDF for $155, okay? There's some insane examples in this niche. There are even digital products selling dozens of units a day at $497. Something as simple as this ebook digital product can sell hundreds of thousands of dollars, okay? Think about it. Dice's followers aren't just fans of cute dogs. No, they're dog owners. They're spending an average of $2,000 a year just on their pets. They would buy anything that makes their dog's life better? Do you see how having 404,000 followers on an account like this, but nothing to sell, is like owning a store on Fifth Avenue and keeping the doors locked? The owner is sitting on a slice of this $100 billion plus year industry while thinking, oh, it's just a dog with an Instagram page. Now look at this crazy example. 1.9 million followers in his personal development, motivation, and life philosophy space. What does she sell? A physical book on Amazon for $9. $9, okay, to 1.9 million people. And that is like having a stadium packed with fans, and the only thing you have to sell is water for 50 cents a bottle. In this niche, digital products sell for $297, $497, even $997. So let's say you partner up with her and launch a digital product. And let's say you completely mess this up. You implement the steps that I've taught you all in the wrong order. You have the wrong packaging for your product, and your page script sucks. So instead of selling 1 out of every 100, you end up only selling 1 out of every 1,000, okay? 10x worse than average. That means that 99.9% of her followers can ignore your digital product. By selling to every 1 out of 1,000 in her followers, that's still 1,900 sales, which amounts to $570,000 in profit. Even if you take a 30% cut on that instead of our standard 50%, that is still $171,000 clean straight to your bank account. Again, for structuring the wisdom that she's already sharing. Do you see how insane this opportunity is for someone like you to step in and help them monetize their existing audience with a digital product? Can you imagine how many experts like this are out there right now sitting on gold mines of engaged audiences, just missing someone to help them turn that into a profitable digital product? Again, each type of creator you get to deal with has its advantages, okay? If you partner with a bigger creator, you make a lot of sales because there are more eyeballs towards them. But if you partner with smaller creators, you can also make a solid paycheck because they usually sell more for each 100 people in their followers due to their audience feeling more connected to them and them having this whole sense of tribe, okay? Now, here's a very pro tip for finding creators with high profit potential on Instagram. You simply start looking on Reels and clicking on profiles. You can even search for specific topics, gardening, philosophy, home repair, and take a look at the profiles from the first ones that pop up. What you're looking out for here is for profiles with either a contact email on their bio or any mention of collabs. That is the secret. If they have email for collabs or business inquiries in their bio, they're probably missing out on hundreds of thousands of dollars. Why? Because if they have that email there, it means that they don't have their own product to sell. They are surviving off brand collaborations, sponsorships, basically the crumbs. Another great tell is if they have links to products that are not theirs, like products on Amazon, for example. That is called an affiliate link, and they basically get a small 5 to 10% commission from the sales from people who buy through their link. This means that they're already willing to promote products to their audience, and in this case, they're getting paid a very, 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 very tiny percentage of the money that they actually bring to those businesses. Remember, back in episode 3 when I talked about the hope marketing approach, that is exactly what they're doing, hoping some brand will throw them $500 for a post. But here's the beautiful part for you. If they have their email there, they are expecting you to contact them about potential partnerships. They are literally advertising that they are open for business opportunities. So when you reach out about your shadow operator proposal, they're going to be very receptive. You are not cold messaging someone random. You are responding to their invitation to discuss partnerships. It's like them basically saying it's basically like them having a help wanted sign without even knowing it. And I know at this point, you're probably wondering, Eman, if all this opportunity is so obvious, why don't these creators just do it themselves? Why would they need me in order to do this for them? And the answer is very simple. Creating content and creating profitable digital products are completely different skill sets, okay? It's like knowing how to drive a car versus knowing how to build one, completely different. And do you know why? I see 4 main reasons that create this giant barrier for them. First, creators are masters of entertaining, okay? They know how to make you laugh and feel motivated. They know how to hold your attention for hours. They know how to create niche-specific content. But developing a product that sells, synthesizing knowledge into a digital product, putting together a monetization system, that is a whole different universe. A universe that you are now not only very familiar with after spending the last 5 days together on this challenge, but you're already in the top 1% of it just with the knowledge that you've acquired thus far. Now, the second reason is they're completely unaware of monetization strategies. The 3-step monetization process you learned in this challenge, the AI synthesization system I shared with you, tools like Ghostwriter OS that can create your entire page script on its own. To them, these don't even exist, okay? It's like trying to solve an equation without knowing there's a formula. And not only do we know the formula, but you also have a calculator to do all the hard work for you. That is the AI tools. Again, most of them don't even know it's possible to monetize beyond sponsorships and ads. They are doing their best. They just don't know any better. Now you might be saying, but Iman, surely some of these niche experts or influencers must have at least tried to sell something, right? Some have, but that's when we hit the third reason. And to be honest, it's very, very brutal. On the rare occasion when they try to create something, bam, they crash into technical complexity. How do you create a successful page script? They have no clue. How do you process payments? Not a chance. How do you deliver the product? Total mystery. Automating this process, they don't even know it's possible. Tools like that are simple for tools that are simple for you, like WAP and Synthesize, sound like Egyptian hieroglyphics to them. Okay, it's like handing a smartphone to someone in the 1850s. They don't know where to even get started with this. You do. And now we get into the fourth reason, which I believe is the most important of all. Most creators, quite frankly, are broke. 90% of them don't even have the money you assume that they do when you look at their follower count. And I can talk about that with authority, okay? I'm a creator myself. I run my own agency helping creators monetize with digital products. And I've met and personally talked to and given advice to thousands of creators just like myself. I mean, just think about it. How do they make their money? It's the hope marketing approach that we mentioned, right? Praying that a new sponsor will contact them and offer them money this week. If no sponsors offer them money, they simply don't make any income, okay? The average creator with 100,000 followers, they make less than minimum wage. Can you understand how desperate these creators are for someone who actually knows how to turn their audience into sustainable revenue? They have mastered content creation, but they are completely lost when it comes to monetization, which is exactly where your knowledge becomes invaluable to them. So when we're faced with all those facts, we come to a natural conclusion. Why on earth would you spend years building an audience from scratch when there are thousands of people who have already done the work for you? Why compete when you can collaborate? I mean, think about the logic for a second. On one side, you have creators with massive audiences, but zero ability to monetize. On the other side, you have the exact knowledge of how to monetize, but no audience. It is like one has the lock and the other one has the key. Separated, both are stuck, but together they open the vault. And this is what we are proposing here. This is what being a shadow operator means. But here's the critical question. How do you structure this partnership so both sides win? Because this is where most people would mess up. They would either give away too much and resent it later, or they would ask for too much and get rejected instantly. And that is why step 2 of our method is crucial. How to structure this partnership in a way you can make truckloads of money while staying completely in the shadows. The mindset you need to approach this from is that there's no point in time, is that at no point in this time are you taking anything away from the other party. And that's very important for you to understand. This partnership is about creating value where none previously existed, okay? The creator keeps doing what they love, creating content, showing up and entertaining, while you do what they can't. That is structuring products and implementing systems. You already have the exact tools you need to do that. The result, both make far more than they ever could alone, and their audience gets the very thing they were already asking for. It is genuinely a win-win-win situation. And the best part, selling to an audience that already trusts the creator is infinitely easier than selling to strangers. When the product has their face, their voice, and their name, their audience doesn't question it. They buy, even if the product page is kind of clunky, even if the product script is not the best, even if you make a bunch of mistakes along the way. As long as you offer them something, a lot of them will buy, okay? Because when you're hungry, you don't care if someone offers you a sandwich or a steak, you just eat it. And that is where their audience is coming from. Now, most people don't know this, but the shadow operator model, where someone is the face of the brand while the shadow operator acts behind the scenes, has been around in other industry for decades. I mean, just think about it. Artists have record labels behind them. Actors have producers behind them. Sports players have agents behind them. Book authors have publishers behind them. And here comes the part that you probably don't know. And when you do, it will change your perspective forever. It's not just that this model works. It's that historically, the shadow operators earn just as much, if not sometimes even more than the stars. In the music industry, we have Max Martin. Now, you probably don't know who that is, and that's exactly the point. He is the legendary Swedish producer behind the biggest hits of the last decade. Media literally refers to him as the invisible man behind some of the biggest stars. His net worth estimated at $400 million. Martin has worked with Taylor Swift, Britney Spears, Ariana Grande, The Weeknd. He has 27 #1 Billboard Hot 100 songs to his name, but he hardly shows his face anywhere. He doesn't even have a social media. Okay, that is a true shadow operator. He charges over $100,000 upfront per song plus eternal royalties. I mean, think about that. While Taylor Swift sweats on stage, deals with paparazzi, and lives under constant pressure, Martin is at home in Sweden cashing royalty checks, okay? Every time Shake It Off plays on the radio, Martin gets paid. Every stream of Blank Space on Spotify, Martin gets paid. Every commercial use of Can't Feel My Face, Martin gets paid, okay? In 2016 alone, he pulled in over $54 million. He never set foot on stage. He never dealt with fans. 99% of people don't even know who he is, and yet he is richer than 99% of the artists who made the songs famous. And that's exactly what we're doing here through digital products with creators. But it doesn't stop there, okay? Record labels, the picture gets even clearer. In some cases, they keep 85 to 95% of revenue until recouping their investment. After that, they still hold 50 to 60% of everything, depending on the artist that they're dealing with. In publishing, it's the same story. Penguin Random House, HarperCollins, billions in annual revenue. The publishers make more than the very authors that they publish. Do you see the pattern here? No matter the industry, music, literature, film, sports, like you've just seen, the shadow operator almost always makes as much as the visible star. And while this model has dominated traditional industries for decades, in the online world, people are just now starting to catch up, which means right now, today, you have the opportunity to be one of the first shadow operators in a market already worth hundreds of billions of dollars. In fact, the creator economy is already bigger than the music industry we were just talking about, by large amounts, by the way, okay? Let me paint the picture for you to understand how much money there is to make with creators. Let this circle represent $1 million. This is what $10 million would look like. This is what $100 million would look like. This is what $1 billion would look like. The creator economy is currently a $250 billion industry. Okay, that is 250 times this number, and is projected to double to $480 billion by 2028. Just for comparison, by the way, the film and television industry is at $250 billion, including TV and streaming platforms. The fashion retail industry is at $400 billion. Global sports industry is at $500 billion. So by 2028, creators will be making as much as the entire global sport industry. And right now, you have the chance to establish yourself as one of the pioneers in this digital creator space. Doesn't this look exactly like the kind of ground floor opportunity that creates a generational wealth for those who act early? So let me show you exactly how this works in the digital product world, and how you can sell products with someone else's face on the front while you stay behind your computer completely in the shadows, just getting paid the royalties. Remember Max Martin, the guy I mentioned? Taylor Swift goes on stage. She sings to 70,000 people, sweats for 3 hours. Max Martin, he's at home in Sweden, but every time Shake It Off plays, he gets paid. She takes the fame, he takes a fortune. In the world of digital products, it works exactly the same. The niche creator is Taylor Swift, the face, the voice, the brand. You are Max Martin, the product, the system, the money machine. Let me be specific about how this works. You create the product for the influencer with their name, their face, and they are and you are the invisible architect. Okay, they are the visible owner. To do that, you take everything you've learned in the past 5 days, the AI framework, the product structure, the delivery system, and instead of applying it to yourself, you apply it to a creator who already has 20, 30, 50, 100K, 500K, even 1 million followers. It works across the entire spectrum. But here is the twist that nobody realizes. In this partnership, you have more power than you think. Why? You see, the creator might have 500,000 followers, but without you, they're still broke. They need you to turn attention into money. You, on the other hand, you get to choose amongst thousands and thousands and thousands of creators desperate for monetization. It's like being the only doctor in a sick town. You decide who to treat. And the most liberating part, total anonymity if you want. While they reply to comments and maintain their public image, you are wherever you want without having any public pressure on your shoulders. It's like being a ghostwriter for digital products, okay? And by the way, guess why our software is called Ghostwriter? But instead of getting a one-time fee per project, you keep upwards of 50% of all sales forever. And this is exactly what my co-host Jason, okay, does and has been doing for almost 2 decades plus. He makes his money by partnering with creators and helping them launch their digital products. He is a shadow operator. This is the ultimate strategy for making money online without showing your face. But here's what everyone wants to know. How do you actually get started with this shadow operator model? And that brings us to step 3 of our method, how to profit 90 days of income from a single partnership. I'm about to show you the exact math that makes this possible and how one conversation can replace 3 months of your current salary. So let me cut straight to the chase and go straight to the math. Let's start with a conservative number, 50,000 in digital product sales. Sounds like a lot. Well, it's not really as unachievable as most people think. And let me show you. If you create a $97 product, low ticket, easy to sell, you just need 500 sales to make $48,500. If you partner up with a niche creator who has 100,000 followers, for example, that is only 0.5% of their audience, meaning 99.5% of people can completely ignore the product and you still make $50,000 in this example. Do you think that it's really that difficult to create something that 99.5% of people can ignore? Exactly. It's actually very simple. And in this case, even if 99.5% of people completely ignore the product, that is still $50,000 in sales split 50-50 with the creator, $25,000 for you, $25,000 from one partnership. If right now you make $8,000 a month today, that is 3 months of salary. If you make $5,000 a month, that's 5 months of work. If you make $2,000 a month, that's over a year worth of salary, all from work that takes around 30 days to execute. And it's not even 30 days of 8-hour shifts. It's 2 to 3 hours per day of focused work. Do you think you can find 2 to 3 hours a day to make an extra $25,000? I bet we can all move things around to make it work, even if it's on the weekends. Now, how can we do this in such little time? Because Synthesize AI turns the creator's content into a product for you. What would take weeks gets done in hours. Ghostwriter OS writes the entire script of your product page. Walt processes payments and delivers everything automatically with zero manual work. All you need to do is set up your product on Walt once, which takes around 30 to 40 minutes. The creator is the one recording the videos and promoting, or even simply just putting their name on the digital product if it's a PDF. You just orchestrate the process. You don't carry the weight. And by the way, this product doesn't stop selling after the first month, okay? The creator keeps promoting because it's making them more money than anything else that they could ever promote. Let me run you through a hypothetical situation here, okay? Month one, you launch $50,000, your cut is $25,000. Month two, another $5,000 in recurring sales, so your cut is $2,500. Month three, another $4,000, your cut is $2,000. Month six, still bringing in a respectable $2,000 to $3,000 a month, your cut is $1,000 to $1,500. Over a year, that initial $25,000 can easily turn into $40,000 or $50,000, okay? From one product, from one partnership, from 30 days of work. It is money that keeps coming in while you're already working on the next partnership. Now multiply that. Partnership 1 in January, $25K upfront plus recurring. Partnership 2 in March, $30K upfront plus recurring. Partnership 3 in May, $35K upfront plus recurring. By the year's end, you have $100K just from 3 partnerships when executed properly. But let's not get ahead of ourselves here, okay? I want to show you what's possible. The truth is, you don't need 3 partnerships. You just need one. You are just one partnership away from completely changing your financial situation and becoming an ungovernable individual. Which brings us to step 4 of our method, the 1 Yes strategy to close one partnership that can completely change your life. This is the simplest, most powerful strategy that you will learn today. Now, what I'm going to tell you to do next is a bit of a caveman approach, okay? And most people are simply not willing to do the work to get to that 1 Yes that could completely change their lives. So let me ask you something. If you want to get one creator partnership like these, would you be willing to reach out to 100 creators, okay? Because most people won't, and that's because most people would rather be right than rich. They would rather protect their ego from rejection than risk it all for wealth. But what about you, okay? If you had to choose right or rich, what would you pick? Here's the reality. You don't know what a creator will say until you ask. And if 9 of them say no for every one that says yes, congratulations. You're still going to be rich, okay? As you've seen, now 1 Yes can generate $50,000. Your cut is $25,000. And that is one of the most conservative examples that we've gone through today. From 100 messages, even 99 rejections, you still made $250 per message sent, okay? So are you willing to put in the work to get that 1 Yes, especially if we can arm you with proven scripts, vetted tools, and time-tested techniques to get you there more easily? Because if you aren't willing to do the outreach, your financial future will remain uncertain. You're going to stay exactly where you are right now. Same income, same frustration, same dreams deferred. But if you are willing to do the work, look at the ripple effect that you can create. 1 Yes, okay? After 100 messages, you close your first partnership and help them launch their first digital product. And now it becomes 10 times easier for you to partner up with the next creator because you now have a success case with real numbers and solid social proof. So you can now just message them saying, hey, I generated $50,000 for this person. I can do the same for you. How much easier do you think that would make it for you to get your next yes? At this point, it becomes like playing a video game with cheat codes on. And you eventually get to a point where you don't even need to reach out anymore. Creators come to you saying, I saw your results. Do you have time to talk? The 1 Yes strategy becomes an attraction machine. It's exactly how Max Martin built his empire. He applied the 1 Yes strategy with the Backstreet Boys, okay? That yes then led him to Britney Spears, which led to Taylor Swift, okay? Who today pays him $100,000 per song plus royalties, which makes this number go into the millions per song. And it all started with 1 Yes he fought to get. The genius of the 1 Yes strategy is its simplicity, okay? It's not about quantity, it's about quality. It's not about having many, it's about having the one that matters, okay? One partner, one product, one income stream that changes everything. And when you get that first yes, and when that becomes a case study, the second yes becomes 10 times easier. Then the third yes comes on its own. The 1 Yes strategy doesn't just build a business, it builds an unstoppable domino effect. Now, You might be saying, all right, Eman, you've convinced me, but how do I actually get started? Well, we already went through the 4 steps of the shadow operator method. So let's do a quick recap here. Step number 1 is identify creators with an audience but no products. This is easier than you think. 95% of creators with 50,000 followers don't even have their own product. They survive on miserable $100 to $200 sponsorships, AdSense that pays crumbs, and affiliate deals with 5% commissions. There are literally millions and millions of creators sitting on gold mines without even knowing how to extract the gold. You open Instagram, YouTube, TikTok, you look for creators in the niche that you choose, and within 30 minutes, you're gonna have a list of 50 perfectly qualified creators. The signs are obvious, tons of engagement, but a Linktree link in bio with nothing to sell. Comments showing clear buying intent, and the typical, oh, collab emails in a bio that I mentioned earlier. It's like seeing people dying of thirst next to a well, okay? You just need to show them where the water is. Step number 2, how to structure your partnerships to make truckloads of money. On this step, you discover the ultimate strategy to make money without showing your face, and structure your deals in a way where instead of getting a one-time fee per project, you keep 50% of all sales forever. You discovered how Max Martin took this exact same shadow operator approach in the music industry to accumulate a net worth of over $400 million. You saw how this creator economy is going to double to 480 billion by 2028, which means that right now, today, you have the opportunity to be one of the first shadow operators in a market already bigger than the music industry. And all you need to do to get started is to take everything you've learned in the past 5 days, the AI framework, the product structure, the delivery system, and instead of applying it to yourself, you apply it to a creator who already has 20, 30, 50, 100, 500K, or even 1 million followers. And finally, you learn how to have more power than the creator in this partnership. Why? Because you're not asking for money. You're offering them money, okay? You're not selling, you're proposing a partnership. You're not taking, you're actually giving, okay? It is the difference between asking someone for a loan versus offering to split a treasure that you just found. You learn how to profit 90 days of income from a single partnership and discovered my 1 yes strategy to kick this off. And you now understand that you are only 1 yes away from living the life that you have always wanted and becoming an ungovernable individual. All you need to do is choose whether you want to be right or you want to be rich. Now, for you to succeed with this step, you need to know how to approach creators and niche experts the right way. And there are a few specific aspects you need to get right here so you come across as an authority who can help them rather than someone desperate for work. Get this wrong and the effectiveness of your outreach goes downhill. I just gave you the 5-minute overview of how to do it, but I could talk about outreach and approaching creators and experts for 12 hours on end because I've been on both sides of it in my career, okay? First, as a service provider who acts as a shadow operator. Now, if you guys don't know, that's actually how I started making significant amounts of money online. I had an agency for 6 years, which is kind of the less evolved version of this. This is the 2025, 2026, rest of this decade evolved version. Now, at first, I was helping local businesses with ads, and then I started helping online creators create and launch their own digital products. My first client that I got specifically for this was right at the beginning of 2018. And second, I am also a creator myself that gets approached dozens of times a day by service providers who wanted to work with me. So I know exactly what works and what doesn't better than anyone else in the industry. Hence, I can talk about outreach and creator partnerships for literally 12 hours on end. In fact, that's exactly what I did around a year ago back when I created Agency Accelerator. For years, I taught people how to build agencies from scratch. And inside of Agency Accelerator, I reveal my exact strategy on how to approach business owners and get them to pay you $1,000, $2,000, $5,000, even $10,000 a month in retainer. I mean, think about how difficult that is. Convincing a complete stranger to pay you $5,000 every single month. And yet, my students did it consistently, not a few dozen, but thousands of them. Check out Miller here as an example, waking up to a $4,000 invoice getting paid using the 1 yes strategy. Or Sergio, who used our exact outreach method to close 7 new clients in a single month and break the 20K a month mark. What about Sung? Take him as an example of what I said about the ripple effect you can experience after getting your first yes. His first deal was closed at $700, but the second one, $3,300, almost 5 times bigger. This is literally the program with the most success cases in this industry, with lots of our students getting to 10, 20, 30, onwards, 1,000 a month, following the exact same yes strategy I've briefly walked you through today. Now, think about this. If this system worked to charge strangers $2,000, $5,000, $10,000 a month, imagine how much easier it is when you're offering them the chance to make $10,000, $25,000, even $50,000, okay? The psychology is the same, the approach is the same, and the techniques are the same, but instead of asking for money, hey, can you give me X amount of retainer a month? Now, obviously, you're giving me this retainer a month because I'm making you substantially more from that, but with this, you don't even need any money up front. You're offering them money, okay? You're offering to monetize them. The same scripts that convince people to pay now convince them to partner up, okay? The same framework that closed 5 and 6-figure clients now closes profitable partnerships. And here's where it gets very interesting. Over 20,000 people have paid $995 to get access to Agency Accelerator over the years. These exact scripts, these proven templates, this entire system, okay? Now I'm going to talk more about this in detail in just a second. Now, here's the genius twist that closes the loop. Everything you learned in the past 5 days about creating products with AI, that's exactly what you're going to use here. Same tools, same process, same framework. The only difference, instead of creating it for yourself, you create it for the creator, okay? Remember Synthesize AI I showed you on day 2? When I noticed that people were taking this approach of using Synthesize as a shadow operator to create digital products for other people, I asked my team to develop an exclusive module just for this use case, okay? The way it works is very simple. Instead of sorting through thousands of articles that are publicly available, you just link all of the content from the creator that you're working with, and Synthesize will develop the product from that content instead. Take all of their YouTube videos, Instagram posts, TikToks, and feed it all into the shadow operator module inside of Synthesize. Synthesize will then extract their knowledge, organize it into modules, and create their digital product based entirely on their expertise. And that's how 30 days of manual work becomes 3 hours of AI supervision. Everything I showed you about monetization strategies with our Ghostwriter OS tool, it's the same process, okay? AI writes the product page, the scripts, even the posts and stories to give the creator so they know what to say when promoting the product if you want to. And you can upload a transcript of one of their videos to Ghostwriter OS. That way it literally writes in their own voice already. So every script it develops will naturally sound exactly like them. You are not inventing anything new. You are just applying the same formula that I have taught you. And the WAP delivery tools, same thing. Okay, upload the product, payment system, and automatic delivery. The customer buys, gets access, and you and the creator get paid. It's like you spent the last 5 days learning how to cook, and now you realize you can cook in someone else's kitchen using their ingredients and make as much profit as a big chain restaurant. And the best part, the more you do it, the easier it gets. The first product might take you 3 days to create. The second product will then take you 2 days. The third product, you're doing it in less than a day. The way we teach our users is that they should complete the product development process in one sitting. You sit down, you go through the Synthesize AI flow, and you only get up when your product is done. Every successful product is proof. Every proof opens bigger doors. Every bigger door leads to bigger checks. And it all starts with the same framework from days 1 to 5, leveraging someone else's audience without ever showing your face. Now, I'm going to be completely transparent with you about something important. This model works. The numbers don't lie, and the logic is solid, but there's one real challenge that separates those who succeed from those who quit: getting that first yes. Let me be honest with you, okay? It's tough. You're going to send dozens of messages before you get that first positive reply, maybe 50, maybe 80, maybe more. Why? Simple. In the beginning, you're a stranger sliding into someone's DM with a proposal that sounds too good to be true. Hey, you don't know me, but I'm going to make you 50K. Even if it is true, which like it actually is, it might sound too good to be true, okay? That's the craziest part. You're just another message in their crowded inbox. And here's where most people make the fatal mistake. They send 20 generic messages, get 20 no's, and quit. Oh, it doesn't work. But it's not that it doesn't work. It's that they're shooting in the dark without a strategy. Okay, it's like trying to open a lock with the wrong key and concluding, oh, the door just doesn't open. Okay, the difference between spending 6 months trying to land the first yes and getting in a few weeks isn't luck, it's method. It's knowing what to say in order to get a yes, okay? How to get the most responses, how to get them excited to want to work with you, when to follow up if you are really interested in working with a person. Details matter. The more you get them right, the more deals you get. So you can learn to do this through trial and error. Send 2,000 messages, test 50 different approaches, figure out what works after months, or you can skip that painful learning curve, use what's already been tested, refined, proven, because here's the truth. The first yes isn't about if it's going to happen. It's about when it's going to happen. And how fast that when depends entirely on whether or not you have the right strategy. And that is why I'm about to offer you, or what I'm about to offer you, is a huge unfair advantage that allows you to land that very first yes much sooner than you would have expected, and do exactly like Vaclav, who literally quit his job as an Uber Eats biker after applying our systems and started making $57,000 per month. Or Svetstin, who after signing 4 new clients in the previous month, closed an $8,000 deal using our sales scripts. We also have Callum, who closed his very first client in a matter of 2 short weeks. Now, to be clear with you, that's not normal, okay? For most people, it takes a few weeks to get that first yes, but that's fine because once you get it, everything starts becoming 10 times easier. Everything these guys applied, I reveal and break down in excruciating detail inside of Agency Accelerator. It is the difference between spending 6 months trying to get your first yes and risking potentially giving up before you ever get it, and getting it in a matter of weeks. Every single success case that I've shared during this session was from someone inside of Agency Accelerator who got that result following what we teach inside of the program. And today, for everyone who joins Monetize, before this session ends, and only before this session ends, you get the entire Agency Accelerator program absolutely free. And just remember, this is the same Agency Accelerator that over 20,000 people paid $995 to access. And that is my $995 gift for you today. But here is what you need to understand. Agency Accelerator is not actually available for purchase anywhere. We don't sell it anymore. Not for $995, not for $19.95, not for any price, okay? The only way you can get it is right here, right now, as a bonus, as a free bonus for taking action during this live. You see, the only reason I'm making this available to you is because I'm seeing people actively use this strategy right now and being very successful with it. And I know that potentially the only thing stopping you from giving a shot at digital products is the fact that maybe you don't want to create your own product, and that's fine. Maybe you don't want to have that pressure on your shoulders of having to attach your name and your reputation to a product that's public facing. And I completely get that. So with this strategy that I shared with you today, you can still enjoy the insane potential of digital products while staying completely behind the scenes. And the combination between our system inside Monetize and the outreach strategies taught inside of Agency Accelerator will give you a competitive advantage that no one else in this industry has. However, Agency Accelerator is a very valuable program that I've taken out of the market to keep it restricted only for my legacy students who took action on it. Out of respect for them, I don't want to make this available publicly for too long. It is very, very, very valuable content, and they deserve insider access to it because they were the first ones to join. So I'm opening up a quick exception here for you today. And that is why if you try joining Monetize even 5 seconds after I end today's stream, you won't get it, okay? So when you understand this part, let me show you exactly what you will get inside of Agency Accelerator. First, you get the complete step-by-step outreach system. This isn't just scripts, it's a complete outreach system, okay? It first shows you where to find the right prospects, then how to craft your message for maximum responses. That includes my exact message scripts that have been tested thousands of times, as well as the right way to approach them without seeming desperate or salesy. Critical mistakes to avoid that kill your chances instantly. How to execute follow-up that gets responses without being annoying. Every single detail is mapped out so you are never guessing. After implementing this system, you will be able to apply the same strategies that have convinced CEOs to pay $2,000 to students like Rohan, or a fitness influencer with 130,000 followers to pay $5,800 upfront plus 10% of revenue to Yakub. As he says himself, with this system, you are only 5 to 10 no's away from your next big payday. What about $11,600 in a single deal Elias was able to get using our outreach methods? Or even more impressive, weeks later, getting him a $20,000 deal. Every single strategy that our students use to get all these results convinces creators to partner with you. Second, we have the closing framework that turns maybes into yeses. We show in excruciating detail the process of closing a deal from very first contact to the final yes. Every single detail is covered so you're never left guessing what to do. We include dozens of hours of me on actual sales calls closing clients, okay? So you know exactly how to approach each one of these conversations. Most importantly, you get my exact sales scripts that I've used and refined for years, responsible for generating millions in sales. When to push, when to pull back, how to handle every objection, and most importantly, you get all my onboarding system so you know exactly what to do after you close the deal, which is the part that actually most people overlook and get stuck with. Third is the partnership structure template. Okay, we break down exactly how to structure these partnerships with examples of how I structure my deals with my own clients, access to the exact agreements and contract templates to establish clear terms and guarantee a healthy and profitable relationship for your partnerships with creators. Everything is structured so that way the creator keeps promoting, because that way they can keep earning. No confusion, no disputes, just clean partnerships. These three components work together to create a complete system. So here's what you're going to get. Agency Accelerator, which teaches you how to close 4- and 5-figure partnerships. My proven sales scripts for closing 5-figure partnerships. My exact contracts, agreements, and billing structures to guarantee your partnerships are structured smoothly for both you and the creator. As I already said, Agency Accelerator alone will cost $995, and you can't even get it for this price anymore because I've taken it off market. But today, you get it at no extra cost when joining monetize. Okay, now remember, this is a presentation only bonus. When this session ends, so does this offer. And in the case that you don't remember, let me show you everything else you get inside Monetize when you enroll today. Inside Monetize, you're going to get our four-step AI powered system to create digital products, which I've taught over the space of the last week. Just with this system alone, you can create and launch a digital product for creators as a shadow operator in just a few hours. Then you get Synthesize AI 3.0 for a full year. This is the world's most powerful digital product creation engine. And specifically for those who join today, I'm going to give you an exclusive access to our secret shadow operator module inside of Synthesize AI. This allows you to bypass the typical synthesis process and instead feed Synthesize with all of the content from your creator. So that way you can create a digital product personalized specifically for your specific case. You get Digital Product Formula. This is our step-by-step implementation training that's going to walk you through the 4 steps of creating and launching a digital product, developing the product, monetizing it, delivering, and scaling. So that way, you never have to worry, oh, what do I have to do next? Because everything is mapped out for you. Remember, this process is the exact same regardless of whether you're creating a product for yourself or for a creator. It's like having me as your personal trainer, but instead of building muscle, we are building your financial future. So can you follow simple instructions? If you can, then you have all it takes to make this work, okay? And I know some of you guys are now wondering, but if I take the shadow operator approach, do I still compete for the $350,000 in prizes for the Monetize Mania? And the answer is yes. Okay. In fact, there's a lot of people on WAP and Monetize making money as shadow operators, some of which actually ended up on the Monetize Mania leaderboard. They were the ones leading this new approach. So if you take this approach 100%, you do qualify. In case you don't remember, these are the prizes we're giving to our top 10 spots. Okay. When you join Monetize today, you will also get a list of 100 profitable niches already validated and ready to explore. This is the best way to find untapped creators who have dozens of thousands of dollars in pent up demand that's trapped in their audiences. You get Ghostwriter OS, which will be a major component of your partnership. Okay, so that way you can develop all the content of the product pages and page scripts for your partnerships without you having to learn how to write sales copy yourself. You get 52 weeks of live weekly coaching with me and my team, which by the way is huge for shadow operators because every week you can bring your specific partnership challenges, get scripts reviewed, troubleshoot creator relationships, and get real-time guidance on closing deals. Exclusive community with thousands of people applying the same model. Then even with all that, if you still don't achieve your first sale, we have another safety net for you, the perfect product insurance policy, okay? If you don't make your first digital product sale within 60 days of joining Monetize, my personal team will step in and perform a complete diagnostic review of your digital product and monetization strategy. We'll examine every detail, your unique value zone, your product packaging and format, your pricing strategy, your monetization strategy. Then we will deliver a personalized action plan telling you exactly what needs to change for you to get your first sale. This way, even if you do everything wrong, you can still find success because our team will personally help you. This way, you don't even need to trust yourself on getting things right. No. You just need to trust our team. The same team, by the way, that services our $25,000, $100,000, even $250,000 clients at consultant.com, our consulting firm. Don't you think that with a team like this, you are way more likely to achieve success, even if you do the wrong things? So if that's true, you don't have anything to worry about. They will be in the exact same place. They will be in the exact same place a year from now. Okay. Now, later today, we're going to have a very, very, very special guest joining us. He is someone who has used this exact same shadow operator model to make $426,000 in a month, okay? He took his very first creator partnership to $87,000 a month in just 60 days. So he is very experienced with this strategy. His name is Eddie Cumberbatch, and later he'll come in here and talk a little bit about his story and the way he operates. Now, he's also offering a very special bonus to all of you guys who join Monetize today. Okay, we can go over that a little bit more in detail later once you get to know Eddie. But just to give you a quick 30-second brief overview, Eddie has a program where he reveals the exact 50-50 partnership framework he used to generate $263,000 in his first year. His complete DM scripts that close real creator deals, including recordings of the actual conversation with the creators. He'll show you how to create an irresistible offer for your creators, how to identify ideal creator partners, educational niches, and he'll also share his unique monetization system to help creators sell their digital products to their audience effectively. Just so you understand, over 2,000 people have paid Eddie $697 for this program, and you get access to it at no extra cost when you join Monetize today. And this program specifically is also only available if you join until the end of today's session, just like Agency Accelerator. All of that is worth over $10,000 in real actual value. Your investment to get everything inside Monetize is only $1,995. Plus Agency Accelerator, which is worth $995, is completely free, but only if you join before this live ends. Here is how to secure everything right now. Look at the chat. There's a link pinned at the top. Click that link. Complete your Monetize enrollment. Agency Accelerator gets added automatically, and that's it. 3 clicks and you save $995. But the second this live ends, that bonus disappears forever. Since January, Monetize has gone from $1,000 to $1,495 to $1,995 today. Every time we reopen, we increase the price. And based on our pattern, it's safe to assume that we will go far beyond $2,000 at this rate. Now, when will I open it again? I can tell you for a fact, it won't be this year, okay? I have no idea when it is. You just need to know that right now, when you're joining at the lowest price that it will ever be at, okay? And you will get, this is gonna be the lowest price. Now, as to when we reopen again, I can't tell you what the price is, but I can tell you it definitely won't be cheaper than it is today. And if you look at our pattern and our trajectory, it only seems to be getting more expensive. One partnership has the potential to pay for everything 2, 3, 5, even 10 times over, but only if you have the complete system. Monetize gives you the product creation tools. Agency Accelerator gives you the partnership scripts. Together, they give you everything. The link is in the chat right now. But remember, once this live ends, this opportunity ends with it. Making the right choice is the difference between having the complete treasure map or trying to figure out everything as to how to dig on your own. And by the way, speaking of treasure, while we're talking here, millions of creators are leaving fortunes on the table. The Spanish chef, the Rottweiler, the personal development lady, they are still waiting for someone like you. And 95% of creators have no idea that the shadow operator model even exists, okay? You are stepping into a completely untapped blue ocean market. And here is what you now have from the past 5 days. You have the complete AI framework, the tools, Synthesize, Ghostwriter, WAP, the business model blueprint with Agency Accelerator, the exact system that thousands of students have used to get CEOs paying them $2,000, $3,000, $5,000, even $10,000 a month, which you are now going to be able to use to your advantage to close profitable creator partnerships. It all starts with the action you take now. The only thing missing is your decision. And look, the fact here is 99% of people watching will do nothing. And that's not an exaggeration. It's the actual number. They're going to be in the exact same place a year from now. It is the 0.44 that will take action today, okay? So are you going to be a part of the masses, or are you going to be a part of the 0.44% club that is committed to becoming an ungovernable individual through the power of AI and digital products? Which one are you? You have gotten to the last day of our challenge here, and it is the last chance for you to make this decision. You're only one digital product away from the life that you have always dreamed of. And if you are ready to finally get that yes, it all starts with the action you take now. Click the link that I've dropped in a live chat right now. You're going to see this page, and when you click the button on it, you're going to be redirected to a secure checkout page. Choose the payment option that makes the most sense to you, and let's get started working on that first yes today. You're going to get instant access to Monetize and all of its bonuses directly inside of WAP. When you enroll through this link, Agency Accelerator will automatically be added to your account, and you're going to get instant access to it. You can literally start going through it right now. By the way, on top of all this, we have the most powerful guarantee ever created in this industry. This is a better than money back guarantee. Okay, it is a work with you until you win guarantee. Because the fact is, you don't need the money itself. $1,995 is not going to make or break your life situation. What you need is not money, but to learn how to create a monetization machine, a machine that prints money for you consistently on demand. Because once you have that, all of your problems get eradicated. And on Monetize, we work with you until you have that in place. It is simple. You have to 10x your investment inside of Monetize through your digital products, or we keep working with you until you do. Okay, we're never going to charge you another dollar for updates. We're going to keep coaching you. We're going to keep giving you new updates to the programs. We're going to keep supporting you until you hit that 10x investment mark. Okay, and we can offer this because we can verify all of the numbers. We can see everything through WAP. Every sale, every customer, every dollar, it is all tracked in our backend, which means we're not working on some honor system, okay, where you have to trust us about the results and vice versa. We can literally verify every number in real time, and that is why we can offer such a crazy guarantee, because we know this works, okay, and we can prove it's working for you. So really, you only have two options. You either succeed and make at least a 10x return on your investment, or we keep working with you until you do. And by the way, if finances are tight right now, we have financing plans available so you can break this down into payments that are more manageable. So just a reminder, this is everything you get today. Agency Accelerator and Creator Accelerator expire as bonuses as soon as I finish this webinar. And the enrollments for Monetize, by the way, officially close at 11:59 p.m. Eastern time tomorrow. That is it, okay? They close. After that, I don't know when I will open Monetize again. All I can say is that it will not be open in 2025. This year, it will never be available again, okay? So if you want to join, you might as well join right now and grab the 2 extra bonuses with you. So click the link below. You have all the info you need there. And if you have any trouble checking out, just a heads up, my team will personally message you through WhatsApp on the phone number you use on the checkout page. So with all that being said, it is now time for our final Q&A. We also have Eddie joining us in just a few minutes for his session. So just a heads up, if you leave, you are going to miss out on that, and they always get cut out. So yeah, if you leave at any point, unfortunately, you won't be able to see it. So without further ado, welcome back to our co-host, Jason.
Yo! Good stuff, Iman. Good job. Let's give it up for Iman. Just poured his heart and soul into this for the last 6 days here live at VIPs. I see you. A lot of you are still here rocking on the VIP as well. We did 7 sessions on VIPs. So next time, if we do one of these, you might want to consider being a VIP. We have 2 guests here today. We have Eddie, who we're going to bring on here very shortly. We also have a second guest, Fidel, who's very interesting as well. We're going to bring him on a little bit later. We have 2 exclusive bonuses, and you know how I roll. I like to stay on until we make sure everybody is ready to go. And if you're not ready to go, that's cool too, but we'll make sure you understand the full totality of the value that you're going to get here. Now, heads up on this, because all you've been asking me the last couple of days, I didn't have an answer for you. This goes offline completely tomorrow at 11:59 p.m. Eastern time. So the page, joiniman.com, it goes down. The ability for you to add this to a cart and check out goes away. It will not come back for the rest of the year. We have no scheduled time that we even have for next year where this will be open again. We don't ever know if we'll open this again. That is the God's honest truth, straight up from me to you. So tomorrow night is the last night. Now, if you're ready to sign up today, then of course you get the 2 extra bonuses that we just debuted in front of you here as well. You can wait until tomorrow if that makes more sense. But after tomorrow night, it closes. So it's getting down to the brass tacks. And this is always like bittersweet for me, Iman, because I love being here. And I love working with everybody, talking to them, and we get to reach everybody. But then we don't get to see each other for a very long time. So we love to enroll the people who are ready to enroll, because then we can work with you on the inside, which is where we spend most of our time with people that are ready to go and sign up and all of that. So just wanted to get the housekeeping out of the way. And shout out to everybody who stayed with us on 6 days. That is a major commitment. So let's take a second to honor that. You have invested in yourself with time to be here. And was it valuable? Like, just straight up, let me ask you right now, do you think you got a return on your time? Was this something that enlightened you of the last 6 days? Was there something in any day particular that resonated with you, that made you feel more confident, more competent, gave you possibility where maybe there wasn't before, gave you direction where perhaps you were lost previously? Was there something here that we gave freely and distributed to everybody on all 4 corners of the earth that you found that was useful to you? If so, let me know. Put it in the chat right there, because this is, we give it all for free. Like, we give you the whole plan for free and the map for free, and then if there's additional resources, which we invest significantly in, to allow you to be able to also get access to at a fraction, a very big fraction of what we invested to be in, then there's that option as well. But regardless, the number one goal and the intent, and I just want to clear the air for everybody here, Iman, and I think everybody got it. The reception that I've saw, because I read all the chats, because it helps me then lock in and know what to communicate to you, overwhelmingly positive as you possibly could be. So service first, and I think we nailed that. We gave you the whole plan, the whole roadmap, and then we have some tools that can help get you there faster. So I really do appreciate that. And shout out to all the people that are inside of Monetize. Like Truth Devourer just said, the tools inside there are awesome. It's so funny because Fidel here, he was a Monetize 1.0 member, so we're gonna talk to him about that as well. And Eddie, of course, who we're gonna bring on too. He's running this exact same operator playbook that we discussed here today. And, we gave you the main plan A on the first 5 days, but we know some people also like to either have a backup plan or an alternative route. Because for whatever reason, if they have, the alternative route, they can feel more comfortable. And so this is how we try to figure out, how do we get you to where you want to go and where we want you to go? And so we're going to bring up Eddie. So think about the questions you can ask him. We're going to bring up Fidel as well. Fidel, he's about to become a new father, which is great because I'm like, now I have somebody on my side. Like, I'm like, all right, cool. We got another dad coming up here. So we're going to bring him in as well. Yeah.
Amazing. Well, I appreciate all of you guys. It's funny. I was literally chatting with the team earlier. I think I have put together almost 4,000 slides. So guys, I tried every single moment. I genuinely tried my absolute best every single moment of this, past week to try to give it 100% of everything. But I will be honest, this has taken everything out of me and more. And I can say that the same for Jason. I mean, you guys have seen Jason is stuck on, for 4 or 5 hours a day at a time, while I'm like finishing up a presentation. I'm like, oh no, I want to add this thing, or I've been seeing this problem coming up in the chat. So let me add this thing to tomorrow's presentation. So like, I just want to say, especially just like looking at the chat now, I think you guys, especially here, are by far my favorite audience. Obviously, I don't get to look at the chat too much, while I'm presenting, but just looking at all the comments today and stuff like that, I just want to say that, you guys are absolute superstars. Like, I'm just seeing like, just like, when you can kind of like feel the energy of a room and feel the energy of like a chat, like I can tell you guys are, a bunch of very, very committed, smart folks. I mean, it shows that you guys are here all the way until the end, even though we didn't even announce this until a few days ago. We were at dinner on, what was the place called? The omakase place.
Hanu?
Yeah. And we were enjoying some food and the idea sprung to mind, so we got back to work. But love you guys, appreciate you, and I will empty this seat because it said there's 2 special guests. So appreciate you guys, and we'll see you soon.
Awesome. All right, strap in, boys and girls. Get the coffee going. I'm going to pop over here in this other seat so I can make way. 1 second. Ugh. And I hurt my back yesterday. I did the VIP session. I did an extra 2 hours on top of what Iman did yesterday. And I hurt my back getting out of the car. This is what happens when you get older. So you better stack your money up now. Here, I'll go center just for a second. I got some notes. I got some questions. I'm going to spend more time specifically answering questions. I do have my notes here with some of the questions already on screen. Because this is the last day that we can ask questions together. I catch a flight home to Los Angeles early tomorrow, Dubai time. And I have yet to pack as well because we've been focusing just on this. So I do have a bunch of questions. I will get to them. I just want to be aware that you see that I see you. And because this is a more intimate audience, and this is like one of my favorite things. So at the end, here's what happens. We typically will have 3 people that show up to this final event because we've been going day 6, really over an 8-day period, I think, in totality. And we've just been going at it. So typically 3 people emerge at the end. People who've already bought. There's an abnormally high number of people at these types of events when you do it right, who already bought, some of them on day 2, who are still showing up because there's so much value just in what we give for free. So if you've already signed up for Monetize, type in Monetize into the chat because people won't believe this. They'll be like, who would show up after they've already signed up? And it will blow your mind how many people who are here who have already signed up. And then we have a second group of people, just for whatever unfortunate reason, financially, it's impossible for you to sign up. And I just saw all the monetizers out of the corner of my eye there. Shout out to all of you. Love you. And, that's tough, and I get that, and so you can't sign up right now. So you can invest your time, which is a smart decision, and why you're here with us today. I just want to acknowledge that. I appreciate that. And then there's a third group of people, and there are those of you who are leaning towards a yes, but aren't quite there yet. And this is like, God, if I can get another 100 souls, that's how I always think about this, or another 50 souls, or another 150 souls, or maybe 200 souls. That's what I do it for. And this is a good lesson for all of you, is we do it for the people who we can impact. We don't do it for the people that we can impact. And you have to reach a lot of people to meet the few people that you can impact. Yeah. And VIPs, y'all get all the bonuses. We hook VIPs up. We make sure that the VIPs get taken care of. So you have all of those. So I'm going to blitz through a couple of the questions that we put down here real quick, and then I'm going to bring up our first guest, Eddie, who's a beast. I just met him tonight. Eddie was like, dude, I've studied your stuff. He's like, I've made a couple of million just with some of the stuff you've taught, Jason, on top of all the money that he's made from following Iman as well. It is a small world at the top, and I can't wait for you to experience that. So we're going to bring up Eddie, a really cool guy. Like I said, I just met him. And then a little bit later, we're going to bring up Fidel too. Does Monetize have affiliate marketing? He says, I do affiliate marketing. Once I get monetized, will I get an affiliate link to send all my followers? No, because Monetize goes off the air tomorrow night, literally 11:59 p.m. Eastern, Tuesday, October the 7th. This thing goes away, so there's no way you could promote it as an affiliate, even if you wanted to. I will tell you, though, you should get monetized 100% if you haven't even. I hope you've already signed up. Because if you've done affiliate marketing and adding digital products to the top of it, it is the game changer. I'm one of the most successful affiliate marketers on the planet. I still hold the record for biggest affiliate promotion. And the way we did that is with digital products. So I would highly recommend that for you here. Do existing customers receive these additional modules as I bought a few days ago? 100%. Here's the other thing that you need to know. Any new bonuses that we reveal that are presentation only bonuses, like the two that we have here today, if you've signed up the previous days, you already get those as well. So think about it. Those of you who signed up on day 2 of the challenge, you got the bonuses on day 2. And then guess what you found out? Day 3, you got extra bonuses that you weren't aware of. Day 4, you got extra bonuses you weren't aware of. Day 5, you got extra bonuses you weren't aware of. And now on day 6, you have extra bonuses that you weren't aware of. And these aren't like junky bonuses that were that were gathering dust in a corner somewhere that we pulled off and we put a little bit of lipstick on. These are really high value bonuses. If you added up the actual retail price on these bonuses, they would exceed what your investment is into Monetize at joiniman.com, which is one of the reasons why we have to make them limited, because they're so good they can't be made in perpetuity. We negotiate the best we can to make them available for a limited amount of time. This is awesome as well. This is a comment for Iman specifically from Rod. He says, this is the most over delivery I have ever seen. So shout out to you, Rod. I appreciate that. Is it just a VSL here again? Y'all, if you're not convinced that this is us live at this point and this is actually going down in real time, like I'm looking at my watch here, it says 10:26. I know we're probably not going to get that on the screen for you to see. If you are not convinced that this isn't happening in real time right now, I don't know what to tell you. You got bigger problems, brother. No, we are here live and we answer the questions live. We get it for a year. What happens after a year? What happens after a year is if you want to renew it, then you can renew it at a normal rate. Same rate. And if that's cool and you are making money, fantastic. What we do with the work with you till you win guarantee is any updates that come out from here on out until you get the 10x return, then you also get that too. Can you make digital products through WAP without Monetize? 100%. Regardless of what you do after today and after we close tomorrow night, regardless, you can use WAP, and I encourage you to use WAP. The cat got in here. Shout out to Nala. The cat wants to listen in, as she should, right? She's getting value just like the rest of you. Aisha says, I have paid 5x this for only 25% of the value you have given. Appreciate you, Aisha. I appreciate that. How do you do a 50-50 partnership on WAP? I don't know the technical and the tutorial aspects of that, but we do break that down. It's relatively easy and straightforward, though. When you set it up, you can set up a product that can do splits automatically. How often does the AI get it wrong with creating products? I don't know exactly, and you should always check just to do a sanity check. But with specialized AI, what we have with Synthesize, it gets it pretty accurate mostly. Fidel will speak to this later as a guest because he has some experience using Synthesize and then tweaking it based on what he knows about the subject matter. What is the payment method between the creator and the shadow operator? You can do it anyway. And I got Eddie sitting here to the right, so I'm going to bring him on in a second. And he can tell you some of the ways that he does it. You can do it manually. You can do it on the honor system. You can collect the money and give it to them. Or you can use WAP, and a WAP allows it to be split automatically. Okay, I'm going to make a note here so I can get back to these questions. Keep asking them as they make sense. My team will keep putting them into the chat. But what I want to do next, I have a very special guest for you, and I am super excited to introduce Eddie Cumberbatch, which I'm going to bring on in a second. Wait. We got to give him his proper hype, right? So Eddie started in this business about 4 years ago, if I recall correctly. He did an operator model, meaning he partnered with somebody who was a content creator or a micro influencer or a digital influencer, whatever thing you want to call them. And he was able to get $263,000 in his first year with just one of these deals. At his peak, he was doing over $400,000 a month. I think $430,000 a month. I watched an interview with him and Iman was like, you already hit a number bigger than I hit at your age, right? So this dude is on the fast track of success. At one point in time, in a challenge that Iman did, and we'll speak to this many years ago, he sat where you sat, and he signed up, and he joined a program then that Iman was publishing, put it to the task, and look at him now. Over $3 million in a short period of time that Eddie has been able to accumulate just with the operator model. So we're going to break that down. We're going to get the scoop from somebody who's done it, been there, wore the t-shirt, been successful with it. We're going to ask him some questions. We're going to get into it. So let's all give him some love right now. Eddie Cumberbatch, my man, welcome, welcome, welcome. Oh, thank you so much for being here. I appreciate you, man. All right, so did I get it right on the intro? Was I good?
Yeah, you did a great job. I appreciate it.
Okay, thank you, man. It's nice just to double check. So let's bring it back. So you were sitting here, I'm sitting over there. Now you're sitting here. Digital Renaissance, when Iman launched that a few years back. What was going through your head as you were watching that?
So I was like in college. I was 18 years old, had just moved out, and I wanted to change my life. I knew I didn't want to go to school, and I was sitting like literally on the other side of this, which is crazy that I'm here now. Watching one of these events, just trying to figure out how to get started and start making some money online. And flash forward to today, and like things have gone crazy. I mean, we're here in Iman's house, like doing this event, so it's crazy.
It is wild. So you were like, all right, paint us a picture. So what were you doing professionally at the time before you joined?
I mean, I was a student. I was like 18 years old. I was in college. I realized I didn't really like college or the people around me. I spent my first month or two like kind of distracted, just getting to know everyone, and I realized no one was as ambitious as I was. And so I was trying to find like a way to make it, and I also didn't have anyone around me that was ambitious as well until I actually joined.
Got it. So, and where did you go to college?
DePaul in Chicago.
Oh, I know DePaul. Yeah.
Yeah.
I grew up in Iowa, so
Nice.
I know that area. Interesting. So you're in DePaul, you're in college, young man, watching something like this, got inspired, you joined, you got surrounded by like-minded people, you dug into it, right?
Yeah.
When did you first see success?
It took me about 90 days or so before things started really rolling. Like, I joined. Okay, so actually I started business when I was like 16, 17, and I was trying to like run a digital product, like reselling shoes. I started reselling shoes, and then I was like, oh, I can make money with a digital product. I saw the guy that was teaching me how to resell shoes was making money, and I realized it was hard to like actually.
Can you get a little closer to the mic? Yeah.
I realized it was hard to run it myself. I didn't know how to make content. I didn't really know how to actually run the business. And so I ended up finding a creator like that was a reseller. He had a really small audience on Twitter, and he was like really obsessed with sneakers, and it was a niche audience. And I started working with him. And about 60 days into working with him, we started seeing a lot of results. And then it took like our first year, we did 263K working with him.
Well, that's crazy. So reseller shoes, like sneakers, or like a sneakerhead, right?
Yeah, like hypebeast stuff, Supreme,
nice.
like just buying and selling any items really. But a lot of it was shoes back in the day.
Oh yeah, I remember that. I remember those days. Yep.
Yeah.
So were you successful prior to reaching out to this influencer or this content creator, or whatever you want to call him?
I mean, I wouldn't say like successful. I had made a bit of money with my own digital product. I tried, but it was like not really going that good. And then I had made some money reselling, but other than that, like, no, I was still a complete beginner in business. I hadn't actually like ran any digital products myself successfully. And so this is like my first client as a complete beginner.
That's great. So I want everybody to hear what you just said. Like, you weren't somebody who'd been there like with the digital product business and was crushing it. You were somebody who was still starting, but you understood the concept. And so you approached an influencer. By the way, how big was their following?
I think like 40,000 across everything. Not too big.
Perfect. That's a really sweet spot, right? Like, because we'll get into that. So you approached somebody with about a 40,000 person following. Did they already have a digital product or not?
They did, actually.
Interesting. So we'll unpack that too, because this is really important, because you can work it both ways. So they had a digital product. You approached them. What did you say to them essentially?
Well, I don't know. I think they actually kind of found me because I was running the digital product I had at first, and I was trying to sell it because I was like, oh, we're making like a couple grand. It's not doing that well.
It's pretty good though, actually, for a beginning product.
Yeah. And then he was like, hey, no one's going to buy this from you at this level, but I actually need someone to help me with what I'm doing. And so let's talk. And then we realized like, oh, it makes sense for me to help him run the back end while he just focused on making content because that's what he wanted to do.
I love that. So there's a lot to pick apart there. So he wants to make content. He wants to focus on that. He also wants to make money, but he would like to make money while still doing the same thing that he's doing. So if you can help a content creator stay in their zone of genius, which is to create content, and then you create the product around it, fantastic. Now, here's a second thing, Eddie, that I want everybody to lock into as well. When you do one thing to create an asset, which is what we've been talking about, creating digital products is creating assets, the number of ways you increase your ability to be successful multiplies at a massive rate, because when you put something out there, people can interact with it. So sometimes people will buy it, and you saw a little bit of success there. And we always have to humble ourselves, because when you now have done over $3 million in sales, looking back, a couple $1,000s a month on a digital product feels like a failure. I will tell you, everybody in the audience right here today at Xero, if they can start their own digital product making a couple $1,000s a month, I'm going to be very happy for them, and I think they're gonna be on track. So you put an asset out there, somebody responds to it, you do this deal. How quickly does it blow up?
I mean, as soon as you launch it, I think you could realistically launch a product with the influencer within a couple days, maybe a week, and then as soon as they announce it to their audience, things take off pretty crazily. And so I like to think that like one client is all it takes to change your life, and things could turn around pretty fast once you get that first client.
One client is all it takes to change your life. I like that, and because there's a pin-up demand from their audience.
Yeah.
And you're just you've taken whatever months or years of this demand that's been built up there, and you're finally letting it out. How did you know how to create the product for them?
We just asked their audience like what they would be interested in. I think it's as simple as like ask someone what they would want, and if they tell you what they want and you sell it to them, they'll buy it. And so that's what we did for the first one. He just was like polling his audience and asking them what more they want to learn from him, and like what format. And then when he sold it to them, they all bought.
Nice. So polled the audience. They said, we want X. And then you took that feedback from the audience.
Yeah.
You created the digital product?
He made it.
He made it. So what's your role then in this operator relationship, what we call the shadow operator?
Yeah. So, I mean, I guess I was the one doing the research. So I would go reach out to his audience, figure out what they want. Back then, AI wasn't really a thing with my first client. Now I'd be able to take all of the data that I got from his audience, put it into some AI, and then have it summarize and spit out like all of the audience's pain points, and then help model actually what to include in the product. And so I'm not the creator, so I can't make it, but I can outline it and tell him what to make, what the audience wants, and then he'll be the one to actually record it and make the product if it's like a video format. And then from there, I help him like figure out how to sell it. And so how is he actually presenting it to his audience? Like if it is on Instagram, what is he posting on his stories and all of that? And so I basically just help him do everything except for be him. Like his job is to be the creator, make content and get views, and then deliver on the product, which is like if he's like making videos or whatever the digital product is, like he'll do that, and then you as an operator, you take care of everything else.
I love that. And you have to learn to be a little flexible with these deals, right, Eddie? Because some people won't want to create the product and you'll create the product for them. Some people have no problem creating it, but they're like an actor who needs a script.
Yeah.
And you do the scripting essentially, or not even the full word for word, but the research. Talk about this, then talk about this, then talk about this, then talk about that, right? And then you manage the sales. So with Synthesize, just so everybody's listening, you can do the product creation just as Eddie described. And then with Ghostwriter, you can create the page that when you send the audience that the influencer has to, that will convert them into buyers. And then, of course, with WAP will let things run very smoothly. Now, you've had a lot of experience with WAP.
Yeah.
You
I
used
still
to
use WAP
actually
every day.
work for WAP, right?
I did.
Yeah. I think you still have some sort of a working relationship with WAP, but you were inside of the offices on site as an employee working with WAP. Is that right?
I was, yeah. For 7 months, I worked at WAP and got to see the back end, which was really cool because I started using WAP in like 2021. And then just like last year, I started working with them closer in person.
Were you there? I saw the footage when they crossed $1 billion.
Yeah.
You were there?
Yeah.
Oh, damn. Oh, that was crazy.
Actually, I recorded this in like
What was the atmosphere like in that?
It's a buzz. Like everyone, like I think Iman's the one that said this. When you walk in and you feel like you just drank a ton of like caffeine and took some Adderall. Like everyone's so high energy. It's like a startup, and so it's a great vibe. Really, really high energy.
Yeah, and then the $1 billion day. What was that like?
It was honestly, it was a normal day for the office. Like right after it hit, it hit, and then everyone celebrated. They sprayed champagne. But right after,
got back to work,
yeah,
right?
literally just right back to work. Someone was like working throughout the entire time. Like he was on a call the entire time. He didn't even get up. It's cool.
He was like $1 billion. Yeah, whatever. I got work to do, right? So when it comes to using WAP for these deals, especially for people getting started off, super easy.
Really, really easy. Like super beginner friendly. Everything you need can be done through WAP pretty much.
Nice. And so you have a product that is called Creator Accelerator.
Yeah, correct.
Yeah, everybody here, listen up. If you sign up at joiniman.com before the end of today's session, you will get this for free. This is a product you've put over 2,000 students through. You sell it retail $697, so you've collected $1.5 million just on this product itself. Tell me about this program, Creator Accelerator.
Yeah, so basically it's what I wish I had when I first got into this. Like, it teaches you as a complete beginner how to go find a creator, someone that has an audience. It doesn't have to be a massive audience. It could be like 5,000 followers. We had someone work with his girlfriend who had 5,000 followers and like start making like $20,000 teaching people how to do nails. But it'll teach you how to go find a creator, partner with them, and then monetize their audience using digital products. And then you, as the operator, you just take a small cut of what they make. And then that's like the model that really got me on the path of success and made my first couple $100,000 doing that.
So you break down this process exactly and specifically step by step. So anybody could follow it from point A to point B all the way to point Z in success. Is that right?
100%. Start to finish.
Nice. Because I was going through it earlier here. You have exact scripts to use. So somebody could use your scripts, reach out to a content creator, and pretty much, and these have been tested?
Yeah. The same DM scripts. One of the creators that we were able to launch a product for was a really big artist, Derulo. And so the same script that I was able to get him as a client.
Dang. The script that closed Jason Derulo, right? That same approach is inside of the program Creator Accelerator that everybody here gets for free. Question on that. Why did you decide to let us give this away for free?
Well, I feel like it was really hard for me to get it out to so many people. Iman does a good job of getting it out to people. He's got all of you guys in the chat here, and so I want to spread this to as many people as possible. I'm not like, I have no reason to gatekeep it. And so when Iman asked me if I wanted to be a part of this event and share it with his audience, like obviously I'm down. I was in this position 3-4 years ago on the other side where you guys are at right now. And so to be able to give back and help, I guess, the next wave of people, like obviously I'm going to do that.
That's awesome. And Ambience earlier was saying, what accelerator is he talking about? Because we have a lot of things named accelerator. So the name of your product specifically is Creator Accelerator. Yeah. We also are giving away agency accelerator. Sorry. So growth operator, creator accelerator. It goes by both names,
Yeah,
right? So
yeah.
we call it growth operator, creator accelerator. That's Eddie's program. And then we have agency accelerator. So guess what? You get both. Both are free. The only catch is if you sign up by the end of the day. Everybody, if you have any questions for Eddie, put them in there right now, because why I have them here and there's a little bit of a delay, then we can circle back and answer these questions. Now, here's what's really cool, too, about this, Eddie. We've already loaded up your program into Monetize.
Oh, wow.
So when people sign up, they will get immediate access to your program. So you can start working this, what we call shadow operator system immediately.
Wow.
Yeah,
That's
yeah.
awesome. You guys need to hop in.
We run a tight ship here, man. We make sure, I mean, as much as we can when you're
Yeah,
dealing
yeah.
with, we reached over 1 million people on this this promotion, which is
Wow.
insane. Yeah. What advice would you give to somebody just starting out who wants to do the shadow operator model or digital products in general?
Well, with this model, I think the biggest thing that matters is just choosing the right creator. That can really make or break how well things go with the shadow operator model. And so I would just, I mean, if you're going to join, you're going to get access to the program that I have. And so follow what we talk about on how to actually find the right creators. We'll walk you through exactly how to find that one creator. Like, really, it's one client that can take to change your life. And so we walk you through how to find that client.
And what are mistakes that people would make that would try to do this on their own without guidance?
Yeah, I think a lot of people would assume that just because someone has a lot of followers would mean they would be a good client, which really isn't the case. I think numbers, like in the right cases, yeah, the more followers someone has, like they'll be a good client. But it's really about like the value they provide to their audience and what product you can actually build off of that. And so the biggest mistake is just signing a bad client. Like, you could sign a creator that doesn't actually worry about making content or actually promoting to his audience, so that'll make it hard to make money or make sales. And so the biggest thing is really just like the client. If you can just nail getting the right client, after that everything else is pretty much a breeze.
Got it. So it's all about the client. That's like your biggest hurdle.
Yeah.
So it doesn't have to be big, preferably not big, small, and somebody who's posting on a regular basis, so that way they can continue to post when you create a product with them.
Yeah.
Now, do you find it's pretty easy to create these products with the influencer?
Yeah, I mean, like, I have a funny story actually with WAP. I was at the office once, and one of the founders, we're building a digital product, and one of the founders was like, hey, you guys need to like do this by this weekend. Mm-hmm. And we ended up putting together a full product in 24 hours, which a few years ago I would have never believed was possible, but we created an entire program from start to finish in 24 hours. And we ended up staying up like all night at the office at WAP to do that. But it was only possible because of AI, which was not around a few years ago. And so putting together the product for the creator or for the client is like really easy nowadays.
That's a great point. Canva asks, he says, how did you find potential partners? Do you have a specific process? I'm sure you walk through it in the product in detail that everybody gets as a bonus, but high level, how easy would you say it is to find these potential collaborators?
Well, I mean, they're everywhere. Like, it could be someone you know that has a small audience. Like, the first place I would think is like, okay, who do I know that I could potentially work with? Someone that came through our program, his girlfriend had like, I think it was like 8,000 followers about nails. And so he started working with her, and then they created a product teaching women how to do nails. And they did $20,000 within like 60 days, which was like insane.
Wow.
And it was like him working with his girlfriend. And so that's the first place. And then the second place is like, look on Instagram, look on YouTube, look on inside communities. There's all these places on the internet where you can find people that have small audiences, like 5, 10, 15,000 followers that are, I guess, niche experts.
And I've had experience in this, and I find these smaller audiences tend to be incredibly what we call hyper responsive. Has that been your experience as well?
100%. Like the more specific the creator's content is about whatever it is they're talking about, even if the audience isn't that big, like the audience is going to be really engaged and be willing to join or buy whatever the creator has to offer.
Yeah, they'll have a shorter life cycle to them, but you'll get a lot more money quicker and it'll be a lot easier. And this kind of leads to the next question because they're like, what is Eddie up to these days? And I want to frame this so all of you can understand the proper context. Once you start making deals as a shadow operator, a whole bunch of new opportunities will open up for you. So like I've been a shadow operator. I'm generally still in the shadows, but because of that, Iman was referred to me by a different client who knew him, opened that door. Iman and I sat down and we did a deal where I'm partially in the shadows and then I'm partially live. And you can decide to do that if that makes sense or not. So once you make deals with influential people and you make them money, like the easiest way to get rich is to help somebody who's already rich make more money. I mean, that's the secret to life, young boys and girls, is like make rich people more money and then they will pay you a lot of money to give them exactly what they want, which is more money. So in your particular case, now these partnership agreements, since you've gotten some use to it, you are now working with governments, right?
That's what I'm trying to get into. So it's funny, I'm still shadow operating a bit. I have a client right now that does like clipping, video editing. And so I'm working with the client to build a digital product. He teaches people how to do that. And so we're operating for him to then fuel an agency that I'm running. And with that agency, we're trying to get into working with governments to do like marketing for them. And so I'm still doing some shadow operating. And then I'm also running an agency as well that's just fueled by the digital product that we're building with this creator.
And I love that because they're very similar in a lot of ways.
Yeah.
And one of the other bonuses that we offer people here today is Iman's original flagship program, which is Agency Accelerator. Now that's up to you. You can go that way. Like Eddie is now talking about $1 million contracts that renew every 3 months or every 6 months.
Well, it was just a trial where we want to ask for $1 million and then ask for like 10 or 20. So it was just like a test, but it took me 3 years to get here, but I'll say like shadow operating is a great place to start, and then you'll have the skills to do anything you want to put your mind to.
Yeah, and I know people that stay shadow operating. I know people that then grow it to the next level, and I know people that do both, create their own digital products and also partner with other people. Yeah. This is a model of flexibility that you don't see elsewhere. And of course, again, I want to run it back, Eddie, so everybody can put it into context. You started with a digital product, just like we teach people how important and powerful digital products are. So you got that down, you saw some success. You also then did some shadow operating, worked with other people, and then because you got the experience of working with other people on a partnership level, that allowed you then to level up and also add an agency on top of that, right? And so, everybody wants to jump to the $1 million deals.
Can't do that.
You can't do that.
It's taken a long time to get here.
It's taken a long time, but by shadow operating, you now have opened up a whole new world that was previously inaccessible. Yeah. And it's not like you were slacking on the shadow operating. We're talking $3 million in deal flow in a couple of years.
2 years, I would say.
2 years. Yeah. So that's what that can do for you. Pretty incredible, right? And I just really wanted to bring that up. You have taught people inside of the program how to do it, and they have been successful. Can you share one or two of those success stories with us?
Yeah, I think one of the biggest, his name is Pierre Corey. You guys might know him. He's working with one of the biggest people on YouTube right now. I don't know if I'm supposed to or not supposed to say their name, but I think in his first 90 days or so, made $210,000 shadow operating with a clothing brand creator. Wow. And then now he's working with another creator. And I know they made a lot of money. They're making like, they think the creator makes like $1 million a month because he's like a really big influencer. He blew up. He started working with him when he was small, and now he's gone on to blow up really, really big and one of the biggest people. And so, but he started off and made a couple $100,000 like his first few months, and then now he's working with a massive creator. And so some people have gotten some crazy results and changed their lives with this. Is crazy.
I'm glad you brought that up, Eddie, because if you catch them on the upward trajectory, they tend to take you up with them. Like I think about one of the first shadow operator deals I did in 2010. Like this is how far I go back, right? We did a deal with a guy because this is going to make me sound so fucking old right now, right? So nobody flame me in the chat, right? I'm sensitive about this. He came to me and he says, the web is going mobile. This is how far back I go. And he goes, I got a product idea. Will you guys publish it? So we didn't call it shadow operating. We didn't have cool names for it back then. So he said, yeah, sure, we'll publish it. And so we did that, and that thing did reasonably well. He made like six figures or something odd with that. And then a couple years later, he came back to us with a different idea. And then we published that, and we made seven figures with that. And then in 2020, he came to us with another idea, and that was the one that we did shadow operating on that did $57.9 million in 226 days, which was a record at that time and stood for many years. And unless we had did the first deal with him as an operator, we couldn't have done the second deal. And then if we didn't do the second deal, we couldn't have done the third deal. And the third deal was $57 million.
Wow.
And you're now, you have your students that are doing deals, catching people that are coming on an upward trajectory, being with them from the start. And you're talking $1 million deals. And on that question, I've seen a few people ask this, King Ben being one of them. How do you make these revenue splits? Like, what's the deal structure like?
It really depends on the creator and your experience as well. I think I was really lucky with my first client, and we ended up. I had another partner that I was doing this with, my best friend, for our first client. We got 66%. So I had 33, my best friend had 33, and then the client had 33. So it's kind of like a three-way split. And then most other deals that I've done, like the one that I'm in right now, is 50-50. And I think that 50-50 is pretty fair. Maybe for your first client, you don't go 50-50. Maybe you go like 20-80 or 30-70. But in a sense, you're doing a lot of the business work for the client. And so I say to push for more percent.
Yeah.
But it depends on every single deal, to be honest.
Yeah, I mean, the reality of it is you provide more value than the content creator does. Even if they're more famous than you, even if they have a following and you're quote unquote nobody, right? You make the cash register ring. And so you are infinitely more valuable to them because you can completely change their life. However, they might not be aware of that. You don't have posture yet, meaning you don't have a track record, you don't have success stories, and you probably are nervous, and you probably have imposter syndrome, and you're probably worried that you're going to not deliver on your promises, right? So in that instance, I recommend just 50-50. Why? Because the numbers are equal. People are like, okay, that makes sense. You take half, I take half. The deal gets closed quickly, and then money gets made. And then when money gets made, then you can go and do another deal with the same creator and say, for this one, we'll do X, and then this is how we'd like the deal structure to be. Or you can go to other creators and say, hey, listen, here is the deal structure, and you can negotiate more if you want to, right? Or you can go the other way, right? Like I work with many clients where since they're spending a large amount of money on advertising and they're spending money to bring in assets and everything else on top of that, and I'm just conducting the orchestra, so to speak, right? Then I will take a lesser percentage because I don't have the exposure that they have. I'm not taking the risk that they're taking, but I am providing value in my own unique way by creating the digital assets. And for that, obviously, you should be compensated. Eddie, this is my feeling. I'd love to hear your opinion on this. Is like I watch a lot of YouTube, like more than anything, right? Like I'm an old head, so like Instagram, I'm not quite sure how that works. TikTok, I don't understand that at all, right? And old media is too old for me, so I'm a YouTube guy. Okay. And every time I see somebody plugging like a brand sponsorship deal, especially in an information-based niche, right? If you're like doing one of those drama channels on YouTube, right? Or some political commentary, whatever, right? But if you're teaching people gardening, or if you're teaching people very specific things like how to resell shoes, like you got into, right? That's heavily informational based. And then to watch them plug somebody like, BetterHelp.com or Ridge Wallet or they don't make anything on those sponsorships, right? And they make less than that with AdSense, which is how they're compensated by YouTube by showing those annoying ads. And so like they will make so much more money if they have their own thing to sponsor, quote unquote, versus plugging a third party. Do you agree with that?
100%. There's a word I used to use a ton when I was talking about creators like that, and it's broke influencer syndrome. Like there's a disease going around, and it's these influencers that have this audience, they're making this content, they're an authority in their niche, they're an expert, but they aren't selling anything of their own. Like if they're plugging BetterHelp or they have a sponsorship like that, they're making a really, really small percentage, and it's not that much money. And so they actually need a shadow operator to come in and help them monetize their audience with a digital product. Yeah,
it's funny. You just reminded me of a story. So I knew, and we helped do an Amazon deal with the lead singer of the group Chicago. This is an old rock and roll group. Yeah. And it's funny because you were in Chicago, right?
Yeah.
And they're in the Rock and Roll Hall of Fame, and they play with everybody and all this kind of stuff. And the lead singer of Chicago, I worked with him personally. His name was also Jason. He said to me, he goes, if you see any old rock and roll band touring, it's because they're broke, right? He's like, I don't care how famous they were. I don't care how much they've accomplished. If they're touring, they're broke. And so in your case, the broke content creator syndrome is similar, right? If they're plugging these models, they're probably broke.
Yeah. If they don't have a product of their own that they're selling, I mean, the AdSense really probably isn't paying that well. And then if they're just doing like sponsorships, it's also probably not paying as well as it could be. Like they'll make decent money, but they can make way more if they had their own product.
Way more. And the thing about this is it's crazy because you would think that they get paid in attention. This is how I look at it, right? And so good for them. They decided the horse they chose to ride was the horse of attention. And so they put all their time into that horse. They learned the algorithm. They learned how to get views. They learned how to get attention. They learned how to have retention, hold attention. They learned how to build connection and community. All of those things are valid. Unfortunately, the economy doesn't reward attention quite as well as they reward monetization. You follow me here, right? And so you can spend your time on the monetization side of it. They can stay in their lane, their zone of expertise, which is on the content creation side of it. And this is when we can put two things together and get more than each part on their own separately. But they will default to what's comfortable to them. And sponsorships are comfortable. And AdSense is comfortable. And they will go broke doing it. And Eddie, like I've seen it, but I would love to hear your opinion on this so they can hear it from you. I've known too many people on YouTube that get 1 million views and can barely pay the rent. Like, is that a reality?
It's like every day it's happening left and right. Your favorite influencers probably don't make anywhere near as much money as you think that they do. And it's so sad because they have this like crazy skill of getting all this attention. They're entertaining their audience or providing value, but yet they're barely affording their bills. Like most people don't realize that a lot of creators are living paycheck to paycheck.
Yeah, a lot of these, what they call CPMs, which is like cost per thousand views, are so low that if they get 1 million views on a video, they're lucky to make $2,000.
Yeah. And it keeps going down every year, I think, as well.
Yeah, it keeps going down every year. But if you sell and I'm not talking a lot, like not an expensive product, but if you sell a $100 product, the equivalent of $2,000 is 20 sales. 20 sales on 1 million views. Wow. Seems a lot easier than just relying on AdSense. And by the way, you can still get paid on the AdSense side. That doesn't go away. Yeah. We just add a income stream to their business model. And this isn't new. Other people have done this as well. It's just that we have a system. Iman specifically has an approach that's really effective, plus tools, plus resources that most people don't have. And then you have a system as well that's been proven, Eddie, right?
The system that they're getting access to.
The system that they're getting access to. Not forever, because Eddie sells this. Eddie has made over $1 million selling his own digital product. So see the clues we're dropping here? And then you have a systematic process. Like, you probably put a lot of effort into creating this product.
Yeah, it took us, like months and months. I think we worked on it over the course of a year. And then after we made it live, excuse me, it took us about like 3 or 4 months of perfection, like actually working with people inside of the product to make sure it's like a path that anyone can come into as a complete beginner to then go get their first client, launch the product, and actually start making their first couple of $1,000s online as an operator.
I love that. It's like, I call it the curse of expertise, because you're creating an expert product. Like, this is your product, your baby. You want to nail it. He toils with it. He put all this work into it, right? It's also a $697 product too. So when you get to that higher price point, that's when you want to put in the extra work. Whereas what we teach in Monetize is to start with a lower price point with a non-expert product. But regardless, they get hooked up on this, and this shows the step-by-step system that you have used, that you have vetted to get deals where you can shadow operate, where you don't have to be out front. You can partner with these micro-influencers who have built-in audiences who will pay money as soon as they see a digital product put in front of them.
100%.
Is there anything else that you would like to add or that I didn't ask?
Not that I can think of. Honestly, it's insane that I'm here. Like, knowing that I was on the other side, like 3-4 years ago, watching this. It's funny, actually. I remember I was in class watching Iman's videos instead of like paying attention to my professor, and then I ended up leaving out of my college campus class to go drop out and just pursue this fully. And then within 3 months, things started taking off, and so it's really cool to be in this position and be able to say, like, it worked out for me, and that if you guys are considering to join, like, there's really, like, this, you need to. This is, like, the best thing you could do. I mean, you have all the resources that you need, and, I mean, you're even getting my program, you're getting the agency program as well, like, everything that you need to whenever you join, and so, like, I think the answer is pretty simple on what you need to do, if it makes sense for you.
That's so solid, Eddie. I appreciate you so much. Give
you.
love to Eddie in the chat there. Shout out to
chat.
Eddie on that. Yeah, give him some love. I'm gonna have you stay here till you can see it. So give him some fire emojis or give him something in the chat that will make all of us feel really good when we see it. And then we might be able to bring you back a little bit later on in the stream, Eddie, if you're going to be around.
Yeah.
Sometimes we don't know how these things go. I kind of just sit here and beg people to do what they should do anyway. So there you go. Look at that, Eddie. We got the fires. We got
Czech
the hearts.
Republic.
I don't even know what that emoji is, but it looks pretty cool. Is that
someone,
the flowers?
someone had joined, I believe.
Oh, nice.
Yeah, that's so sick.
Hell yeah. Yeah, you got your flowers today.
Thank you,
I saw
chat.
that. Yeah.
W chat.
Big W for Eddie. W to the chat. Hell yeah. You're the man, Eddie. That's what they say. That's what they say. Awesome.
Thank you, guys. And thank you.
Thank you so
Appreciate it.
much. Awesome. Appreciate that. So Eddie's program goes away when we end the stream here tonight. I have to end the stream at some point. Unfortunately, the latest I can go is till about 6 a.m. tomorrow morning, Dubai time. I could go for a maximum 7 more hours because then I have to catch a flight. But no, I've got to wrap it up obviously before then. But his program, Iman's program called Agency Accelerator, which has sold for roughly $1,000-ish. And then Eddie's program, which has sold for $697. That is almost equal to the investment at joiniman.com for Monetize itself. And these are 2 bonuses that are available. Now, the whole deal, just so you know, goes away. It goes away tomorrow at 11:59 p.m. Eastern Time, Tuesday, October 7th, New York time, 11:59 p.m., right before midnight. Whole offer goes off the market, and it stays off the market, okay? So this is, we got time, but not a lot of time. But I would love to see you in tonight if that makes sense. I'll answer a couple other questions that came in from Eddie that I was just holding back because I'm just going to rapid fire them really quickly. One thing I will suggest to you is don't let the little things cheat you out of the big thing, okay? So it's like a lot of you are like, well, how do you do the splitting specifically? How do you do, what buttons do you click? That kind of granularity. Don't worry about that. That is in the program. That'll be taught to you step by step. That's an easy answer to an easy question, and that shouldn't stop you from moving forward. The technology today to handle these splits is incredibly easy. Shastragan asks, I have an influencer who makes paper bags. Will that be good? Perhaps. You can always test these things out. The worst thing that occurs is you learn something. So you could go to them and say, hey, I would like to try to create a digital product with you. Let's see how it goes. I would always recommend that if you can get in front of an audience of people that have a similar like or interest that is shared amongst them and try a digital product in front of them because of the AI now makes it so easy, I'm always pro putting a product in front of somebody that can help them 100%. I will tell you, I will recommend WAP till I'm blue in the face for the shadow operator model. You could technically do it with other platforms. We support WAP inside of Monetize, so you're going to get all that support that goes with that. And WAP is designed really, really particularly well, better than any other platform that I know, to do the shadow operator model. So I'd recommend that to you also, but the specifics will be taken care of. Don't worry about the splits. It is 100% okay to make a deal that is more favorable in the other person's favor at first, right? You know what happens if you make a deal so good that the other person makes a lot of money and you only make some of it? Two things happen. First thing is you learn to negotiate better the next time. That's a valuable skill. Second thing that happens, you get a lot of goodwill in the marketplace. They will talk to you. They will talk about you. This person did this for me. This person made me this much money. I love this person. And that goodwill will transfer over into actual money because you've over-delivered. So the worst thing that could happen is you make a deal that is more one-sided in their favor, and then you can adjust that in the future with future deals. And you also get a great reputation as somebody who over-delivers. So that's a fantastic situation. And then if you ever want to look up Eddie, I mean, obviously the best way is to get into the program itself, but Eddie Cumberbatch, you can look him up if you want to know more about his story, but he's crushing it. $3 million with the shadow operator model in the span of about 2 years. Now, keep in mind, just a couple years ago, he was sitting where you're sitting right now, watching a presentation similar to this by Iman for what Iman was finding at the time to be the best thing to recommend based upon the resources that he could collect and publish together all at once, and he joined. I don't recommend you drop out of university. I recommend that you stay in there and work this on the side. That's just my personal opinion. I have a daughter who's going to go to university in a couple of years. I don't think you need to make such rash decisions immediately, but you do you. I dropped out of school as well. Sometimes when you know, right? So in general, my general advice is kids stay in school if you're in school. My specific advice, though, is if you know yourself and you know your capabilities and you know your path and you find something that finally allows you to unlock that path, then you embrace it by whatever means makes the most sense to you and you move forward with it. So there you go. I'm going to answer a couple more questions here and then we're going to loop back into it. I made a note here. Can we have a module to create an AI character so that when we want to communicate with our audience, we can do so without showing our face? Dan asked. 100%, right? I will tell you, there are some AI out there that once you get the output from Synthesize and once you get the output from Ghostwriter, they can translate that into video content and they can translate that into spoken audio content. And they're very cost effective. All of these AI companies out there right now, they're all losing tremendous amounts of money because they're fighting for market share. They're trying to get you to use their app, and then once you do it, you will use it forever. That's their thinking. So they make it incredibly cheap for you to use what we call general AI, and then you can access those for whatever they charge, but you can take the output of Ghostwriter, you can take the output of Synthesize, and then if you want to have extra bells and whistles on it, you certainly can. It is optional. It is not necessary, and certainly not immediately. You may want to level up and go there one day, so you certainly can use the AI to do that. But what we find is it's really simple to create. My favorite video programs, by the way, and the ones I first created. Now, by the way, the first things I ever sold online were digital products that were delivered as PDFs. Keep it simple. Least moving amount of parts to solve somebody's problem that I can do as quickly and efficiently and as fast as possible. So easy peasy lemon squeezy, right? Let's start with minimum viable digital product. And then after I nailed that, the second thing that I did was create an audio program. I didn't even go straight to video. I went to audio. I took the digital product that I created and I read it. Guess what you don't have to do these days? You don't have to read it anymore. You can take that same product and you can put it into a system like 11 Labs and it will automatically read it for you. It's incredible. It sounds really good and it's very, very cost effective in order to build a whole audio program out of it. So fantastic. Now you have your audio program. Then if you wish to, you can level it up to a video program. You want to know how you would do that? I don't recommend you do that with a face. I recommend you create slides. Now, we have really fancy slides. I'm really proud of the slides that we do inside of this 5-day, with plus bonus day 6 here, challenge at Monetize. That is a whole team of professionally trained slide designers for a challenge where we're reaching over 1 million people in total in one way, shape, or form. That is levels. That is the highest level. The base level, the way that I started is I created really basic slides in PowerPoint. And then I'd set the audio to those basic slides in PowerPoint. and now we have a video program. So you can take originally a PDF, turn it into an audio program, and then turn it into a video program. Then you can actually, if you wish to, if it makes some money, you can hire somebody else to speak the program for you. Or I prefer with the shadow operator model, you create the product or the structure of the product and they deliver the product in their voice, in their face. You just given them the ingredients to cook with. They didn't have to create the ingredients themselves. Well, what is the best niche to reach influencers? The best niche is the first one that you find that shows promise. Now, if you are already a consumer in these niches and you already know where to look because you are passionate inside of that niche, then you want to start there, right? So like Eddie was a sneakerhead, I think, right? He knew about the sneaker reseller market. And so as a consumer, he lived it. So he knew the ins and outs of that market. He knew was influential in that market. He knew the A players, the B players, and the C players, and the D players. And so he could go after a C player initially, or a D player, or even a B player. He could go after all of them. Hey, listen, if you put out a couple proposals, you only need one of them to say yes. That's all you need to do. Let me put a note here. That's all you need to do. You need to get one yes initially. So if you are in an industry that you're already familiar with and you already know how to shortcut the outreach because you know who's who in that market, then you can go that route. Or you can do research and you can use the tools that are provided in the training and the processes that we make available inside of Monetize at joiniman.com, and you can do that too. All right. I'm just answering something from Max. Okay, cool. All right. So that's the other way that you can go about it. So you can use research base. You can see it as you just go through it. You can follow the training modules, and you can look around and see what industries you're in. There are more influencers these days than there are, like, I don't know. I need a good metaphor for that, right? I could open the window here, throw a rock out the window, and hit 3 influencers, and they probably each have 50,000 followers or more. It's insane, right? You want to know what the number one thing little kids want to be when they grow up? They want to be influencers. So they are good at influencing attention. They are terrible at influencing monetization. Those are 2 separate skills. One of my friends named Joe Polish, he says he has this saying that I love a lot. He goes, there's no relationship between being good and getting paid. So there's no relationship related to being good at something and getting paid for it. Now, there's a relationship that if you're good at marketing, then you get paid for it. But as a regular skill, like getting attention or in a subject matter, there's no relationship between being good at it and getting paid for it. Getting paid for it is a separate, unique, distinct skill that you have to cultivate. And that's what monetization, that's why we called it monetization. Because when you monetize something, that's that separate, unique, specific, distinct skill that I'm discussing right here. That's where the cash register rings, right? That's where the money, I should say, that's an outdated reference. That's when the Stripe account blows up or whatever. That's when the payment notifications from WAP hits your phone and goes just like that, right? So you are studying in the skill of monetization, which is way more profitable than in the skill of influence, being an influencer, and it's way easier too. It's just not as cool. It's just people don't get famous working behind the scenes, but that's okay. If I had to pick between being famous and being rich, I'll pick rich every single day of the week. Okay, so there's that, right? If we have an agency, should we still join? 100%. This would be fantastic. Now, this is what's interesting about this business. Eventually, if you stay in it long enough, you will spread out to all sorts of different models because you will continue to find different ways to serve. So if you're in an agency, the easiest way you can grow an agency business is with a digital product, 100%. Imam was in an agency business, and he added a digital product to it. And vice versa. If you are in the digital product business and you're successful, then the easiest thing that you can add on to it to explode it is the agency aspect of it. They can go hand in hand. This is why having Agency Accelerator is such a value add for you here today. We're going to bring up another guest here very momentarily. And this is a really exciting one. I can't. And he's had to sacrifice a lot to be here, and he came here out of the goodness of his own heart just to pay it forward because he got benefit being in a program. He was in Monetize 1.0. And now he wants to pay it forward to you. So we're going to bring up Fidel here very shortly. Man, y'all stuck on this partnership payment split thing I've seen. And I know I'm behind in the chat because I'm going back to earlier when we collected, so I'm sure it's piled up even further. Just be okay with trusting me far enough that when I say this is pretty easy and you can learn it with a simple tutorial, that you can learn it in a simple tutorial. It's pretty straightforward, my friend. It's not a boogie monster. It's a couple clicks of a button and it's a couple settings and you're ready to rock and roll. Now, I'm ready to rock and roll on this next guest that we have here. His name is Fidel Guajardo. I think I got that. Chloe's giving me the nod. Okay, shoo. All right, Fidel, here's what's cool about Fidel. Fidel joined Monetize 1.0 because he knew that he needed to get a digital product business going. Now, Fidel had a different business that was doing pretty well. He had a business in real estate. He was on the service side. So he is now joining the creator side. So he had the expertise over there, and he wants to get into the digital product business. And so he gets into the digital product business. He's recently launched it. It took off. It went crazy. We're going to break this whole thing down. Now, here's the craziest thing. Fidel is married, and his wife is pregnant, and she's due with a baby in December. So he is spending time with us today in October, about as close as you can get to traveling with a baby due. I know this experience because I got 3 of them, right? So he has really went out of his way to show up with you today. He's not being compensated in any way, shape, or form. We asked him because we knew that this has been valuable to him, and he agreed. So let's give him a whole bunch of love in the chat, and let's welcome Fidel Guajardo. Fidel, welcome. My man.
Jason.
Thank you so much for being here. I appreciate you so much. And then as we go through, I'm going to clip some questions from him as well. So team, can you make just a separate tab and then put the questions for Fidel right in there? So Fidel, you joined Monetize 1. Take us back to what was going on in your mind at the time.
Yeah, so it was around January, I think, is when I first joined. So I had an idea of what I wanted to do. And then with the first iteration of the product, it helped me kind of build out the course curriculum. And then as time went by, I started adding more stuff, taking some stuff off, and just making it a little bit better. So I introduced it to my audience, and right away it started taking off. And we did digital product plus coaching and started doing pretty well.
Okay, so what made you decide to buy Monetize?
So I would see Iman for a couple of years, and then everything that he was saying about how a lot of creators are using digital products to monetize something that they are good at, it just really resembled with me. And I knew what I had on my side being in real estate. So I discovered like a new way of getting deals and getting more properties under contract because we do wholesaling. So my unique mechanism, I was able to put it in the digital product and then just offer it to more people to help them the same way to scale their business the right way.
Brilliant. So Fidel is one of those people that we keep talking about who, if you have a different business or if you have something already going for you or have an audience, adding a digital product to it will help significantly, right? So how did you create your first digital product then?
So I had an iteration of what I wanted to do. So what we do very well in wholesaling is doing Facebook ads that specifically target motivated sellers. So I discovered how to do it the best way. So I used the Synthesize to kind of go over the course curriculum. So I did the first iteration of the product, just doing the screen recordings on how to set up everything, how to do the ads and how to do all those things. And then I basically just launched it because like a lot of my audience was asking me what I was doing because I would share my success on my Instagram stories. And they started asking about it. So it was just very easy for me to position it as the best solution to their problems because I know exactly what it is that they're going through. So my product helps them a lot and it helps them make money. So it was a very easy decision to make.
So you use Synthesize to kind of give you most of the product. You saw all the product and then you adjusted it because you've had experience in this and you had like your brand and you're a face expert. You're an expert with a face, we'll call you, right?
Yes.
So you were able to fine tune it. So how easy was it to use Synthesize?
It's actually really easy. It takes a while to give it the context, but I like it because you can find your unique value zone, even if you don't have any expertise. For me, I knew exactly what I wanted to do. So I used the function where I already had a niche and I already had something that I was good at. So I used it, and within a couple minutes, it gave me the first iteration of the product. And then I took the best slides and I added my context of what I know into something that was just more digestible and easy for my audience to just kind of go over. And I had a very easy time just using that, and along with the other resources. But yeah, it was very easy.
Very easy. And that was the first product you ever created?
Yes.
Digital product.
Yeah,
Okay,
the first
cool.
one.
Now you also use Ghostwriter, is that correct?
Exactly.
Can you walk us through how that worked for you?
Yes. So once I had the product and I knew that my audience was going to buy it, I was like, okay, how can I help more people? So the cool thing about the Ghostwriter is that you're able to leverage the other social media platforms like Instagram and YouTube, because with some of the agents, you can go to the YouTube agent and then it can give you topics that you can speak on that the audience is kind of already going through. And me being in the business still while having my digital product, I knew exactly the problems that they're going through, how to solve them, and all those things, right? So the agents on the YouTube was great. The thumbnails, it was great. And then also on the Instagram stories, it was really good, where you spark kind of like the conversation on what the problem is. And then it was just very easy to engage with them in the DMs and then, book a call to kind of show them what you can do for them.
So even though you know this audience really well and you could sit down yourself and write out every piece of content, and you've done social media successfully, right? You still chose to use Ghostwriter.
Yes.
Why?
Well, a little bit of context, like I was not posting a lot. So my YouTube channel is brand new, have around 300 subscribers. And it just came like very recent after using the resources. So you don't need to have like a huge audience to be able to make money. But I knew that if I wanted to grow bigger, I had to use the resources that I already had available in order to sell my product to a bigger audience.
Got it. And so far, the product has sold about 200,000?
Yep. 200,000
Since April?
Since like April, yes.
Yeah, there we go. Good job, man.
Thank you.
That's not bad for your first digital product. It's less than a year. And you've already produced over 200,000. What other value have you found being in Monetize and working with Iman? Because you're also a Quantum Mastermind client
Yes.
as well too.
Yes.
So that's the highest level that Iman offers. So what are some of the values that you've discovered being part of this group?
I would say number one, the team. But besides that, I would say the blueprint, because when you are in a room with other people that are already having success, I mean, you realize that everyone is the same. So all of us, we put on our pants the same way. So once you have the blueprint and you know exactly how everyone is having success, once you have the blueprint, it's very easy to just follow it, put in the work, and just lock in and do it. So that was very valuable. And apart from that, just using all of the resources that we have available, I think at this point, I've only used like 10, 15%, and there's still like a lot of stuff that I have not used. But I feel like all the resources, the community, and just being able to be in a group with other people and having access to the team has been super valuable.
Yeah, and inside of Monetize, it's just incredible the support that you get, right? They show up professional. They're there to help you. Lots of valuable community mentorship. Has that been your experience?
Yep.
Yeah.
Yes. And whenever I log on to Monetize, I know that all the team, Andreas and everyone is on there asking answering your questions to make sure that, somebody is with you, guiding you to the whole process.
Yeah. Andres is a beast.
Yeah.
Shout out to Andres. We got a lot of Guajardos. How do you say it? Sorry.
Guajardo.
Guajardo. My Iowa accent gets in the way here. We got a lot of Guajardos here that are coming out of the workbooks. We got one from Monterey there as well. Where are you based out of, just so everybody knows?
I'm based in South Texas, so I'm
Nice.
Mexican, and in Spanish it's Guajardo. So
Yeah, I wouldn't even try that.
If you can pronounce that, it'll be good.
I can't quite roll it just like that.
Yeah.
So what does the future look like for you? I know that you're a soon father-to-be, right? And that carries responsibility with it in the business. So what are you doing on the business side?
So on the business side, I still have my real estate wholesaling company. We are scaling that. But then also, like, all the sales that I've had have been from the organic side. So now it's time for me to just like get to work and scale the coaching side even further. So although everything has been organic, we just started running ads like 2
Yeah.
days ago. So I really want to take this big and help more people because I see a lot of BS advice out there for real estate, and I just want to help everyone the best way possible because you don't need to reinvent the wheel. You just need to work smarter, not harder.
Yeah. So all your digital sales have came 100% organically at this point.
Yes.
Yeah, just by using Ghostwriter, putting the content out there, making the sales.
Yes.
And now you're like, let's see how this thing with some ads.
Yep.
Yeah.
That's the goal.
Now, what's funny, Fidel, is your real estate business, you grew the service side business with ads.
Yes.
So you have experience with ads.
Well, so in my industry, it's very common that you're relying on an agency for them to run your ads. So I flipped it on its head and I'm like, why do I need this agency if I see the ads that they're putting out? And I'm like, I know I can do better ads. So after I launched this within my business, so we went from getting like a 4x return on our ad spend to over 10x. And I know that a lot of people have the same problem. So I'm like, why are you giving these agencies all this money when you can do it on your own?
Yeah.
And if you're able to solve the marketing constraint, if you always know how to get leads, I mean, you can be very bad at sales, but you'll always get,
Yeah.
sales, right? So we just incorporate our marketing process and our sales process to help the people just make more money.
And I love that. So like, even though you get that side of the business, when it came to the digital side, you didn't start running ads immediately. Why did you go the organic route?
Yeah, because first I wanted proof of concept. And what I mean with the first iteration of the product, you need to get some feedback, especially if you're doing coaching, right? So after I got the first couple people in, we started tweaking some of the offer components and the deliverables to help the people. And we're still trying to make it better, but we just do it based on what the people are asking for and giving them resources to make sure that they have all the success they need in order to succeed, right?
Yeah.
So it all started with the organic, and now I'm at a point where, the organic, is going to grow, but then with the ads, I know that I can fast track it a little bit more.
Nice. And you said something important, Fidel, that I want everybody to hear. You launch the product, you see the feedback from the marketplace, and then you make adjustments. And this is something I've been talking about over and over again, and Iman's been talking about over and over again for the last few days, because a lot of our folks are scared to start.
Yeah.
Because they're like, well, what if I don't get it exactly right? What if there could be improvements here? What if people have challenges with some of the material when I publish it on the digital side of things? And I'm always saying, well, we iterate. Like if they can see that we're helping them and we respond to their feedback, we have customers for life at that point. They will love us. And that's what you did. You tested proof of concept. It got positive feedback immediately. People were happy with it. And they also said, hey, could you also do this? And it'd be great if you also did that. And you said, of course, because it doesn't really cost you anything extra to add to the digital product, right?
Exactly. But I'd also would say it's like, you guys that join Monetize, you have the best tools to be able to use them, right? So with the Synthesize, you can put a new topic. If the first one you didn't like it, you can keep on trying some new ones until you land the one that you actually like and that you know that you're going to have more success with, right? So I feel like a lot of people, what hurts them a lot is like that they don't make a decision. And I feel like in the end, the world is divided by the optimisms and the pessimists, right?
True.
Where the pessimist, if they want to start something, they get a little fear and they're like, oh no, I'm not going to start. But the optimists, they go at it even though they have that fear, but they just start. So I would just suggest you guys just take the decision and start.
So give me context when you first started in business. How old were you?
I was on the real estate. I started in 2022.
Okay.
Yeah. And before that, I was a car salesman. And,
Nice.
And then I started my first entrepreneurial company. I had a meal prep business, but that's how I got my start. And since 2022 until now, of course, I've grown a lot as a person. You go through the mistakes and you start growing. But I would say one of the biggest things that is going to make you successful is how fast you make decisions. And if you are able to learn from your mistakes in order to just keep on evolving as a person and always looking for new ways to develop your skills. So I invest a lot in coaching. I know I joined the Monetize Quantum, but then for the real estate side, I've invested a lot of money into coaching. So it has always given me a positive return on my investment. And I'm a very big fan of just investing into different courses, coaching, because I always like to learn new things.
So when you make an investment decision in a program, you said I've always gotten a positive return on it. Like, how could people who are joining Monetize see a positive return on that? Like, what advice would you give them when you invest in yourself? How do you get that positive return?
Whenever I join something, I say, how can I be the best student? And what do I need to do in order to become that person, right? Showing up, asking the questions, putting in the work. And that's going to be super important. But before all of that, I just have a very, very high belief in myself that I know that I can do anything that I set my mind to. And I know if you guys have the same belief in yourself, you're going to succeed. So it's not a matter of if, it's a matter of when. So all you need to do is show up, do the work, and just keep on, failing and learning and just keep on going.
So you have an optimistic outlook when you show up.
You have to.
Got it. Where do you think that comes from?
I think it just in me that I always want to better myself. And even though things are going okay, I always see myself in the future. And not that I compare myself, but I see myself as like a top player, right? So I'm always going to keep on leveling up, and it's hard for me to be satisfied. So I just feel it's in our nature as human beings to always just keep on learning and progressing so that we reach our next self. And anytime that your previous self is not serving you, you got to be willing to kill that old version of yourself and do that as many times as it takes in order for you to, just keep on progressing and learning.
So you're driven for more for yourself, your wife, and now your son. Do you know?
Yes.
Yeah, your son.
Yes, that's son. Yeah.
Oh, nice.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Tiago.
Yes. I was going to ask if you picked a name out yet.
Yes.
Man, it's going to be fun times for you, Fidel. I wish I could be a first-time father again. It's one of the most
I'm excited.
amazing feelings in the world. Yeah.
It's going to be hard, but, we're going to put in the work and do what we have to.
I appreciate that. Anything else for anybody listening right now?
Guys, just make the decision. I mean, it's been a couple of days. And if you are one of those that is getting the little feeling that you have that belief in yourself and you see this is possible, I mean, that's the universe telling you that you can do it, right? So just make the decision. I mean, you have all the resources, all the bonuses, Iman's team. If you put in the work and you have all of that, next to you, how can you not, succeed? So guys, just take the decision and just go for it.
Fidel, thank you so much.
Thank you, Jason.
I appreciate you, brother. Awesome. Everybody give up some love in the chat for Fidel being here. Going through what he had to go to be here is incredible. And I'm so absolutely grateful for him. And I'm grateful for every one of you, too. Here, we have 2,347 folks still on, still jamming with us. Just to make sure I'm not already preaching to the choir here. Maybe all of you have already invested in Monetize. And I can't get anybody else to enroll because everybody has already paid for it, right? Which is fine. I'll still hang out with you too. But if you are not yet a member of Monetize, but think tonight might be the night, if you see a high degree of confidence that you are going to sign up before we sign off here tonight, type me into the chat if you could, please. And then I think I lost the comments here. Okay, yeah, just type in me if you can, just so I get an idea here, right? I got to see to what intensity I need to work and operate here over the next hour and a half. Okay, I see some Jake, I see Angelina, I see Jay, I see my name, I see people already in. Okay, cool, Marianne, good to see you. I think I've seen Marianne. I wonder if you were the Marianne that won last night or the other night in VIP. Okay, cool. And some people are like, what? You're selling a product here today, Jason? I am, actually. It's at joinimon.com. And you can go to that page and you can see everything there. No, I know. For those of you, man, my heart goes out to you. If the finances are way too above your capabilities to invest right now, I get it. I love you for being here. There will be a time in the future. I just suggest you do what you can. I'll tell you a quick story, okay? It was the summer of 1997. And I was 14 years old. And I got introduced to the internet. in 1997, nobody really had the internet, especially in Iowa. You were strange and weird, and you were very abnormal if you had an internet connection. And I had a 14.4 modem connection. That was the first time I connected to the internet. So 14 kilobits at a single second was the maximum that I could download. You plugged it into a telephone, and if somebody needed to use the telephone, you were booted off the internet. It was a wonderful, interesting, pioneering time to be on the internet. And I got enamored by the internet because I saw a way to start producing music online in 1997, and I wanted to build my music so badly. But there was a problem. I did not have a computer. So what could I do? I could buy a computer. That was the only way that I could get online and start working on the internet. So I begged my dad. I said, Dad, if I earn enough money to buy my own computer, then will you pay for the internet? Now, internet was like $10 a month back then. And so my dad says, if you buy the computer, I will pay for the internet. So I found this computer was a 286. That was the model of the computer, and it wasn't a tower. We call them towers these days. But this was one that laid flat. The computer laid flat, and then you put a monitor on top of it. So I had to make $400 at the age of 14 in 1997 money, which in 2025 money is probably like $2,500. It's more than what it would take to enroll and monetize. So I went to work. I got a summer job, and I painted houses in the summer, and I was able to make enough money, and I got ripped off too. This is a sore spot because I got paid like $4 an hour at 14 years old to work hard manual labor. So it took me about 100 hours of work to buy this computer. It took me a month. So at the end of the month, I had enough money to buy a computer. So I didn't care that I got ripped off. I didn't care that I had to work hard in the Iowa sun. It gets hot in Iowa, not quite Dubai hot, but pretty hot. And I was able to buy this computer. And then I had this computer, and then I could do things that I couldn't do before. So if you're ever in a situation where you find yourself wishing you could afford something, but you can't, then this is what I always told myself. I said, I never want to be in this position again. That was always my mantra. If I got into a situation where it was something that I could invest in myself. Now, by the way, investing in yourself is different than buying things. You can invest in yourself or you can buy things. And it's cool to reward yourself. Don't get me wrong, right? However, initially, if you want to invest in yourself to better yourself and you lack, I always said to myself when that would happen to me, I never want to be in this position again in the future, so I will do what it takes so I don't find myself in this position again in the future. So we will not open up Monetize 3.0 ever again. It closes tomorrow night. It closes at 11:59 p.m. Eastern. When you go to joiniman.com, you will see a countdown timer at the top. It will follow you down as you scroll. When that thing hits 0, the page is programmed to be self-destruct. It will go away, all right? And so this is available. Now, next year, we may do Monetize again. I think we're past AI digital products. We have done everything we can at this point in time to lay the opportunity out there and push it on. I don't know what the deal will be with Iman and with me and what the structure will look like and what we will do next. I know we will do nothing next for the end of the year because my whole end of the year is booked and so is Iman's, right? So the earliest we could ever offer something is next year. So if you are in a financial situation where it's 100% impossible for you to make such an investment, then you're going to have to wait until at least next year. So then do what you need to do in order to make some money and then save it. So when you have the opportunity to invest, you can. And I know some of you that are in different countries, right? My wife would always tell me this story when she was younger, and we tell it to the kids a lot too, because we're really instilling this in our children. That our children have to be self-sufficient. You know, our children have grown up around wealth, and so we want to make sure they're not entitled. And so they have to go out and they have to be self-sufficient. So we have to teach them and train them on these values. And so when my wife was younger in Romania, so we're talking barely post-communistic Romania, we're talking 7, 8, 9 years after the Communist Party had fell in Romania, and it didn't fall right away, even though on paper it did. There were still communists in the regime that were running the government as it transitioned. And so my wife would have to go to a brainwashing cult, basically, who would sell them on some weird religion and sit there for 4 hours to hear them talk their propaganda on the off chance that they may give her 2 used Crayolas, 2 crayons. So that's how they used to get things in Romania in the middle 90s and in the late 90s, right? In the late 90s, they would sit through 4 hours of somebody talking about a religion to try to indoctrinate them on the off chance that they might get 2 crayons, 2 Crayolas. So it is not lost on me for 1 second that some of you from different parts in the world, the money is relative and it stretches differently in Algeria, for example, than it does in the United States of America. So I get that too. And it's difficult because I can't speak to each and every single one of you individually. So I get it if the money is too small. If financing makes sense, you can certainly finance it if you fit that correct and proper profile. But there are many of you who can make the investment, and it would be okay for you to make the investment. You haven't made it yet, and that's why we're having these conversations still. So I just wanted to, a couple stories I snuck in there for you. Yeah. Let me answer a couple questions. And then I also want to emphasize to you as well the bonuses that go away today. You will see Agency Accelerator as an exclusive bonus on joiniman.com. That's available until we end the presentation today. You will not see Eddie's bonus on that page, I don't think. At least I don't see it above the fold. And I'm scrolling through the page right now as we speak, right? Okay, it's so we have Agency Accelerator, but you also have Eddie's program. And Eddie's program, I'm going to bring this back up. I put it here. Where did I put it? I don't know where I put it. You have his, what we call Growth Operator Creator Accelerator. And this is Eddie's program as well. It is 2 different specific approaches on how to do this shadow operator business. Eddie has his way, which is really powerful. And then Iman has his way, which is also powerful. Now, Iman's way is the agency way with a little bit of extra adjustments to it because the agency model works incredibly well for shadow operations. Now, the Creator Accelerator by Eddie works specifically exactly on the model that we discussed and that we talked about here today. So you get both of those. The catch is only until we are done and we signed off here today. It is 11:44 p.m. my time here in Dubai. I do have to get up at 6 in the morning tomorrow to catch a flight, a casual 16-hour jaunt back to LA. So I'm not sure how long we're going to go for. I will try my best, though. Let me answer a couple more questions. I got so much positive feedback from you as well. I really do appreciate that. Shout out to my VIPs. Yesterday on day 6, I did a VIP session that I was especially proud of. That happened impromptu. When you show up consistently, great things are bound to happen. It's an inevitability. It's called the law of inevitability. So I was feeling really good about that yesterday. And I appreciate all of you who give me the love on that. Let me give you some love here today, too. I'm going to spit some game for you. We're going to help tell maybe a couple more stories as well. Okay, would I get all the bonuses if I still have and use the episode 2 link to buy? It doesn't matter what link you use. Whatever link that you use will get you the bonuses that are only available today because they all go to the same place in our shopping cart notes what time you check out. And then based on that timestamp, we allot you the bonuses. Now, if you're a VIP, we override that and we do give you all the bonuses. Yep. You will always be able to log in and get access to the material. The software has a year limitation of access and usage to it, and then you can renew at a similar rate to the rate that you did with joiniman.com, but you'll have to actively do that, right? Yeah. Yeah, now Joseph says, and this is a tough one, right? But I'll read it as is because this is the color of life. Joseph says, I don't like to show my face. I have cancer, and sometimes it turns people off if you are not looking well. Well, first thing on that, fuck those people. I don't, people are crazy, right? Some people are looking to get upset, and that's the value you might provide to them, right? Second, I get it. We live in the real world, not the ideal world. And sometimes in the real world, there are limitations that normally would get in the way that now because of technology like AI and because of the program of Monetize, we can sidestep those issues. So Joseph, we welcome you with open arms if this sounds good to you, brother. Obviously, your health has to be in good order. If you don't have your health, here's the saying, he who has his health has 1,000,000 wishes. He who does not has one. So you do need to have your health. So if it's a benign form of cancer that doesn't deplete your energy and doesn't stop you from moving forward in taking the necessary action, then we welcome you. Obviously, everyone just listen to me right now. Health comes first. Health is the first wealth, okay? So prioritize your health, please. So if joining this program and you're in ill health and you will continue to be in ill health and you can't manage both, manage your health over this. I just want to be incredibly clear with you. There's a lot of people who try to take things that I will say out of context occasionally, and I get it. They're fans of a different flavor, fans of a different feather, I guess, right? So just want to be very clear with you because that's how I live my life. I want you to prioritize your health first. But if you have your health, you have enough of it to have the vitality to move forward. And we don't need the type of effort that moves mountains. That's not necessary here. We need consistent everyday effort with just some focus on a consistent basis. Then we welcome you with open arms. But if you do have a health issue that doesn't affect you in terms of energy, but may affect your appearance, your voice, and so on and so forth, then we can still work with you and you can still be incredibly successful in this digital product business when you go to joiniman.com and sign up. Thank you. Appreciate that. I saw a lot more good comments that my team had clipped here. Why am I not being able to complete the payment option? I do not know. However, I do know this. Not only when you go to joiniman.com at the bottom of that page, there is this thing, and I'll just put it on the screen real fast. It says, send a WhatsApp message. So you can jam on that, right? The other option here, and you might not have noticed this, is there's a section to book a call. So you can set up a call to help you with the process to get you signed up. I talked to the team today, all on the Zoom, real briefly. Max was running point on them, and the people that are taking the calls. And man, they've been putting in work. So I shout out, acknowledgement to every single one of you on the other end of the calls that's ready to receive the calls from people listening here today that book in on your call who need some help checking out or need some help enrolling. Shout out to all of you. You've been doing an incredible job. You've been working really hard. I see you and I appreciate you. Yep. She said, they said, I want to ask Iman about his consistency. How did he go over it? Because I always wish to monetize my YouTube channel. That's a good question. If Iman pops back up on here, we can certainly ask him about it. Now, here's what's really interesting. I have found very few people in my life that are like Iman. Iman is a very unique individual, very inspirational because he can do many things at an incredibly high level simultaneously. I am constantly in awe at his capabilities of doing that. It is very impressive. Most of us, we pick one thing, we get good and consistent at that one thing at the cost of most other things in business, and we just nail that. And maybe we do another thing, and maybe we do another thing. Or we hire teams, and then the teams can run those things. So there's always levels to this, right? There's always another level to this. Where I live in Brentwood, my wife and I can't wait to go back and I see her. It's getting so incredibly hard for me today. I love serving all of you, but yeah, my heart has been kind of broken because this has been the longest time we've been away all year. And since November of last year, it's the longest we've been away. So this has been, frankly, quite difficult. I only do it because it's worth doing it. Even though it's difficult. So there's a lesson to you there. Right? But if you want to build teams to go up to that next level, you 100% can. Sorry, I actually lost my train of thought. I got caught in my emotions. I'm in my emotions. A little too much there. So most of us get really good at one thing, and then we stick to that one thing, and then we grow that in our business, and that's more than sufficient. And then if you want to go to that next level, you can go to that next level. And if you want to go to that next level, you can go to that next level. So I don't have a social media presence. Not really. I wish I did. I say one day, someday I want to go and do that. But I prioritize what I'm really good at in my business. And I'm essentially a shadow operator. That's what I do. Now, it's a hybrid model. So the more you get better at this stuff, the more you can adjust the process and make it unique. So what you do is you follow the plan, and then once you know the plan, then you can deviate from the plan strategically in ways that make sense to you. But first we follow the plan. And so I've been on the outside, I've been on the inside, I've been a partner. So like with Iman, it's a hybrid model. I am here working with him, and I'm also in front of a camera. In other instances, as a shadow operator, I am 100% behind the scene. There is a high likelihood chance that you have bought in, invested in, if you buy products, which really successful people invest in themselves consistently. If you're one of those types of people, there's a 100% chance that you have invested in something that I have been a shadow influencer behind. I've been a shadow operator, right? I always think about this. I've never been able to put this out there because nobody would understand the context, but I'm an old rap head, right? Like I used to be a rapper ever since I was 7, and I still listen to hip hop on an ongoing basis. And there's in rap, ghostwriting is where you write raps for other people. So like Jay-Z wrote Still Dre. He's not Dr. Dre, he's not Snoop Dogg, but he wrote the lyrics for Dr. Dre and for Snoop Dogg. And then there's a rapper, the old famous rapper back in the day, Mad Skills, that was his name. He was a ghostwriter for really popular rappers. And he had this line, and I think about this all the time when I do my shadow operations. It goes like this. He goes, I'm a ghostwriter, and for the right price, I could even make your shit tighter. And that's, shout out to any old heads who listen to any of that stuff, right? That's an obscure reference. And that's how I always think about it. Like I can sit with anybody, no matter who they are, because I'm a third party. I'm more objective than they are about their very own thing. I bring in a different skill set, a different lens, a different perspective. I have a model. I have a structure that I can install into their business. And so it is inevitable. It is inevitable that I will level that business up. It is a guarantee that I will bring immense value to that business. And that's because I can focus on one thing that adds leverage to every other thing. So write that down. Be the one thing that adds leverage to every other thing. And that's what makes the shadow operator business so incredibly valuable. And yeah, I can jam on that stuff for a long time. Like, it's almost too much, right? Because I am the highest level really in this industry of what shadow operations look like. But I started the same way. I would make very simple deals on very small scales, and then if they net it out, then I would get behind them, right? Yep. Thank you so much. I appreciate all these comments here. Yeah. Yeah. Consistency. Yeah. Importance of synthesize AI. Is synthesize AI really important? Can't we use custom GPTs, Cloud, or Notebook LM, or something like that to make money with digital products? Here's my opinion on this for what it's worth. Because I have, now keep in mind, little Jason Fladlin has created over 200 digital products in his career. Last I counted, okay? Once I saw Claude and once I saw ChatGPT and Gemini and Notebook LM, once I saw all these, I got super excited. I was like, this is going to be a complete game changer when it comes to digital products. And then I tried them. And it didn't work. And then I thought, well, maybe I didn't do it right. So then I studied a whole bunch. I paid for some programs. I watched a lot of free content. I hired a couple coaches, and I tried it again, and it didn't work. And then I said, maybe the technology isn't there. So every couple months, I would come back and I would try it again, and it didn't work. And then I just realized these GPTs, they're good at certain things. You want to know the number one thing that I use what I call generic GPTs for, or generic AI for? You want to know what the number one thing is? I wonder if my kids are listening right now. The number one thing that I use GPTs for is for writing contracts for the kids, right? So for screen time, we write out these contracts and we make these agreements. And for other types of code of conduct, like when we go out on a vacation, before we go on that vacation, we say, this is what an ideal vacation looks like, and here's how we can get the most out of it. Here's what you can expect from us. Here's the behavior, and here's the code of conduct that we will follow as your parents. And then here's the code of conduct that if you model and follow, will give you the best time possible and make it easy, as fun, and as smooth as you possibly can. And then we sign these agreements together and other things like that. This is the number one thing that I use generic GPTs for. When we have to respond to teachers at the school, good and bad, right? We had this tennis teacher who was a complete asshole to our youngest daughter, just a fucking curmudgeon-y old son of a bitch, right? And he really ruined her whole day. He really soured her on this idea of tennis, and she loves tennis. we would write these very fired up emails, and then we'd have ChatGPT translate them so they would be at least somewhat civil. So they're really good at what we call short context use cases. So a short context use case would be like an email. A short context use case could be like a simple communication from one party to another. But they fail consistently. My assistant James just said busted Jason contract gate. Yeah. They fail consistently when it comes to long context windows. And a long context window is a digital product. What to speak of, they're also not trained specifically on digital products. So here's the example I always give. I should come up with multiple examples so it really lands this point, right? Many people think more is more, but in the digital product business, more is less is more. So if I sold you a 1 million volume set on everything about digital products from the beginning first ever digital product ever created until current times, and we went over every esoteric and every pedantic point about digital products, and we said, hey, listen, in order to create digital products, you need to know the alphabet. And we're going to talk to you about the etymological root of every letter and every word of the alphabet and of the English language. And now that you understand this, then we're going to go back through grammar lessons on how to construct grammatically correct sentences for your digital products. And we gave you everything, and I mean everything. And it took truckloads of data for you to download all of this information so that way you can have a digital product. Would that help you or would that hurt you? And the answer is that would hurt you, okay? If you're trying to find a needle in the haystack and we put more hay on it, does that help you or does that hurt you, right? If you are trying to guess the combination and it's 5 digits and I give you 5,000 numbers, and within those 5,000 numbers are the 5 digits that you need in order to unlock the combination, does that hurt you or does that help you? And the answer is it hurts you. If the combination is 5 digits, I'm going to give you 5 digits. I ain't going to give you 50 digits. I'm going to give you 15 digits. I'm going to give you 5 digits. And so generalized AI has too much noise, not enough signal, okay? I'm going to get a little geeky with you. Remember a little 14-year-old Flatlands out there busting his ass in the hot Iowa sun, painting the houses so he could save up for his first computer so he can make music. Once I started making music, I had to produce and mix the music. And there's this concept in audio engineering called signal-to-noise ratio, okay? So let's just say you could sit in on a session and you could record your favorite musician. But the only problem is when you put the mic in front of them to record them, there was a lot of noise. So there was like a hissing sound. There was a lot of background noise. There was a lot of unnecessary volume that was there that had nothing to do with the signal, which would be the singer's voice or the drummer's drums or the guitarist's guitar. So if you have too much noise in the background, it will drown out the signal of the sound. And you could record the most beautiful voice that ever existed, but the noise will drown it out, and you can't remove the noise from the signal. So our goal is to have the strongest signal with the least amount of noise. And so general AI, the signal's in there somewhere, maybe, although I will argue it's not there for digital products like what we have because we put proprietary information that the AI does not have access to it. Because if the AI doesn't have access to it, it can't create models around it, right? So we have proprietary knowledge. But let's assume it had total access to everything that Iman knew and I knew, and it was available in ChatGPT or Gemini or Claude or whatever, right? It still wouldn't matter because all the other noise, what an isosceles triangle is added to the data set, right? All the other noise that's out there will drown out the signal anyway. And you will get a digital product that's not worth selling because it has too much noise and not enough signal. It's not especially trained. What to speak of the limited context window that a generic AI has. So what we want is specialized AI, and we want it to be able to connect together for a long context, and we want it to have nothing but signal and remove all the noise. And that's what Synthesize AI does for the product side. And then Ghostwriter OS does that for the content side to attract people to your products, right? And I know this. And nobody else truly really understands this. This is why Iman brings me in, right? I am a hell of a salesman. I agree. I can sell ice to Eskimos because you still need ice to build igloos. You like that? Clip that. That's pretty fucking good, isn't it? So I can sell ice to Eskimos for sure, right? I'm a really good salesman. More than that, though. More than that. I understand these concepts at a deeper level. So I can communicate these to you, whether you invest or don't invest. I can communicate these to you at this very deep level that you've probably never heard before. And as soon as you hear it, you say, well, holy cow, that makes sense. And I can do this right off the top of this demented little brain that I have between these two ears. Like, because I go in on this stuff, because this is so important to me. And because I work with clients that are on the cutting edge in this space, I know this. This is why Iman brings me in. He brings me in because he knows I can take a complicated concept like that and explain it to you in a way where you can get insight and clarity. And then if you can get insight and clarity, then you'll say, okay, now I get it. Now the things that I was concerned about that I wasn't quite sure on, now I'm confident with, and so therefore I can go and I can join. And then if that is you, you go to joiniman.com and then you sign up, okay? I think I'm going to bring Eddie back up here in a little bit. Not right away because I got some more questions to rock through. And then I do want to, I want to connect with you on some other levels as well. But I think we got Eddie still around. So I'll probably bring him back up in, say, 10 minutes, somewhere around there. Because I want to wrap with Eddie a little bit more. How can we, so Simon says, because I got a couple of questions like this, so I want to bring him back up for this. How can we create trust for the first creators, influencers that work with us, even if we don't have a big following? So inside of the programs, you will get the exact specific recipe for that creation of trust. I will tell you on the outside, as best as I can explain it to you, a lot of trust is in how you approach the initial communication. It's really that simple. If you can approach the initial communication in a way where you sound professional, you sound like you know what you're doing, you feel good, they feel good about reading it, it's clear and it's simple to them, then you will get a positive response. Not by any one individual, but if you contact a few people, then that's enough to tip the probability in your favor, okay? So remember the other day, I guess you don't. You were, if you weren't a VIP, you didn't hear this. But I had, let me see if I can find this. The other day I had a set of, where was this at? Okay, yeah. I had this little Cold of Done manifesto. And rule number, where's it at here? Number 3. Number 3 on my Cold of Done manifesto was this. Pretending you know what to do is almost as good as knowing exactly what to do. Pretending you know what to do is almost as good as knowing exactly what to do. And that's because oftentimes in your head, you're like, well, if I have to do it right, then it's this and it's that, and you overcomplicate it. I'm not a fan of fake it till you make it. So there's some nuance to this, right? But pretending you know what you're doing is almost as good as knowing what you're doing. So if you approach it with the attitude of, I am going to put this out there and respond to the feedback that I get from it and make an adjustment if necessary, then you will actually act upon it and then you will get it done, right? So this is how you create trust, is you show up in a way that makes somebody say this person is worth having a dialogue with. And we have the scripts, like literal word for word scripts that have been fine-tuned to get that sort of response from people who don't have any experience prior who've been able to make the system work. Yep. I also recommend that you create your own digital product on top of that, because then you can show them, this is what I'm capable of doing. See? Now I could do that for you as well. So this is a nice little hack. I don't know how long this will last, but while it lasts, I would certainly take advantage of this if I were you. I would log into Synthesize. I would create a couple digital products, not one, but a couple digital products. And then when I contacted these influencers, I could show them a portfolio. I could say, this is the kind of work that we can do. The only difference is we will do it specifically for you. Specifically for you, right? And that's a very effective approach. It's called show, not tell. So you show them, because a picture is worth 1,000 words. In this case, a done digital product is worth thousands and thousands of dollars. Either you sell it or you show it as an example that somebody else can see. Or maybe you do both, right? How do you make sure AI doesn't give us the same answers everyone will be using with the same tool? So the tool is trained specifically to avoid that scenario. Okay. Now, Synthesize is optimized every single day. It improves because the technology improves every single day. And then we do large scale optimizations and up-level it. So Synthesize just got a massive upgrade as a platform. It was engineered at a whole new level. So the output now is even more incredible on top of that. But the thing of it is there's so many digital products. There's so many digital products. Let's just put it into perspective. There's $1 billion a day of digital products sold. Over $1 billion a day of digital products sold. 1 billion seconds is 32 years from now. Whereas 1 million seconds is 11 days from now. That gives you the scope. Because 1 billion is insane. So 1 billion is 1 million times 1,000, right? So $1 million is made 1,000 times a day with digital products. 1,000 times a day. Isn't that crazy? Right? $50 million every, what's the math on that one? I don't even know. You don't want to get Fladlin making math right now. Let me see if I can pull up the math on this, okay? So there are 60 minutes in an hour, or 60 minutes in an hour, right? And there's 24 hours in a day. So that's 1,440 hours. So if we take 1 billion, this is insane. Why am I even doing this right now? We take 1 billion and we divide that by 1,440, right? 694,444,000. Damn. Isn't that crazy? Every single, I don't know if I got that math right. Somebody correct me if I'm right. It's a whole bunch. It's a ridiculous amount of money that's being made every single minute with digital products. Millions of dollars are being printed. And this is why it's so vast that you don't have to concern yourself with bumping into somebody else. And by the way, even in the same industry, people will buy multiple products on the exact same subject, right? I have bought so many cookbooks in my day, especially when I was learning to cook initially, dozens of them. In the business world, I have bought thousands of books. I just bought a book, a digital product, right before I came up here. Yeah. So even if you have similar products, somebody who needs the problem solved will buy multiple different versions of the same product from multiple different people publishing it. I can't even begin to describe the depth of possibility that comes with digital products. Do I need to have a laptop for this hustle, or a phone can get the job done? A phone can get the job done. I would prefer that you had a laptop because it will be easier to manage, but you certainly can do this with a phone and an internet connection. You absolutely can. We have actually had success stories who started without a laptop, who either worked it on a phone or on a tablet and made this work. Now, I would recommend once you start making money, and if you can, get yourself a device that is easier to work off of. But the device doesn't set the destiny. The device doesn't equal the destiny. So you can get there even if you have the phone and an internet connection. And it doesn't even have to be a super stable internet connection. It just has to be somewhat stable. When I was working in the south of France earlier this year running this business, in fact, when I first started working with Iman, I was in the south of France, and we would do these calls working together to plan Monetize 2.0. And I would do those calls with a really shitty internet connection because, French people don't like their internet. It was stable enough to work most of the time, and it was good. Yeah. Who handles the payments from the shadow cells? So I would suggest that you use WAP, and you have WAP set up to distribute the payments for you automatically. So that way, whoever, whenever money comes in, it automatically gets split to the parties involved. That's what I would recommend. Although there are other ways to do it too. That seems to be the cleanest and the simplest. How long will all the bonuses be on Monetize for? So the core bonuses, and I'll run them through you here really quick because I have them on the screen. So Synthesize AI, Digital Product Formula, Monetize Mania, 100 plus profitable non-expert products, Ghostwriter OS, 12 months of coaching, that's 7 sessions per week, the perfect product insurance policy. All of those are available to you until tomorrow night at 11:59 p.m. Eastern time, not Pacific time. Until that page goes down at joiniman.com, all those bonuses are available to you. There are 2 bonuses that are available to you, but only until we're done with the presentation here today. Once we end this YouTube live, these bonuses go away. And these bonuses are Agency Accelerator and then the Growth Operator Creator Accelerator. It has 2 names here, so I don't know which one to call Eddie's. Growth Operator, Creator Accelerator, both of those are names for Eddie's offering up. So those 2 expire when we close the gate today on the YouTube live. How do we get past bonuses? If you are a VIP, you get past bonuses. Otherwise, you can't get them. It's just the nature of the business. When we make a bonus available on a presentation and we say it's only available until the end of that presentation, guess what? It's only available to the end of that presentation. And that's it. So you can get the bonuses that are offered today when you join today. Otherwise, if you join tomorrow, you will not get these bonuses or any other presentation-only bonuses. You will still get the regular bonuses, just to be clear with you, but not these extra earmarked specific ones from the presentation today. Is offer started for Rias? Is his offer started? Offer is started and offer is almost complete. It will be complete tomorrow night, 11:59 p.m. Eastern time. All right. Let me see here. Let me go back through. Guarantee. I'm going to make a note here as well. I'm going to make a note here. Okay. Oh, nice. I think I just send up to Max. I said, go ahead and send Eddie up. How you doing, man? You back? I'm back. I appreciate you for coming back, my friend. I got a bunch of questions that I was answering, but a lot of these questions that I'm coming in are centered around this operator model, right?
Okay.
And so I would like to speak to it a little bit more from your perspective, since you've been in it recently, to collecting the payments. Like, let's talk about that. How does that work, generally speaking?
So WAP you can use to process like every single payment. Now, is this about collecting the payment from like when you're selling the product, or collecting the payment from your client, like when you're getting paid?
Mostly it's about, okay, how do we split the money? How do we collect the money with the partner? But speak to both, right? Why not?
Yeah. So that splitting the money with your client is actually probably the most common one that I've received. But the cool thing is, if you're using WAP, I think with WAP you can split it just on the platform. You can pay your team, so you could pay yourself out directly, and then your client could pay himself out as well. And so WAP allows you to handle all of that, which really makes it a lot easier. I remember when I first started, like, they didn't have this feature yet, and so you would have to like bank transfer your client or send them a wire, get them to send you a link. It was a lot more complicated, but now it's as simple as like if you just use WAP to use for payment processing for the product, you can just split it on the platform.
Yeah, and that's a newish feature like you're describing. Yeah. And God, I wish I had that back in the day. My advice, and I would love to hear your points on this too, Eddie, is I've always took the position initially of I'll set everything up so that way you don't have to mess with it. So I'll set up the payments and all that kind of stuff. And then I'll set up the split for everything as well. And then I'll show you when it's done. You want to be the one that collects the money.
Yes.
Just my opinion, right? If you collect all of the money, then you will be able to distribute the money. If somebody else collects all the money, then you have to wait for them to distribute the money.
Yeah, then you're like having to follow up with them. You might as well set it up so then you can control, like, and make sure you get paid on time.
Yeah, and 9 times out of 10 you do. Okay?
Yeah.
But even when you do, if you're sitting there wondering about it, you could lose sleep at night. So we always start with, we'll collect all that, frame that as a benefit. Hey, listen, we're just going to take care of it. Don't, and you show them, like, this is how this works and everything, so you know that you can get paid and all that. Then if the person decides, well, I don't know about that, then if the deal's big enough, we could say, okay, you can take it, right?
100%.
Yeah, this 9 times out of 10 at least, if not more, you will get paid. Most people are good people, and most people have a reputation that they want to maintain. But in the real weird scenario where you don't collect the money and somehow or another you don't get paid, it's a cost of doing business. There's one way I can guarantee you that you'll never get paid. You know what that is?
Not getting started.
Not getting started. That's exactly right. Jay wants to know your nationality. Eddie, what nationality are you?
I'm Kenyan American. My mom was born in Kenya. I grew up in the States, but Kenyan American.
That's really cool. Nice. And then also Jennifer says, your story is so inspiring. And I agree. I'm glad that you're here sharing this with us.
Thank you, Jennifer. Appreciate that.
Yeah, this is really, really important. So if you have any other questions ready, you can put them in here as well. What attracted you to the operator model in the first place?
Well, it started off with me just being interested in shoes. And then that led into me being interested in like, okay, how can I make some money? And then I saw that the community that I was learning how to resell shoes in was ran by someone that was selling a digital product who was like 17, making 20 times the amount of money as me. And then I realized like, oh, getting into digital products on my own as a beginner, especially back when I started like 3-4 years ago, was a lot harder as a beginner. And so my solution, and like if AI was around, that would have also been a solution. But back then it made the most sense to just partner with someone who had an audience instead of going and trying to build up my own audience while building a digital product. I also had no expertise as well. And so like I had nothing to even like talk about. If I wanted to make a product on reselling, I didn't really even know that much about reselling myself. And so it was just the solution to every problem I had. Like I sucked at content back then. So partnering with a creator just was a solution to that. I had no expertise. So partnering with the expert in reselling was a solution to that.
So you were passionate about reselling sneakers.
Yes, but I was still learning. Like I had joined a community to learn. I'm wearing some Travis Scotts right now. I would say I'm a hype beast. And it was cool to be able to like flip like this type of stuff and make money from it. But then I realized I could make more money because I was in a community. It was a digital product the dude was selling on reselling, and I was like, wait, this guy's making way more money doing that. I should probably get into this.
Yeah, it's a good point. And it's like everybody's got to be comfortable with this. Teaching people how to do the thing is way more profitable usually than doing the thing itself, right?
100%.
So you could flip some sneakers, you might make some money, but most sneakerheads I know, they just flip them so that way they can wear the newest pair of shoes, and then this is how they can always have a different pair of shoes. They're not making money flipping shoes.
Yeah.
But they want to, and they're trying to. And so they will invest in a little bit of, digital product if they can create a better experience on the flipping the shoes. But you say yourself, you're still at the beginner stage of it.
Yeah.
You are passionate about it. You find it incredibly interesting. You know a lot about it, but you weren't like walking out there saying like, I'm the shoe flipping god. Like, look at all these things I've ever done in my life with, flipping these sneakers. You were at the beginning stage of that. And then you saw somebody who had an audience, who had the desire to do something with the audience, but it wasn't quite hitting, and you felt comfortable enough approaching them and starting a conversation.
Exactly.
What's your tech skill level like? Like, are you like a tech wizard?
I wouldn't say I'm like a tech wizard. I mean, I'm 21, so I grew up like with the phone and on a computer. I played a lot of video games growing up, but like, I don't think you need that much tech skills to get into this. I've seen many people who have really low tech skills be able to make it work. And so it's not really that necessary. If you can like navigate onto YouTube to watch this, I think you probably have enough tech skills to make it work.
Yeah, I was just going to ask you, like, what's the most difficult technical thing you had to overcome when you were starting in this business?
Honestly, it's just like learning a different platform like WAP, like learning how to navigate WAP, which you're going to learn. I think if you join like, or if you just like, you can go on WAP and just like figure it out. There's tutorials, there's YouTube videos. And so it's like, the hardest part is just like getting familiar with a new platform, but that doesn't take too long.
It's like getting familiar with a new phone interface.
Exactly.
So like when you had the iPhone initially, or when you had the Android or whatever you had to learn it. It wasn't incredibly difficult, but you just had to become familiar with the platform. It was so funny, Eddie, because so many people the other day was asking about WAP and WAP and WAP. I don't know how to say WAP. So I'm like, is it really like that difficult?
It's not.
I went and I watched one single YouTube video on it, and it was not the greatest YouTube video either, if I could be honest. And then I went and set it up, and I'm like, okay, this is an issue of people making mountains out of molehills, because they don't have experience doing with it, so they assume it had to be incredibly hard, difficult, challenging, etc. And then when you get through it, it's actually incredibly easy and simple and straightforward, right? Yeah. You just got to learn, where's the button at? Oh, it's over here. Okay, now I push it over here. Okay, where's this menu item at? It's over here. I don't call that a technical skill. I just call that following simple directions. And you can find that for free. That's easy. That's on YouTube. Obviously, we also train you, and we have coaching and everything else inside of Monetize that can help you as well. And then inside of your program, Eddie, it also shows people how to find these influencers. I know we asked that earlier, but I just want to emphasize that again.
Yeah, so to walk you through exactly how to find them and also what makes up a good client, because there's millions and millions of creators, but like not all of them are the best to work with. And so we go through how to find them, where to find them, what makes a good client, what to say to them, and there's like even full scripts on how to close them. Everything you'll need from like start to finish, and then even after you close them, like how to set up the product, how to sell the product, everything you need.
Nice. Killmonger, here's his name on YouTube. He says, "Hey Eddie, thanks to you, I got my first client for Growth Operating 1 year ago. You're amazing, and you changed my life."
Yeah, that's really sick. That's congrats, bro. I mean, all I did was lay out like the path for you. You actually did the work, and so congrats, bro. That's amazing to hear.
That's awesome. How do you feel when you hear something like that?
I mean, so fulfilled. There's no other like feeling that hits like that. It's the greatest thing to see like people, like real people come through something that I've made and like change their life. It's cool because like I went through a transformation like that when I joined Iman's program like 3 years ago, and to see like some people going through programs of mine and having that happen is really cool.
Yeah, that is really cool. And every one of you have the ability to do that. Even if you're in the shadows operating and you don't get the direct attribution, just know that when you put product out there, you will have such a positive, profound impact on somebody's life. And they will say thank you to that person who created that or made that be the game changer in my life. Like, this is a perk, and it pays really, really well too. And you get this perk. So know that that's a possibility. So it was really cool seeing that here, Eddie. And, you know, and I get it too. And this is like you said something to me when we were downstairs, like I had helped you in your business.
Yeah.
I had never even met Eddie before. I was like, thanks for telling me, right? Like, because I want to collect the success stories because they're that important to me. I mean, this is why we ended up doing this after a while, is to extend the legacy of success. And that's possible for you in digital products. So I really wanted to highlight that. We have also a lot of Kenyans in the crowd. Yeah, so shout out to Kenya now.
Kenyans are everywhere, man.
I appreciate that. I love that. Here's one that says, how do you manage the partnerships and keep a good relationship with the creators that you partner with?
Yeah, I think for me, I've always like found that people that I'm like working with become great friends. And so like the guy that I'm doing business now, I'm doing shadow operating for someone right now, and we actually like hang out in person. Like we went and played paddle recently. And so obviously that might not be possible like if the client is like across the world, but I think the best way to look at it is like just build a genuine relationship with them, talk to them often, call them as much as you can, and that'll help make sure the partnership goes well and smoothly, and things get done. I mean, just do what you need to get done on time, request that they get what they need to do for you on time, and then just like I've always thought it was really important to like they don't have to be your friend before you get into business with them, but like become friends with them.
Yep. You first of all, when you make people money, they like you.
That's true. That's very true.
It helps a lot, right?
Yeah.
And you know, with women, it helps a lot too. If you're single, like, just say it, okay? But the other thing too, this has been my experience, Eddie. I'd love to hear your thoughts on this. Is I find the easiest way to manage relationship with partners is to communicate expectations to you.
Yeah.
So today, here's what I'm going to do for you. And then tomorrow, here's what I did for you yesterday. And here's today what I'm going to do for you. So if you're always letting them know where you're at and what you're up to, and you're checking in with them, they get this experience of like, wow, this person is going the extra mile for me.
Yeah.
If you're doing it in the dark and you're not telling them what you're doing it, then the feeling with the partner is, are they even doing it? There's this feeling of uncertainty.
Yeah.
Yeah. So has that been your experience as well? Just direct communication seems to work the best?
Yeah, and I think setting expectations in the beginning is also like really important. You don't want them to have really high expectations. I mean, and you maybe don't make them set them too low, but like set them low and over deliver, and just make sure that they know what you actually are going to do. And as long as you set the expectations at the beginning, everything should be good, as long as it's properly aligned with what you actually do for them.
Yeah, I love that. I typically give them a range. I said, hey, if everything goes well, which it usually doesn't, we could be looking at this, right? If everything goes terribly for whatever reason, meaning the audience isn't just interested, then it could be as little as this, right? But it will probably be somewhere in the middle. And the littlest number that we give them is better than what they're making right now.
Yeah.
Right? So worst case
Way better.
scenario, you've made more money than you would normally make. Best case scenario, you've made a lot more money than you would normally make.
Yeah.
And it usually falls somewhere in between. So I like that. Set the right expectation and then communicate with them. And it doesn't have to be a lot of communication. It just has to be like, here's what we're working on now. And then give it to them. Here's what we're working on now. You're just giving them updates. If you just keep people in the loop, they'll think you're like a genius. And they'll be like, look at everything that they're doing. Even though what you're doing is maybe not a lot, but if you're reporting to them that it's a lot, then they love that as well. But we're getting into the weeds, just so everybody knows. Like, this is dissecting the frog at this point in time. Most of these things are not nearly as complicated in practice as they are to explain on a presentation like this one, right? They just run pretty smoothly. Is that your experience?
Everything, it's actually surprising. Like, to most people, when they get into it, it's like, oh, it's actually this simple. I thought you were just oversimplifying it, but it in reality is like this simple. And so it is a fairly straightforward process. And I mean, all the steps are laid out for you. You just follow them.
I love that. Yeah, and that's been my experience too. We tend to make it more complicated in our head than it actually is. And then once we make it too complicated, we don't act on it.
Yeah.
So we just got to simplify it and then move forward with it. Can the material target non-influencers, businesses that is? Let's just be clear about what we're talking about here. I don't care if they're an influencer or not. If they have an audience that they can easily reach and they have a relationship with that audience, that's who you want to work with. So you could call them an influencer, you can call them a content creator, you can call them a business. Like, we used to do this all the time back in the day, Eddie, with businesses that had emails. So they would send out emails to their audience on a frequent basis, and they would never, ever sell them anything.
Really?
Oh, God, it was very common, right?
Basically just had money sitting.
They just, diamonds in their own backyard, right? Just diamonds in their own backyard, and they're like, what's a diamond? Like, what's this shiny thing? It has no value, and then they throw it away, right? And so we would just say to them, listen, we would run these, what we call these ask campaigns. And so we go on an email list and we'd say, hey, listen, we're going to do something we've never done before. And because this is new, I totally understand if you don't want any part of this. So here's what you have to do. You have to actively tell me you want to know more about the specific thing that we're going to do in the near future. If you ignore this email or do not click the link that I'll put at the bottom of it, then I will never email you ever on this new thing that we're about to do in the future, right?
Okay. Wow.
Now, by the way, everybody's like, I want to click on that link. I want to click on that link, right? And so when they would click on that link, we would put them on another email list. And that email list would be like, okay, you're on the special private email list. This is a short email. I'm only going to email you a short period of time. We're going to email you like 5 times over the next 7 days. And we have a new product. And we would like to sell it to you, right?
Yeah.
And at any time you don't want to hear about it, you can just leave. And so we would go to the partner to show them, hey, listen, we're not going to hurt your email relationship. We're going to make this a special experiment. We're going to tell the people in advance that we're going to sell them a new digital product, and they'd have to actively opt in to know what it's about. And so then we would run these ask campaigns, and then based upon those numbers and how well they would do, we would go back to the content creator or the business, and we'd say, now that this has done well, let's explore other ways that we can work together, right? And that's the old days with email. But I'm sure, like with you, Eddie, a lot of it is probably risk-free initial engagements.
Yeah. It's actually interesting you say that. Like, I feel like we kind of do that. Like, whenever we would sign a client for this, like, if they have an audience on Instagram, you just like make a story post and ask their audience, like, if I were to make something, would you be interested in it? What format would you want it in? And the audience will just tell them, like, if they actually are interested. And so, like, if I think the reason was they're like skeptical to sell to their email list. And so now if you have a client, you can use a very similar principle and just like use like polls or some type of way to interact with the creator's audience to like get feedback.
Yeah, I love that. So there's a principle I've learned early on in this business, Eddie, where people are afraid to try something new that they've never done before.
Yeah.
Sounds like everybody here who's wondering about signing up for Monetize who hasn't done it yet, right? You're like, I like digital products, but I ain't never done one of those things before, right? So I deal with it with these folks every single day for the last 5 days, and now we're on day 6, right? But the same is true even for successful influencers, people who've amassed audiences, who have following, and they have positive feedback, and they have tens of thousands, if not hundreds of thousands of people positively responding to them. To ask them to do something that's far outside of their comfort zone, even if it's in their best interest, will often be met with resistance, right? And so we make things as risk-free and as easy for the creator to say yes to as humanly possible. And so in your case, I loved what you're talking about here. You just pull the audience. If the audience says, hell no, I will hate you for the rest of your life if you ever dare try to help me in any commercial capacity, right? Then you say, okay, we won't do it, right?
Yeah.
But the usual experience is like, thank God you're finally going to put this together, because I've been wanting to pay you money for something that has some effort put behind it, that is done in a specific way. Like, do you find this with these audiences, that they're actually excited to be able to have the opportunity to invest?
A lot of people are like begging their favorite creators to sell them something. They were like just dying for them to sell them something, especially if it's a creator that will teach them something. Like, it's funny, my friend was telling me about the first digital product he bought, and it was from this dude who teaches you how to like maximize how high you can jump.
Nice.
Because he wanted to go pro in basketball, and the dude didn't sell a program for the longest time, and he told me how excited he was whenever the dude actually launched the program. He's very successful with this digital product, the guy that's selling that. But like, a lot of people really want to learn from their favorite creators, and so you'd be surprised at like how many people would beg a creator to actually sell them something.
Yeah, so it's like an itch. Most YouTube content is like an itch that the more you scratch it, the more it itches.
Yeah.
And here's why: because they create videos on very specific topics that they know will get a lot of clicks. And then they have to present them in certain ways to maximize retention. This is, by the way, why when we do these challenges and we put these videos on YouTube, we yank them. So we will remove these tomorrow night. Like, if you look at the metric on how these long-form challenge videos perform in terms of distribution on algorithms, is not very high. Because the average kid scrolling through Instagram or YouTube, they want that quick dopamine fix. So they never get too far below the surface level. So a lot of these influencers, they're giving their audience in mass what they want. They're like, they want that quick hit of dopamine. So, you know, the vertical leaper who's teaching people how to do vertical leaping, he's not creating a comprehensive, well thought out program structured from beginning step to end step. He's like, well, I know that a lot of people are searching for this one thing, or they're interested in one thing, and it would make good content to stop the scroll and engage them. So I'm going to create this very specific piece of content, which is useful but incomplete. It's useful in and of itself, but it's incomplete to the larger picture. And then they keep doing that. So the more the audience consumes from them, the more desirous they are to have a specific solution from them, right?
Yeah.
Isn't that crazy?
It's so wild.
Yeah, and so then they start to beg the creator, do you have a program that I can purchase? Do you have a course somewhere that I could buy? Do you have somewhere where all of this is put together? I would love to know more about it. And the creator still doesn't do it because the creator does what they do. Like, they don't want to learn this new skill. And so an audience, and by the way, not everybody in a 100,000 person audience is going to buy, because there's casuals, right? There are 3 consumers of all Instagram or all social media. There are the new, there are the core, and then there are the casuals. So the new are just the people with a passing fad who say, oh, that's cool. I didn't know you could create a higher vertical leap. And they'll watch 1 or 2 videos, right? So they'll count as a view, but they will never buy from you. And then you have the casuals who will always watch, but they're not totally dedicated because they don't want to be professional basketball players one day, or whatever reason is, they find it interesting but not enough to spend money. And then you have the core audience. That's the audience within the audience within the audience. And these are the people that will spend money and are looking to spend money. They just haven't been asked yet. And there are thousands of them within an audience of 100,000. But if you get 3,000 people to buy a $100 program, you just made $300,000. That is a lot of money. When my dad, was a teacher, it would take him 10 years to make $300,000, right? 10 years, right? In Iowa, he was making $30,000 a year teaching at his height. But there's $300,000 of value in a typical influencer's audience, not from everybody, but from the core audience inside, not the casuals and not the new people, but the core audience inside of the audience inside of the audience. And this is who we create these products for. And so from your perspective, audience, Eddie, you see this. Audience is grateful to have the opportunity to buy from their creators that they follow.
Yeah, 100%. There's always going to be a pocket full of people. The percent may vary, but like imagine if it was 1% of people in an audience at any time are like the core that will be a buyer. You can do the math on some of these creators, even if they're not that like big of creators, if they only have like 10,000 or 20,000, that's still a good amount of people that will buy a product. There's just like money sitting in all of these creators' audiences. It's so interesting to think about. You just like I used to scroll on TikTok or Instagram and just be like, oh yeah, this guy probably has broke influencer syndrome. This guy probably does. There's just like so much money that they're missing out on, and they need someone like you to come in and help them actually to monetize their audience.
Yeah, that's a really good point. Tanish says, can I make digital products as a shadow operator for YouTube gamers in reaction channels? Please tell me. What are your thoughts on that?
For YouTube gamers, reaction channels, I would say that's more entertainment. That what I've said is like you want to target a client that is teaching their audience something, providing value to them. Entertainment, it's a lot harder to monetize, and their audience, they might buy like a digital product. Off the top of my head, I can't think of for React. For gamers, I've seen a few like community type digital products for gamers, and so I think it's possible. And I think if you're working with someone that like used to be like a Fortnite pro or a gaming pro, there's definitely a world where they can create some type of digital product where they're teaching them something. But my rule of thumb has always been like, if they're a more entertainment creator, it's definitely a lot harder. But if they're teaching them something, they're providing value, then it's definitely possible to make it work as an operator for them.
Yeah, I'm glad you brought that up, Eddie, because there's two types of content fundamentally on social media. There's entertainment and then there's education.
Yep.
And you want to separate the two. So reaction channels typically, for the most part, are educational, right?
Yeah.
Now, I've seen like lawyer reaction channels. Like I have a friend who built a 1 million person subscriber list on YouTube doing like legal reaction, right? So he's reacting to these crazy videos of like cops doing stupid stuff and everything like that. And so in those instances, a digital product could make sense. Because the reaction is educational in and of itself. Like there's a lot of weightlifters and bodybuilders who will react to really stupid bodybuilding advice out there. And then there's digital product opportunities with them because it's based around education. But if it's just reaction because somebody did something stupid on social media that day and they're, like a Coldplay concert kind of reaction scenario, or like drama, like YouTube drama alert channels and stuff like that. And those are not the ones because those are primary entertainment. And then when it comes to like gamers, there are instances like I remember World of Warcraft back in the day. They had like these how to get to level 60 with your character as fast as humanly possible, right? Those were guides that people would publish that would sell a lot, make a lot of money. And so if you see gamers and they're in an industry where other people are selling digital products, that's a great sign. You may want to move forward with it from that. But if they're playing games just for entertainment, then that is probably not an area you want to touch. My personal opinion on this is go really black and white. Go into industries where people are fully informative on things where people in the comments are saying, I would like to buy a product from you. That's just me.
It's a smart way to do it. It's a very smart way to do it.
We want to keep it as simple as possible when we're starting off, right? And in your case, what do you see your students and yourself with these shadow operators? Is there any trends that you notice for certain types of products and that you notice work better than others?
Well, I mean, I feel like one common one that a lot of people go into is just like the making money online. Like different people that have had experience with some type of business model and teaching others how to get into that is, I would say, the most common that people want to default to, but that's probably the one you should stay away from. You don't need to stay away from it, but like there's so many just like niches and different types of creators you can work with. And everyone probably is going to think, oh, I should go work with the make money people, but you should just go work with the people that everyone else isn't going and hitting up.
Yeah. Yeah, you don't want to work with the make money people because they're already trying to do this on their own, right?
Yeah.
You want to work with the people who see the merit in it but have no desire in and of themselves to ever do it. There's so many industries where that's the case. Where you say, wow. And you can look at WAP. You can actually go to WAP, look in the marketplace, and you can see the products that are doing really well, that are selling really well outside the make money industry, and then do a reverse search. Say, who are the influencers in that space on social media who could sell their version of that digital product?
That's
And
really
then-
smart.
Yeah, and then you create a digital product on this. It's like, how many ways do we have to show you how this is possible for you, yes, you, to be able to take advantage of this and move forward at joiniman.com and get these two incredible bonuses, one from Eddie and then one from Iman himself. Contracts, like especially starting off, what's your opinion on how tight do we make these operating agreements and these contracts and all this statement of work, letter of agreements, LOAs, like how crazy do you go into that?
Honestly, I mean, inside of the program that they get, for me, there is a template in there that they can use. And I don't think that it's super necessary in the beginning. Like, I mean, especially if they're a creator that has an audience, they have a reputation. If they end up screwing you over, they're going to ruin the reputation. Most people are smart enough not to do that. And so I don't think it's too necessary. And then if you are going to use one, you can just use a template or, AI. AI makes a lot of my agreements still to this day. And so I don't think you need to worry about it too much. A lot of people, that stops them from getting started when that's just like a really, really small piece of the equation that doesn't even really matter.
100%. Even to this day, we initially make deals on handshakes. We make small deals. Scope is small. And then based upon the results of that, then we sharpen the pencils and then we put together official contracts, right?
I like that.
My personal philosophy on this is how I always say it, Eddie. I like pizza, I like spaghetti, but if we mix spaghetti and pizza together, it doesn't make a better meal, right? So some people you just aren't going to want to work with. It just doesn't connect culturally or whatever reason. And so we make simple deals with small scope initially to see how it feels. And then if it feels good and it makes money, then we come back and we formalize the deal. And so like what I would consider a small scope deal for almost every single one of you here would be really big. You're like, Dave, you call that small? I mean, it's all relative, right? So when we're making deals with lots of money that's exchanging hand as an initial engagement, it's still a very small deal.
Yeah.
And then you can scale it up as it makes sense. So there will be friction when you bring in agreements that aren't necessary, because even if an agreement's in place and somebody violates it, how do you remedy the agreement? That creates a whole set of tail and things that you probably don't even want to play with. And so when we're starting, we just make quick deals that make sense where there's no ambiguity in place and everybody kind of knows their role, and then we move forward. So you can write up a letter of agreement if you want, and that's really easy, where it says this is what you're on the hook for. Like, this is what I expect you to do. This is what you can expect me to do. Do we agree to that? Yes. So it operates less as a legal agreement, although it could be a legal agreement because it looks like one. It's more important to lay out the terms of expectation up front so there's no ambiguity of who's doing what. Now, when you're starting out making these deals, you should do most of the work. So a lot of their expectation on them is just that you are going to post this amount of times.
Yeah.
That's it, right? And then if they're going to record it, like I'm going to do all this, and your list is like 27 things, and their list is like 3 things. Yeah, and then after you make a good deal, then you want to go back, you could scale it up, then it becomes more parities, more equal, and then also you can make new deals with other people and have more equal parity up front, right? Yeah. So that's my opinion. Now, if you got to put a contract in place and that's the only way you can move forward with it, then just put the contract in place, right? It's not a big deal. Have you ever experienced a relationship that didn't turn out the way you hoped? What did you learn from it?
Honestly, personally, no. Every client that I've ended up working with has gone pretty much exactly how I expected. Obviously, like the first client I ever signed, I'm still not working with, mainly because we just both grew out of that. But like, it did everything it needed to do. I mean, we made $263K from that just one partnership. I haven't signed a client that like didn't turn out how I wanted it to. But I've seen people do that, and I think the biggest reason behind that is just not really taking a look at the creator and the client and making sure they are a good fit. And so I think as long as you just analyze everything beforehand and then like just talk to them and see what type of person they are, based off the first initial vibe you get, you should be able to tell. And then if it doesn't work out, it doesn't work out, but no big deal. Just there's millions of creators out there, and you can just find another client relatively easily.
True. You know, it's my experience in this, Eddie, is you have to be careful on how you look at the world. I'm talking about everybody here, right? If your natural tendency is to always find a way in which it could go wrong,
Yeah.
it's tough, right?
You just force yourself into making that happen.
You will actually show up in a way that will make somebody want to rip you off, right? You will, like, and then you will wonder, how did that happen? How did I find the one person out of 100 that did a bad deal? Because most of the time it does a really good deal. But there's some crazy psychological subconscious action that has a place. If every time you see a good idea, you shut it down, you censor it, you push back on it, you find the edge case of how it might go wrong, like, that'll be difficult for you to make a deal with somebody, because people don't like to be around people that show up in that capacity. And I'm not saying you go the other way. I'm not saying you close your eyes and say there's no weeds in the garden as the weeds take over the garden, right? Like, you have to just assess yourself, and you have to say the chances of these deals going right are very high. All of his deals have went good. Most of my deals have went good, not all of them. And the ones that went wrong were for two reasons. One is I rushed in too fast and I didn't take stock. And the second reason is I made them too complicated, or the other person made them too complicated. But I had a series of a dozen deals or more go right in succession before I ever ran into a deal that went sideways. And the number one thing that caused a deal to go sideways in my instance is hubris. I'm like, every deal I touch works, right? I can put together any deal because I am this genius that is a magic deal maker. So now I'll start cutting corners on deals that don't make any sense in the world, but I'm Fladlin, so I can make it. That's how you lose a deal, not because of inexperience, not because you're new, but because you're overconfident because you put together a series of deals that just crushed it, right? So, but most of these are imaginary problems. Not having a contract, imaginary problem, not necessary in most instances. Working with somebody and having some difficulty with them that results in the deal going south. That's a non-issue initially, right? So it's funny, everybody will ask, how could it go wrong? And very few people say, well, how's the best way that I can make $50,000 from this in the next 30 days, right? We get those amount of questions, this amount of time. We get, here's all the ways it could go wrong this amount of time, right? Nobody says, what if everything goes exactly as planned and even better? Like, I get that question once out of a million times, Eddie. And the other 999 times they're like, what if I meet the Grim Reaper and do a deal with him, you know? So, yeah. How to convince the creator. Is a demo version helpful? So talk about, especially from a beginner mindset, how do we make that person feel like we're legit enough to do a deal with?
The way that I would go about it is by creating like an example product on WAP for them. It doesn't have to actually be a real or live product, but you can just set it up really easily. It would take 10, 15 minutes to set up, and just show them, hey, I put this together. This is exactly what it could look like that we would sell to your audience. And then just by them seeing that, they assume you're an expert and you know what you're doing, even though this could be the first product you've ever made.
I love that. I'm always a big fan of show versus tell, right?
100%.
So if you show up and it's done and they can look at it, then there's a confidence to your competence.
100%.
And so you don't have to be confident, you have to be competent. That's what they pay you for. That's why they want to do deals with you. Killmonger has a follow-up question here. It's a more technical one. He's like, for whatever reason with these people that I partner, WAP won't work for whatever. It doesn't even matter. Then you go somewhere else, right? Like, ideally, I prefer you to be on WAP. I think that's the easiest. I think that's the best. I think that's the primary source. But if that doesn't work, then you can go elsewhere. Let me tell you a little secret of how I work with Iman. He's probably listening, or this will get back to him, so I don't know how much of a secret this will be. But when I work with Iman, I will suggest to him what I think is best practice.
Okay.
And then I'll say to him, this is what I recommend. And then I allow him to accept it or reject it. If he accepts it and he likes it, then we move forward with it. If he doesn't like it, then I say, okay, because he's the boss. And then I say, that strategy won't work. I'll cross it off, and then I'll suggest a different strategy. We'll find a different way to accomplish the goal, right? So the one thing that will work really well in partnership relationships, every one of you listening, when you do these shadow operator deals, is this. It's not about being right. It's about working together in a collaborative fashion. So if you're working with somebody else and you make a suggestion, and for whatever reason, they might not like the color red, and you just so happen to have, a graphic that was red on it, and they say, I don't like red, change it. The last thing you want to do is you don't want to say, scientists discovered in 1949 that if you make the color red, it will actually make you an extra $1,200 a month for the rest of your life. They don't want to hear that. If they don't want red, make it green, right? Like, know and when to pick your battles. So your collaborative mentality with these partnerships is if they prefer this over that, and if that doesn't even make sense, but it doesn't really particularly harm the outcome in any way, shape, or form, you just say, okay, right? If you like it this way versus that way, and there's no, and that's what's going to take to get the deal done, we'll do it your way. Because you're the creator. You have the audience. Like, you have the thing that we're going to put the product in front of. And then over time, as you work and you suggest things to them that they're unsure of, and they listen to you and take your advice on it, or trust you and don't even ask you and let you move forward with it, you stack more chips in your favor. So when you suggest things in the future for the collaboration of the partnership, they're more open to them. And you will suggest things that don't work out the way that's planned. And then you just accept the responsibility for it. You just say, listen, I thought it was going to go that way and it didn't. That's it, right? And then you keep trying. You try other ways. And eventually, in a collaborative effort, it is amazing what you can accomplish. Because no matter how smart any individual is, two people working together are smarter. They're more effective, and they can get more of an outcome. Anything else that you would like to add, Eddie, or anything that you saw in the chat, or anything that triggered in this conversation?
I think that a lot of people, one of the biggest things that I saw with like working with people in my program was people would be scared to reach out to creators. Everyone's a normal human at the end of the day, is the way to look at it. And so they're in the same exact position as you also. Like, we're going back to what we were talking about earlier with broke influencer syndrome. A lot of these creators probably have just as much money or even less money than you do. They're not making any money. And so they need you as a shadow operator. And it's really, sometimes it could be really fulfilling because you will partner with a creator who's in a bad situation financially, help them launch this product. You both make a bunch of money and you both are improving your lives together. And the relationships that can come out of that are really fulfilling. Like, one of the guys that went through my program now, it's really cool to see how he's taken off. He ended up working with a creator that is blown up. I think his client now has like 300K subs on YouTube, and that's like all in the last year. They're making a lot of money together now, but they both were like in not the best financial situation. They started working together. Now they've really risen up, and they're like great friends through it all. And so it could be a really fulfilling process that you can use to change your life, change the creator's life, and then also change the lives of a lot of people in their audience, depending on what product you're using and how it can help them.
I love that. God, that was so good. You really do create really powerful relationships in this business when you help people that are struggling, and you can be the person to get them over that struggle. Like, the bonds and the friendships that can evolve from that.
100%.
That's as good as the money. Like, it has its own value, and it won't allow you to buy something from the store, but it will fill up the spiritual bank account.
100%.
Yeah, and I'm sure that's happened with you, right? You've met some amazing, wonderful people and have forged some incredible relationships in this business.
Yes. Pretty much every client I've worked with just turns into an amazing relationship. It's the cool thing about it, because I get to make good friends, good relationships, but also make money with them.
I love that, right? And if that sounds good to you, go to joiniman.com. They get your program as part of this if they sign up before the end of the call here today. Eddie, again,
thank you.
I appreciate
it,
you so
Jason.
much. I appreciate you too. I'm glad we got to connect, man.
100%.
I feel that connection with you.
Yeah. All right. Listen, I was in your shoes. It's so crazy that I'm sitting here like on the other side of this, because in 2021, I was watching Iman in my college dorm, like college class, college dorm. I have pictures on my camera of me like taking notes, watching his videos, watching this event. like from 3-4 years ago, and I'm on the other side now. Trust me, if you just like take action and put in the work, like you can make it happen. And so it's just so cool to be here, and appreciate you guys. Appreciate you.
Awesome. Thanks, friend. Oh, give it up for Eddie. Put it in the chat. Give him some love. We answered a lot of shadow operator questions. I will certainly. I saw Real Soma in here. I'm in, Jason. I'm in, Eddie. Shout out to Real Soma for signing up. I will get back to even more of those questions because I know you have some. But I do want to also answer some other questions as well. And I do want to show you something, right? This is not a joke. This is very, very serious. I'm going to zoom in a little bit so it's easier to see. But if you look at the screen right now, at the very top, this is a countdown timer. And this is legit. This will tell you when it hits 0 that the offer does expire. So there are 2 levels of expiration. There's the overall, monetize goes off the market completely. And then on top of that, today, if we sign off, I'm not going to be here forever. When we sign off, then the 2 special bonuses, Eddie's program on Ghost Operators, plus also Iman's Agency Accelerator, which a lot of people have paid retail price for in the past, and it's worth every penny. Both of those are free until the remainder of joiniman.com, or to the remainder of the session today at joiniman.com. I am going to see if I can have the boys send me up some water, because I don't have anything to drink, right? I should break out the champagne and we should celebrate. Maybe I'll do that. All right, boys and girls, we're going to get back into some questions. Before we do, I just have a question for you. I just want to get an idea. Who has not signed up yet but can see themselves signing up before the end of the session today? If you feel a strong tendency, if you are leaning towards a yes and you're very confident that you're going to sign up before the end of the day, thank you, sir. Just put 100 in the chat for me, if you could, please. I think Jake already put in me, but go ahead and just put 100 in the chat, if you could. Yeah, I'm going to 100%. Excellent. Yeah. I cannot extend it, and I cannot extend the Agency Accelerator bonus until tomorrow night. This is the agreement that we came up with. Okay, so we got Ricardo at 100% or 100. We got Jake, we got Carrie, we got Nicholas, we got Fallen with a W, already monetized pro. Shout out to K Fox out there. Strong tendency tomorrow. I like that. Fallen, Karim as well. If you've already signed up, put monetize into the chat. If you're already a monetized customer. Charlie says that. Jabeen, Ian at 100. Rawan signed up on the first day. Shout out to Rawan. Rayhan, 100. David at 100. Ying at 100. Worth already got it. Serge, monetize. Cap, monetize. Look at all the monetizers that just hit the chat. Shout out to all of you. Thrive Beyond 50. I like that name. That's me soon. Look at all the monetize. Y'all check out the monetize members, right? Ask them if they're happy with their investment. Ask them if they've already dived in, how exciting and incredible it is so far. Ask them about their experience. Yeah. First, 888. Shout out to 888s. Hell yeah. I need to pack more shirts next time. I'm like, I can't wear the same shirt over and over again, but I wanted to rock my .44 shirt again today. Yeah. Yeah, Natalia says, I'm already signed up, but I'm happy to be here today. Yeah. No, I know the locks in India. India's tough. I get it for right now. It's a tough investment in India. So you get a full year's access to the program, and then if you wish to sign up again, you can get access again after a year. Yeah, monetize is fire. Yeah, 100%. Yeah, there's no like auto renewal or any of that kind of stuff. I don't think. I better double check this to make sure. I think it's a one-off deal. Yeah. You would see if you would check out, if it would say that there's any reoccurring. Let me just, I'm tired, just so you know. I'm here with you, and you said you're going to be here with me, and that there's a lot of you that are on the edge still. You're leaning towards it. You're not sure if it's a yes, but you're leaning towards a yes. So I'm going to spend some time with you because this is really important to me. This is the last chance that I can influence you in any way, shape, or form. It says right here, right? So I'm going to zoom in so you can see this. Right here on the thing. One time, right? Just once. Yep. 23 apps included. 23 apps included. Pretty crazy. Yeah. Multiple different ways that you can enroll. We have Split It, we have crypto, we have Cash App, Pay, depending on your location. I'm in the UAE right now, so it doesn't show Klarna, but if you're in the United States, you can also use Klarna as a financing option as well. Yep. Very cool. Very cool. Signed up on the first day. Shout out to you. Ungovernable hashtags. Hell yeah. Auto renewal only for the software, Iman said. Got it. Thank you for the qualification on that. No, monetize is insane value for the price. 100%. 100%. Shout out to 4 hours. We just crossed the 4-hour mark. Yep. Crazy, right? All right, let me go back and hit up some questions. Let me see here. I got to find them again. There's a lot of them. Okay. Say I joined Monetize today. Is the offer where the team waits and ensures your success always active or only active going away from this live event? So the guarantee is always active. That stay with you till you win guarantee, that's available to you at any point in time when you sign up. That's a great question. How do we get Agency Accelerator? If you sign up before the session today, then you will get access to it. It will show up in your WAP. I don't know exactly when it will show up, but it will show up in the future. Yep. In the near future. Do you have to set up a company first? No, you can operate in most locations purely as a sole proprietor. You may look into wanting to set up an entity at some point in time. That may make sense to you, but you can start in the mode that you're in right now. Yeah, how do you split the pay with the creator? It's a process in WAP that is pretty simple and straightforward. If we ever open this up again, here's what I will promise you. I will put on some slides for you. I'm going to make a note on this. If we ever do the training again in the future on this concept or this topic, I am going to make a note on my phone that says show the screen shots of how to set up split payments with creators, okay? Because it is easier than you can imagine. Yeah, but until you see it, it's hard to understand. I have no idea what to do. Will Monetize do all the work for me? No. Let's be very clear. Monetize will not do all the work for you. Just like a physical fitness instructor won't do your push-ups for you. And just like somebody else can't eat your vegetables for you, okay? I'm going to give you a very gross analogy here to make the point. This may disgust you, but I promise you, you will never forget it, okay? This is what I think of when I create programs like this, or work on them, or shadow operate them, or partner and collaborate with people like Iman, right? Mother bird, baby bird, okay? You ready for this? Don't be eating anything right now. Make sure you're not eating anything or drinking anything as you listen to this example, right? Mother bird, when she has baby bird, she can't eat the baby's food, the bird's food for him or her. So you know what she does? She chews the food up in her mouth, and then she transfers the food to the baby's mouth, right? So she does everything as close to possible to eating the food for the baby. So the baby doesn't have to chew it. The baby just has to swallow. That's how I think of programs like this. We can't swallow the food for you, but we can chew it up. That's gross. I told you it was gross, right? If it wasn't 1:05 a.m. Dubai time, I wouldn't even be telling you that story, right? But that's essentially what we do. We get you as close to as possible to the threshold, but you have to take the step over it, okay? You have to be the one that crosses the threshold. So Monetize does everything they can to get you to take that step, and they make that step as easy and as comfortable as possible, and they make it cover the most amount of ground as possible when you take that step. But you still have to take the step, and I am feeding you, right? I've been feeding you all the time. These last several days, I've been feeding you at the conscious level, and I've been feeding you at the unconscious level. I've been saying things to your subconscious to make you more of who you are that you haven't even begun to realize yet. Although some of you have already realized it and have noticed that there's parts of you who are operating in more profound ways than they ever were before, right? And that is an example of me serving you and showing up for you, right? And then when you get resources on the inside, that takes it to a whole nother level. What advice can you give to me as a young teenager trying to make $1 million in the next year, right? The advice I will give to you is chunking it down, okay? $1 million in a year is on 365 days is $2,739 if I did the math right. Let me just check that. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Yep. So you don't make $1 million. You make on average $2,739 in a day. And then you would take 200, what was that number again? All right, let me run it back. $1 million over 365 days is 2,739. Then we take that number and we divide that by 24 hours, okay? You have to make on average $114 an hour for 365 days straight. Hare Krishna. Appreciate you, Surya. Now, here is the counter argument to that, because I already know what you're going to say. Nobody works 24/7, 365. Thank God. Well, except for AI. AI can work 24/7, 365. But no, nobody will work that much. But at least it puts it into perspective. Doesn't $1 million now seem more obtainable if you realize it's just $114 an hour consecutively for the next year straight? So we have to find activities that first make us $114 in an hour. And then we have to find the activities that we can repeat that will continue to make us $114 an hour. And then there you go. There's your $1 million, okay? Now, I would consider, if I were you, if you sold one product that was $114 an hour, every hour, you would have $1 million in gross. You don't get to keep all of that, right? So then if you want to factor in the operating margins and all that other kind of stuff, you get it, right? But at least we can reach $1 million. Shout out to my wife. She just commented in the chat. I see you, baby. Smiley face or the heart emojis and the goats. Shout out to my wife. That's what $114 an hour looks like. Now let me run you another math. If you can get 1,000 people to spend $1,000 with you in the next year, you have now just generated $1 million. And in Reynos, if you can't get access, just hit up support at monetize.com. They'll take care of you. Yeah, or hit them up on WhatsApp for sure. Yeah. So if you can get 1,000 people to pay you $1,000, now $1,000 might mean 10 times they pay you $100. But if they pay you $100 10 times, and you do that with 1,000 people, that's $1 million. Okay? Do you suppose that on the planet of 8 billion some odd souls, there are 1,000 souls mixed in who, under the right circumstances, would pay you $1,000? Just tell me. If you think that's true, put 1,000 in the chat. Do you suppose out of the 8 point whatever billion people that are on this planet, there are 1,000 souls out there that, under the right circumstances, would pay you $1,000? Yep. I mean, if you wash somebody's car long enough, they would eventually pay you $1,000. And if you washed a rich person's car, then you would get to that $1,000 a lot quicker, right? Yeah, there's 1,000 people on this planet that, under the right circumstances, would pay you $1,000 a piece. There's your $1 million, right? But let's make this a little bit more fun, okay? If we did 10 deals as a shadow operator, we partnered with 10 different people, and each person that we partnered with generated us $100,000, there's your $1 million, okay? So if you had to partner with 10 people as a shadow operator to do, and each one did $100,000 a piece, that's $1 million. how many would you have to partner with on average per month? How many shadow operator deals would you have to close on average per month to get to $1 million if each deal was $100,000? And then I'll answer the AI agent question. But the answer to this question is less than one. Less than one. You nail one for the first 10 months and then take the rest of the year off, right? Less than one a month, right? Now let's be very clear with you. I want to be very clear with you. Okay? It never works that way. It's never that clean. The math isn't always that clean. But it's fun to play the game anyway, because this is how you make the intangible tangible. This is how you make something that you can't understand right now into terms that you can understand it, right? What will happen is if you make 10 deals with shadow operators, the 80-20 rule will kick in. 20% of your deals will generate 80% of the revenue. And some of you will make those first deals right away. And you'll be like, oh my God, look at how much money I made. Some of you, it'll be the last 2 deals you make that will cover 80% of your revenue. It's the law of variability, right? But if we do enough deals, eventually we'll have a few deals that will pay for all of the deals. And it's the same thing with customers. A few of your customers will spend a majority of the money that you collect. A few of your products will make a majority of the money when you publish them. This is just how the world works. But we still break it down. We call this chunking down. Any challenge becomes doable if you chunk it down far enough. And that's what we're doing here. And so these are some of the paths. Now, if you want to make $1 million in the next 12 months, be prepared to work your ass off. Be prepared to work as hard as you possibly can. And then that will influence it as much as you can. It won't guarantee it, but it will influence it. I would suggest for most of you, the cost to attain $1 million in the next year isn't worth the price you have to pay in order to get it, right? Much better to take your time and to create the financial flexibility that you currently lack, which is going to be less than $1 million for most of you. That's my suggestion to you, right? First, let's create breathing room. First, let's create a whole different experience to life based on having more options. And let's figure out what that delta is. What's the delta between the options you lack now and the options that would significantly improve the quality of your life? What's the delta on that? And it may only be $4,000 a month. Most of the clients that I work with at the beginner side of the business, of the journey, because I've worked with over 151,000 customers over my 18-year career. At the startup phase, for most people, an extra $4,000 a month is completely life-changing. And we're talking in countries like the United States, in the UK, Canada, Australia, what to speak of countries where the salaries are lower, right? $4,000 a month is completely life-changing to most people on top of what they currently make. It's a game changer for them. So what we really solve for is, what's that massive quality of life improvement? Now we have a number. Now we go to work on that. Because one deal as a shadow operator can easily cover that. One simple product that you start. It's so funny when you listen to somebody like Eddie, he's like, oh, I put together a product and it wasn't doing that great. And you listen to somebody like... sorry, I'm a little Fidel. Sorry, I'm a little tired. And you listen to somebody like Fidel, and they're like, "Oh yeah, I got this product, and it was just kind of chugging along." And I'm like, guys, I have to remind you, because you've sold millions of dollars of product now. What you consider not that great initially is significant. Yeah, and that is usually the case. Yeah. Yeah. There was a time in my life. I'll tell you a quick story. Quick story. Would you like to hear it? Yeah. I was 23 years old when I finally got my license, my driver's license. So when I was 16, I didn't want to get a license. Didn't get it when I was 17. Didn't get it when I was 18. I waited until I was 23 years old to get my driver's license. I was actually embarrassed by this. For many years, I was embarrassed to tell anybody like that I didn't start to drive until I was 23. And the reason I got my license is because I started doing these gigs and these shows, and they were kind of far away. And so I couldn't drive to them without a license. And so I finally worked up the nerve in order to get my license. And I didn't have a car and I didn't have insurance. The one thing I had going for me is my cost of living was next to nothing. So I didn't pay rent because I live with my dad. And then I didn't have a car and I didn't go out very much. And I just worked on my music. So I had nothing cost of living, very little. So I don't have much money though either. So my friend Ben, his name was Ben. My friend Ben, when he was 16 years old, so Ben was 16 in 1997, I believe. He turned 16. And he bought a 1989 Toyota Celica. I can never find the version that I had when I bought it from him. It was such a cheesy car. I can't even find the equivalent of it. I can't find the version of it. They always have a fancier version. But this was the first car I ever owned. 1989 Toyota Celica. Okay? But I'm 23. So you do the math on that. I was born in 1983. So it's like I'm 23 years old. So this is 2006. I think that's when I bought it. I think that's when the math is on that one. So I bought a 1989 Toyota Celica in 2006. So we're talking 17 years later, had about 300,000 miles on it. I wish I could convert that to kilometers, but I'm still Americanized even though I lived in France, right? And it had a muffler so loud that I got pulled over on multiple occasions by police officers. And they're like, you need to fix that. I'm like, cool, you got a magic muffler fixer that I can use for free? Because I can't afford to fix this muffler. So I would drive around in this thing, and this is how I'd get to gigs. It was a stick shift. That was the first car I had to learn on, was a stick, which for you international folks, you're like, so what? But in America, nobody ever drove those anymore. And the heater would sometimes work, but not always work. And I would drive to gigs in this automobile. And that's what I was trying to do to make the business work. That is how I was getting around. And that's how I was. Once I was connected with an idea that was bigger than me, I was more committed than I'd ever been in my life. And that's what I'm trying to do with you, is try to connect you to an idea that's bigger than you. But I wasn't able. I overcame my reluctance and my fear of driving and all the limitations that came with it when I had something so big that my fear didn't have much space left to sit in there and stop me anymore. And so I would go and I would drive this vehicle, and that's how I got around. Okay. Now here's the point. I'm going to close the loop on this subject, right? The next car that I bought, I became a big spender, was a Saturn. It was I don't remember the year or the date because it didn't have as much sentimental value to me as the first car, which was a Toyota Celica, and I paid $4,000 for it. That was a massive quality of life improvement over my 1989 Toyota Celica, who sometimes the heat would work, but usually it wouldn't work, and the muffler was so long I would get pulled over by police officers, and I didn't quite know if I would make it to the next gig or not. And so that was a quality of life improvement. And then after that, I bought another vehicle that was $20,000, and that looked pretty slick. Okay, I'll show it to you. It was a funny. I can't remember the name of it, but it was a Saturn. Okay, it was this one, right? So I got a little crazy, and I bought my first sports car, which was a Saturn again because I liked the car, right? And this was like $23,000, and it was a slick little thing, but it wasn't a brand name deal. And that was the next car I bought. And so that was the next level up. And so most levels up in life are the difference between thousands of dollars per month. And so digital products will create levels, and then you can continue to move up if you wish to, or if it makes sense to, or if momentum naturally guides you in that direction to move up, right? So that is what I first suggest to you. Before you make the millions, Find that next level that would be a massive quality of life improvement for you, and just go for that. Just go for that. That would be my suggestion to you, right? And then once you hit that level and it becomes your new normal, then you have your next level that you can go just to that. And then when you hit that, you can go to the next level. And then maybe one day you can be taken around Dubai in a sweet-ass Rolls-Royce Phantom, which is very hospitably provided to me while I'm here in my short stay in Dubai. Maybe one day that will come. So you could start with a Toyota Celica and you can end with a Rolls-Royce Phantom. You could start with very little and end with very lot, right? Hi, Jason. Will I still get the accelerator if I pay for monetize and installments? Yes, installments are okay. You just got to sign up before the end of today. Yeah. Yeah. I want to be with you on that chair in the future. I would love to have you. I would love to have you. That would be awesome. It's a little cold in here, so if you see me shivering, I'm not nervous right now. It's just kind of cold. Yeah. All right. I've aimed for 10 billion by 20. What's the best way to do so? Hey, everybody, you want to know the secret to making 10 billion? I just so happen to have it. If you want to make $10 billion and be a 10 billion net worth individual, let me tell you the secret, okay? You ready for it? Here it is. Start with 20 and then lose half of it. So those large numbers, those are edge cases, okay? Those are edge cases. They're nice when they occur, but I would not recommend that you model them. They are what we refer to as edge cases. They are so atypical and they are so beyond the realm of what is possible under the normal laws of probability that I don't even try for them. And by the way, I know some of those kind of people at that level. I can tell you another story about the time that I met Jeff Bezos. It's a cool story. Okay, here it is. I'll tell it to you, right? Okay. So a client of mine calls me up one day. He worked at, what do you call it? JRL, I believe it is. It's in Pasadena there. They create the jet propulsion systems for the space shuttles that go to wherever they go to. It's, God, what's that place called? Jet propulsion, JPL, right? So they create all this stuff from NASA. And a client of mine, he calls me up one day and he says, hey, listen, I know you do a lot on Amazon. So I did at the time. And this client of mine, I had made him a lot of money. I had helped him be incredibly successful. He had a business where he would take like rich people on these excursions all across the world, like doing crazy shit. And I had advised him on it, and he'd done really well with it. He goes, listen, I have 2 tickets because this guy used to work for JPL, very high up. He goes, there's this special dinner that's occurring, and one of the guest speakers is Jeff Bezos. Would you like to be in a room, a very small room, with Jeff Bezos? Now, I'll tell you, the funniest thing about this is not meeting Jeff. I'll tell you the other corollary to the story, because it had to be a suit and tie affair. And at the time, I didn't own a suit or a tie that was presentable if there was a chance where maybe I could meet Jeff Bezos, right? So I said, okay, cool. So they're giving Jeff an award. Buzz Aldrin was also there. He was there and he spoke before Jeff got up and spoke, right? Now, here's what makes the story even crazier. Most of you probably won't remember this, but at the time on the Sci-Fi Channel, there was a movie or a TV show called The Expanse. Okay? The Expanse was incredibly popular on the Sci-Fi Network, and then they canceled that shit. And it didn't even make any sense. Why did they even cancel it? But they did. Now, Jeff Bezos at the time was trying to get his Amazon streaming service really going off the ground, okay? So at that room, in that room, and this is how close I was sitting to Jeff Bezos, I could see the shine of the light off the back of his bald head, right? I was about 2 tables behind him. And Jeff Bezos acquired The Expanse that night because the crew from The Expanse, like the actors, they were there and they pitched him. They walked up to him with a sign like "Buy The Expanse" or whatever, and then he did. It was pretty cool. So he acquired that. He announced it. I have it on video. It's in my phone somewhere. And then somebody else in that room posted it on Reddit, and it was the #1 post of Reddit that day. And I was like, shit, I could have got in on that, right? But I got to see Jeff Bezos up front and close at this suit and tie dinner. And what I observed with him is he never stopped. He was on his phone the entire time, and he was busy the entire time. And I thought, wow, this guy probably never really gets a break. Maybe he does elsewhere, but I was able to sit there and enjoy this gala, which was really cool. See Buzz Aldrin up there talking, met some really cool, incredible people there. And I just remember thinking, God, it would be very difficult to have to be on all that time. Would it be worth being that amount of money, right? So I don't know. Now, here's the other interesting aside on that, okay? Because this is how crazy this world works, right? In order to go there, you had to have a suit and tie, and I wanted to look nice, just in case maybe there was a way I could do a deal with Jeff Bezos. Because, hey, why not? Maybe little Jason Flatland will get a chance to pitch. I'm not bad at pitching. I'm decent at it, right? So I go down. So I go to Rodeo Drive because I live in LA. And, you know, I'm not really about the bling at the time. I've kind of upgraded a little bit, right? But not too much. And I'm walking down Rodeo Drive thinking, I got to get a really cool suit. And there's a Jay-Z song called Tom Ford. And so I like that song a lot. A rapper talks about Tom Ford. So you want to talk about influencer. There's the Tom Ford store. So I walk into it and I said, hey, if you had to meet the richest man in the world, what kind of suit would you wear? This is what I say to them. And they think it's a hypothetical, but not necessarily, right? So they pull out and they start measuring me and they start getting me set up with all this Tom Ford stuff. And I walk out of there. I didn't look at the price tag because one of the perks of making a lot of money is you don't really look at price tags anymore. And it was $10,000 worth of stuff that I walked out of the Tom Ford with. I was like, damn, maybe I should have looked at the price tag. But here's what I discovered. Once I started wearing nicer clothes, because at the time I did not wear nice anything, it was incredible how much different the world treated me and what kind of, I was the same person, but what I was saying now had more impact just because of the suit that I wore. So that was a more profound impact on me than the ability to sit in a room with Jeff Bezos ever was. And that's my lesson to you on that, is how something is presented in this world has more impact than the objective value of the thing being presented. So my suggestion to you is make the objective value really good, but make the presentation of it just as good, if not better. One of the valuable things that Synthesize does, and Ghostwriter, is they make the presentation of the concept good. So if the same concept is presented and you put it in the equivalent of a Tom Ford suit, or you put it in the equivalent of something off the rack at the Burlington Coat Factory, right? The same idea in one instance will gain traction, and in another instance it won't. So a lot of this is in the packaging and the presentation. Now, Iman, I don't know if you've noticed him, he's one of the best, most well put together individuals that you'll ever see. His mom raised him incredibly right. Like, great manners, looks really nice, understated, and classy, right? And he takes that aesthetic into everything that he does, which is one of the reasons why I like working with him, is it's not only a top-notch product, but it is presented and packaged correctly, okay? And this is what we have waiting for you. And he makes it accessible. I know for some of you it's out of your price range, but for a lot of you it's an accessible price point, because for me, this is the cheapest stuff I sell, typically. Like, I don't sell at prices this low from my experience to the audiences that I work with. Now, everything is relative, of course, but my whole point to you on this is simply, it's not just the information that makes the digital product good. It's how the information is presented, and it's how it's packaged. And that makes it even more profitable for you initially. And then when the experience matches the packaging and the quality matches the packaging, then it works even better. And this is what we have here. Yeah. Go to joiniman.com. Get signed up, sir. Yeah, I will tell Iman to remember you. Yeah. I got stories, don't I? Yeah. Who you become in the process is more important than the amount of money you make. But become a person who can attract money at a rate that's exceptional. But who you become in the process is more important than the money you will make. Really cool. Yeah. Live streams go down tomorrow night. Yeah. And then we're done. Yeah, 1:30 a.m., okay? I think it's about time to go. 4.5 hours. So those of you who are VIP, yeah, I dropped a pretty fire session yesterday. Impromptu. God, I was in my element. Yeah, I told stories there. Yeah. So you get that if you're in VIP. Those of you that have signed up that also got Prosperity Algorithm for me as well, like check that shit out. Like this is all, the DNA of my thinking is imprinted in that product. Yeah. And also, where do you suppose this level of communication that I have comes from? It comes from the fact that I have created more than 200 digital products, that I've put the reps in. Yeah. That I worked it. Yeah. That I stayed up late. Yeah. And my stuff, if you got it, it ain't going to be in there yet. I got to go back and tell my team to prepare for it. And one of the bonuses that I did will be live later, right? Yeah. 100%. Yeah. Yeah. So here's what I'm going to do. I'm going to let you sign up right now, joiniman.com. I'm going to stay for 5 minutes. I'll stay for 10. How about that? Okay? I'm going to set the timer. You got 10 minutes to sign up before I sign off. If you want to sign up to get the bonuses before we're done today. So I'm going to set the timer. I'm going to set it for 10 minutes. So I got a 10-minute timer started. So we have 10 minutes to sign up. Yeah? And I appreciate each and every single one of you. I'm in Bulgaria and Romania is next to my country. Oh, we know. the Bulgarians and the Romanians and the Hungarians, there's an interesting coexistence among them, right? How long do you think it would take to become good at shadow operating without joining Monetize? I don't know. There's a lot of ways that are non-intuitive in which shadow operating could go wrong. And there are a lot of ways with shadow operating, if you have the right approach, where they can go right. The biggest mistake that people make is they go after bigger influencers because they think the bigger the influencer, the bigger the number, the more money. There's a lot of gold in little 5, 10, 15,000 follower type of influencers who have dedicated loyal followings, because the more specific you are on a topic, the more people can resonate with you. In one of our sessions the other day, we were talking about, because Iman is ultra broad, he reaches everybody. We have to make several different points to spread it across to everybody. And then you'll see some people in the chat being like, get to the point, get to the point, get to the point. Well, we can't get to the point until we address all of the different audiences that we know will be listening. But when you're a smaller influencer, you get to the point because you only address one thing to just that one specific audience. And so you typically want to partner with smaller influencers early on. A, they're more accessible. B, they're more easier to make deals with. And C, they will make you more money. So that's a counterintuitive. And there's a couple counterintuitive things with shadow operating. The biggest one is this. When you send out that initial messaging to start the dialogue, oh my God, do so many people get it wrong, right? There's an art to that initial communication, and you would want to model something that has been proven to have a positive response rate. Now, no matter what you do, not everything is going to get a high response to it. You're going to reach out to a lot of people, and only a few are going to respond to you. The problem is, initially, when you reach out to a lot of people, you don't know if the messaging is right or not. So you want the confidence of structuring the message in a way that has been proven. So that way you know that you're doing the right thing, even though initially you might not get responses immediately. That helps a lot. Yeah. So that's a consideration there. If you are monetized 1.0 buyer, is Prosperity Algorithm available? Yes, we'll find a way to make it available to you. I'll talk to Max about that. My team, make a note of that. My copy cups. Somebody make a note of that. We'll do a follow-up on that later. Yeah. Sinaia. I love Sinaia in Romania. And I love Bucharest as well. Yeah, Bucharest was nice. We went to a dinner the first night I was in Bucharest at this giant castle. And then in the middle of the dinner, everybody started dancing, like in the middle of it. It was really cool. And then I got kovrig. Shout out to kovrig. We were eating the kovrig in Bucharest. Yeah. Although I will tell you, my favorite place in the entire world is Lake Como. Yeah. That's where I proposed to my wife. Was in beautiful Lake Como. So if you ever get a chance, I suggest it. Yeah, rent a boat, or have them take you out and drive around in the boat. Yeah, go to the villas. Yeah. And then Hawaii is my favorite place to escape to on a regular basis. Yeah. When is the Dubai dinner winner revealed? I believe that's on a follow-up. Let me see if I can get a little clarity on that. Dinner winner. I like that. I'll put it in the chat. See what I can get from Max. Yeah. Sibiu? I don't know where that's at. I would love to come though. Yeah. What is the minimum number of audience one should have to consider to be a good influencer? If they get a lot of feedback and a lot of replies, I would say at least 5,000, 10,000. But again, you have to kind of measure it based on what you see from a response rate. Yeah, I appreciate you. Thank you so much. Yeah, I've been working hard. I'm overworked, but I'm overpaid. That's what I always say. Yeah, I'm going to be in South Africa at the end of the year with Iman and crew. Yeah, we're going for the Quantum Mastermind, folks. Yeah. So shout out to South Africa. It's so beautiful. I've never been. I can't wait to go. Oh, thank you so much. They cut all the Q&A out. That is lost in the sands of time, my friend. It was a moment in time that we shared when we were available that it was what it was at the time. Yeah. Yeah, I'm originally Norwegian by heritage. Fladland is a Norwegian name. Oh, Sibiu is in Transylvania. Yeah, we were going to get to Transylvania, but we ran out of time. We had to head back early. But yeah, I want to go to Transylvania one day. Yeah, you are not underpaid. No, overworked and overpaid, right? Monetize. The program is available. The software, you can renew that the next year for the same price point, I believe, that you invested this year if you wish to continue. Yeah. Time to go home. Yeah. So I leave for the airport in about 4 hours and 20 minutes. Yeah, I'm going to sleep as much as possible on that flight. And work like a dog, sleep like a king. So it'll be a nice, restful sleep. Yeah. I can speak zero Norwegian. I speak English, and that's about it. Not that I'm opposed. My brain just never could do the languages. I just didn't have an aptitude for learning different languages. Yeah. Yeah, my wife will never want to go back to Romania, so she worked her life to go to the United States. So funny stuff. Yeah. Oh, you love my accent. This is like an Iowa accent. Yeah. Are the Q&A video sessions of previous days available somewhere? No, they're not. So this is just like, this is the way we do it. We cut these out. We want to make it something special for everybody here. So, yeah. This isn't Q&A. Keeps talking about your life instead of answering my question. I'm so sorry. I try to balance it all. Try to share the life's lessons too. Yeah. My payment got rejected today because of the bank, so now I can only pay it tomorrow. Will the system recognize it to get today's bonuses? Yes, Ricardo, it will. Just write it and let them know to make sure. Yeah, 100%. Jai. Yeah, Jai. I like that. Ki Jai. Love the stories. Am I Hindu? Kind of. Hindu is a weird terminology that means everything and nothing at the same time. Yeah, joinimon.com. That's where you go. That's where you sign up. Appreciate it. Oh, thank you. I am flying business class, not first class. I don't think it's worth the money, but I am flying business class for sure. It's almost over. I will tell you. I'll wrap up in 2 minutes and 10 seconds. Max says the Dubai dinner winner will be revealed tomorrow or the day after. Okay, if you don't have access to monetize, do me a favor, go to joinimon.com, hit them up on WhatsApp, show them your receipt, ask to get help. We've had thousands of people join, so occasionally some wires do get crossed. Yeah. Have I ever been to any Balkan countries? I don't know all the Balkan countries, but I don't know if I've gotten that far of Eastern Europe or not. Yeah. Tell a good story about a harsh business lesson that you learned, whether about legal matters or financial and tax. Yeah. The harshest business lesson that I learned is that just because you're really good at one thing, that something similar to it doesn't automatically translate. So if I'm really good at marketing, that doesn't automatically make me really good at operations. And if I'm really good at marketing, that doesn't make me necessarily really good at hiring other people. Even though those skills are pegs on the chair of business, they are separate and distinct legs of those the chair. And so I've gotten humbled more times than not when I've went outside of my zone of genius and then thinking that it was transferable. And there's very little transference, right? Like, I'll just tell you, I'm really good at communicating with you here live. It doesn't show up when I shoot videos in the same fashion. There's something about this environment and these stakes that bring the best out of me versus regular social media, right? So they're close, but they don't necessarily automatically transfer. So what I suggest to you is initially you move in different directions in the same to achieve the same goal with digital products, for example. And then once you find the one that hits, you double down and you triple down and you quadruple down on that. You don't want to go too horizontal. You want to test some things out initially that are moving towards the same direction in the same vein, which is digital products. And then from that, you double down on the thing that hits, and then know your limitations. And then you can have other people help you and collaborate with you and partner with you where their strength is their strength. Okay? If you work on your weaknesses, you can get them good. And you should occasionally. 20% of your time, you should work to improve on your weaknesses. But 80% of your time, you should maximize your strengths. Because you can take a pretty good strength and you can make it excellent. And if you keep working at it even more, you can make it undeniable. And that's what you want. Once you have a couple skill traits that are undeniable, it's impossible for you not to make lots of money. If you master the right few skills that are attractive to money and you master them so well that you're undeniable, then it's only a matter of time before the money reflects outwardly and externally the state of who you are internally. And that's what I've done. I'm proof positive of that. I started off writing articles about buckwheat pillows and microdermabrasion and plus-size lingerie. Those are literal clients of articles that I wrote. And LCD monitors and ridiculous things like that. And I started writing articles for $3.25 per article. And then eventually I got to $4 per article. And then a little bit improvement here, a little bit improvement here, doubling down on that skill. Soon I became undeniable, sooner than I thought. You know, it's so funny, and I don't, Google's so goofy like this, because I'm over time, so I'm going to wrap soon. But it made me think of something. It's weird how this world works, because I was curious. I don't know what propelled this to me. Somebody wrote me a message, and they said to me, something about my name. So I Googled my own name. It's the first time in years I did that. And in my About section, Google has picked up in the book section, right here, it says About, okay? And this is so woefully out of date because I'm busy building other people's brands and then I don't have time left over to build my own. That's just the path I choose. No complaints, right? But it says Jason Fladlin went from painting houses for $12 an hour to bringing in as much as $175,589.94 in one single month. And that was in September 2010, right? That's the last that Google pulled for me in my About section was in 2010. And it reminded me because remember when I told you is my first month ever where I made 6 figures from digital products was in June of 2010 because that was the month that my daughter was born. So I made $100,000 for the first time in June. And then I had my best month after that in September of 2010 of $175,589.94. Now my minimum engagement typically for services starts at $150,000 for one service, for one client. And our company can take on multiple clients at the same time, right? But it just goes to show you, once you take a skill and keep getting a little bit better at it over an extended period of time, and you invest in yourself, if you keep at it, you will become undeniable. And when you are undeniable, then you bend the world to your will, whatever your will may be. Sounds crazy until you experience it firsthand. And if I was any part of that, if there was any way that I helped contribute to that, then in the future, once you meet that with that success, just drop me a line and let me know that I was part of that in some way, shape, in some small form. Where you say, Jason, you said something to me on that day that turned on something inside of me, and it put me on a path to become more of who I wish to be, and I brought my future self into my present much sooner in a much healthier way than I could have ever imagined. And then as you reflect back on that moment in the future, let me know about it. Drop me a line and tell me, because this is what really moves me these days. This is why I do this. This is why I travel the world. Put my heart and my soul into this. Suffer for it, in fact, sometimes. Go hard for it. Feel the pain of it, the cost of it, so I can make the connection with you. And it has been an honor to serve you, my friend. It has made me more of who I am in the process. It has allowed me to see parts of myself and grow as an individual as the time we spent together. And I will always look back on these memories with fondness and gratitude for being in a position where you have allowed me to spend time with you, to serve you. And I appreciate that. And I appreciate you. And I see you. And telepathically, if not in person, I will be rooting for you and I will be sending you the energy and the love and the well wishes to your success and the blessings for you. I will be cheering you on from afar. You will feel it. I will send it out to you in a way that you will feel it. And I'm so proud of you. And I'm so proud of what you've committed to yourself to be. And it will be difficult some days. And there will be challenges. And it won't go your way. And sometimes you will be pushed back. And some days it would have been easier to stay in bed, but you got up anyway. And if we can help you on the inside with monetize, and if we can help you become more of that, that would make me very happy. I would love to be a part of that success in some way, shape, or form, and I would love to know about that. Regardless, we are better off than when we started. Would you agree to that? We have increased our capacity, each of us, by sharing this time and space together. So let's acknowledge that. Let's honor that. Let's own that. Let's incorporate that into who we are so we can carry it with us wherever we go. My name is Jason Fladlin. On behalf of Iman Ghatzi and crew, we appreciate you. We'll be in touch. Bye for now.